contributed to the bridge frequency strategy rather than opposing it. The Patriarch's analytical mind, trained for centuries in sect governance, strategic warfare, and institutional survival, applied itself to the problem with the focused intensity of someone making up for lost time and finding that the problem was more interesting than the position he had been defending. "We'll do it," Shen Yun said. "But I need the system to confirm sovereign integration can carry a vision that complex across the global network." The system responded, "Query, can sovereign integration broadcast experiential vision to full population?" Answer, affirmative. Requires Arbiter at minimum spirit severing stage 3. Current level, spirit severing stage 1. Insufficient. Recommended. Advance to spirit severing stage 3 before attempting broadcast. 2 stages of advancement in 4.5 hours. Under normal conditions, each spirit severing stage required months of meditation. The process of cutting away spiritual impurities was internal, psychological, and could not be rushed without risking consciousness fragmentation. But Shen Yun had a harmonic link connected to 8 billion lives. The temporal compression breakthrough had worked before, and the remaining impurities in his spirit, the ones the original severing hadn't touched, were not fears or resentments. They were limitations he had accepted as permanent, beliefs about what one person could accomplish, assumptions about the boundary between individual and collective. Mei Lingzhou, he said through their personal link, "I need another anchor session." Her response carried warmth and steel in equal measure. "I'm at the Keystone Node. Come home." The Leviathan carried them back. Xiao Jinfeng rode in silence, processing the sensation of alliance with a man he had been prepared to oppose until death, and finding that the sensation felt less like surrender and more like a room expanding. The same person in a larger space, capable of movement that the smaller room had prevented. Countdown, 00:04:55:17 behind them. The Jade River Valley settled into stability. Before them, the Keystone Node glowed against a sky of gold and blue. And between the valley and the node, across a world of 8 billion people who didn't yet know they were about to be asked to speak, the bridge frequency carried a signal that was growing stronger with each voice added and would need to grow stronger still. Strong enough to make a cosmic entity notice the difference between a world that begged and a world that introduced itself, which was the difference between prey and a person, and which the next 4 hours would either demonstrate or fail. 2. And there was no precedent for which outcome was more likely. Chapter 72. The Keystone Node glowed with golden energy that pulsed in rhythm with the global harmonic field, a heartbeat visible from orbit, if anyone had been in orbit to see it. Around its base, the Alliance's command infrastructure hummed with activity. Cultivators moved between formations, communication officers relayed field reports, and the ambient tension of a world approaching its defining moment hung in the air like the pressure before a thunderstorm that covered every sky. Shen Yun arrived to find his team assembled. Mei Lingzhou at the anchor position. Su ran at the formation arrays. Feng Hao standing guard with the relaxed alertness of a weapon that never needed to be unsheathed to be dangerous. Old Man Tian watching the architect with the focused distrust of a decade-long grudge sharpened daily. Luo chinnying managing communications with the efficiency of someone conducting an orchestra through an earthquake. And, new to the command structure, Xiao Jinfeng, standing slightly apart from the others, his heavenly purity cultivators receiving orders through the communication network to reverse their march and rejoin the Alliance. The remaining nodes are corrected, Gu Tianming reported through the harmonic link from the Jade River Valley, where he was conducting a final check on the repaired lattice points. All 194 stable. Resonance gaps sealed. The lattice should hold under convergence load, assuming load matches projections. The Leviathan covered all 14 supplementary gaps, Su Ran added. Her formation scans displaying global coverage data in luminous three-dimensional arrays that turned the air around her into a map. Remote population shielded. Current survival projection is holding at 99.99%. 240,000 people still at risk, Shen Yun said. Too many. But I can't close those gaps from here. The remaining shortfall is in individual compatibility. People the field reaches, but who haven't actively engaged with the harmonic. Passive recipients. The experiential broadcast addresses that, Xiao Jinfeng said, stepping into the strategic conversation with the practiced ease of someone who had spent decades leading council meetings. Show them the stakes. Let them choose. Which requires spirit severing stage 3, which I don't have. He turned to the assembled leaders. Here's the plan. I advance to spirit severing stage 3 through temporal compression. Then I broadcast the Devourer's perspective to the entire world through the bridge frequency, filtered, contextualized, framed as invitation rather than terror. Every person who understands what's at stake becomes a conscious participant in the harmonic signal. Volume increases. Compatibility increases. The gap between 99.99 and 100 narrows. And sovereign integration? By Suin's ghost asked, her form barely visible in the golden light. After the broadcast, when the world is unified not just in harmonization but in understanding, I enter the nexus point, complete integration, and speak to the Devourer with the voice of every living being on this planet. The architect spoke from her position at the council's edge. The plan is unprecedented. No Arbiter has attempted global experiential broadcast before integration. The combined strain could destabilize the sovereign link. Could fail. I know. The alternative is proceeding without the broadcast, which means integration backed by 99.99% compatibility instead of 100. We've discussed what that shortfall means. You've discussed what you think it means. I have data on what it means in practice. Then share your data. In open council. Right now. She did. 12 cycles of integration data, displayed through Su Rant's formation arrays in luminous detail. Success rates, failure modes, compatibility thresholds. The data was comprehensive, precise, and damning. Every Arbiter who attempted sovereign integration had died. Not because integration itself was lethal. Because the world's collective will, the consciousness the Arbiter merged with, rejected them. In every case, the rejection occurred because the Arbiter hadn't earned the right to speak for everyone. They had earned the right to speak for the willing. The unwilling, the frightened, the skeptical, the hostile, remained unrepresented. And an unrepresented voice in a collective consciousness was a gap. Enough gaps created rejection. Rejection killed the Arbiter. 100% compatibility isn't about the harmonic field, Shen Yun said, understanding crystallizing with spirit-severing clarity. It's about consent. Every person has to choose to be represented. Not passively, actively. Now you see why I called it impossible, the architect said. In 8 billion people, there are always resistors. People who refuse on principle, who fear the unknown, who distrust authority. The unwilling minority has killed every Arbiter in history. Then we don't represent them without their consent. We show them what's at stake and let them choose. And if they choose no, we include their refusal as part of who we are. The council went quiet. The concept was radical enough to create silence. Not the silence of rejection, but the silence of ideas too large for immediate response. That has never been tried, the architect whispered. Everything successful happens for the first time at some point. Countdown. 00:04:33:12. The temporal compression session began. Mei Lingzhou's hands on his shoulders. The anchor connection humming. Time folding. And on the other side of that fold, 2 months of spiritual excavation waiting to happen in the space between one breath and the next, where the blade that cut away the unnecessary would either reveal the person capable of speaking for a world or the hollow center of a man who had mistaken ambition for readiness. Chapter 73. Inside the temporal compression, Shen Yun's spiritual landscape stretched in every direction, remapped by the first severing, cleared of the mountains of fear, the forests of resentment, and the golden towers of his hero complex. What remained was stark and honest, quiet determination, clear-eyed assessment, and a simple house where a man lived without pretending to be a monument. The blade manifested for spirit-severing stage 2. Its targets were different now, not emotions, but assumptions. The blade pointed at a wall surrounding his spiritual landscape, a boundary he hadn't noticed because it felt like the edge of reality rather than a construction. Like the horizon. Like the border of a dream that the dreamer mistakes for the edge of the world. The wall of individual identity, by Suin's ghost said from within his meditation space. Her presence more distinct here than in the physical world, sustained by the sovereign integration link rather than her own fading energy. Every Arbiter has it. The belief that I ends at the boundary of my consciousness and they begin beyond it. Severing it doesn't destroy identity. It reveals that identity is permeable, that the boundary between self and other is a convention, not a law. He examined the wall. It was massive, encompassing his entire landscape, seamless, ancient. Built not by trauma or choice, but by the fundamental experience of being a separate consciousness in a universe of separate consciousnesses. Every thought he had ever had existed within this wall. Every relationship, every connection, every moment of empathy, all conducted through the wall, not without it. If I sever this, I'll feel everything. You'll perceive everything. Feeling requires choice. The wall currently prevents you from perceiving the full scope of what you're connected to. Without it, you'll see 8 billion distinct presences, each one a light, each one separate from you, but visible, reachable, available for connection rather than hidden behind the assumption that connection requires effort. He raised the blade. The wall was thick. The cut needed to be total, not a window, not a door, but a removal. The wall served no purpose in a consciousness that was about to attempt representing an entire world. Individual identity would survive without the barrier, the way a voice survived in a choir without needing walls between the singers. He cut. The wall fell. Not in pieces. It dissolved, like ice in warm water, and behind it, light. 8 billion points of light, each one a person, each one distinct, each one separated from him by nothing except the distance between 2 points in infinite space. Not merged, connected. Individual notes in a chord. The difference between a crowd and a chorus. The sensation was overwhelming and beautiful and terrifying in the way that any vast truth was terrifying. Not because it threatened, but because it revealed the previous understanding as small. Spirit severing stage 2 complete. The blade pointed again, this time at the floor, the foundation of assumed limitation. The belief that a mortal being had a ceiling, that advancement had an endpoint, that there existed a level of power or understanding beyond which a person could not go because they were, fundamentally, limited by what they were. Careful, the ghost warned. Cutting assumed limitation can create assumed omnipotence. Keep the awareness of limitation while removing the assumption that limitation is permanent. He examined the floor. It was solid, dependable. He had stood on it his entire life. The comfortable certainty that he had boundaries, that his reach was finite, that some things were beyond him. The certainty had kept him humble. It had also kept him small. He adjusted the cut, not severing limitation, but severing the belief that limitation was identity. He was limited. He was also capable of growth beyond current limits. Both were true. Both could coexist. The floor didn't need to be removed. It needed to become transparent. He cut. The floor became glass. Below it, depth without bottom. Potential without ceiling. Not infinite power, infinite room to grow. The vertigo of looking down through the floor of his own identity and seeing nothing between his feet and eternity was the kind of experience that either broke a mind or expanded it. And the difference was whether the person looking down believed they were falling or standing on something they could see through. Spirit severing stage 3 complete. 3 seconds of real time. Months of meditation compressed. He opened his eyes, and the world was different. Not brighter, not darker, deeper. Every living being within perception range, which now extended across continents, registered as a distinct signal. Not thoughts, frequencies. The harmonic link showed him the world as music, and the music was gorgeous and incomplete, and waiting for a conductor who understood that conducting wasn't about controlling the orchestra, but about helping each instrument find its moment. Cultivation, Spirit Severing Stage 1, Spirit Severing Stage 3, Epic Core Stability, 94% lifespan cost, 3 years. Total loss, 46. Remaining, 549. Ready for broadcast, he said. Mei Lingzhou's eyes searched his face for the person she knew. You're different. The wall is gone. I can perceive 8 billion people as distinct presences. It's a lot. Can you still find me in the crowd? He could. Not because she was louder or brighter than the other 8 billion. Because she was specific. Her frequency was hers. Her light was hers. Among 8 billion distinct presences, she was the one that resonated with his own in a way that defied description and demanded the word love, even though the word was too small for what it measured. Always, he said, and the word carried a weight that spirit-severing stage 3 perception revealed as truth rather than sentiment, which was either the most romantic or the most clinical thing he had ever said, depending on whether you measured romance in feelings or in frequencies. Chapter 74, the global experiential broadcast, required every formation array the Alliance possessed, the Keystone Node's full output, and Shen Yun's spirit-severing stage 3 perception channeling through the sovereign integration link. Su Ran arranged the technical infrastructure with the focused efficiency of a master who was being asked to conduct the largest formation operation in recorded history and was responding not with anxiety, but with the quiet excitement of someone who had trained their entire life for a problem this interesting. The Keystone Node will serve as the primary amplifier, she explained, her hands moving through the air, leaving trails of analytical chi that formed three-dimensional schematics. All 194 connected nodes serve as secondary amplifiers. The signal travels from Shen Yun through the sovereign integration link, into the Keystone, through the network, and out to every connected person on the planet. Estimated delivery time, instantaneous. The bridge frequency doesn't travel, it's already everywhere. Duration. The vision needs to be long enough for comprehension and short enough to prevent psychic overload in non-cultivators. I recommend 60 seconds. Any longer, and mortal minds risk destabilization from sustained exposure to cosmic-scale perception. 60 seconds to show 8 billion people the truth about their existence. Efficiency has never been humanity's weakness. Shen Yun positioned himself at the Keystone Node's core, the exact point where 194 energy channels converged, where the bridge frequency was strongest, where his spirit-severing stage 3 perception could interface with the world's spiritual infrastructure at maximum resolution. The stone beneath his hands was warm with the combined energy of a planet's worth of harmonized nodes, and the warmth felt alive, responsive, aware, waiting. Before the broadcast, he needed to earn the right to deliver it. Not through power, through trust. I need to visit the remaining unallied groups, he told the council. The demon cultivators, the spirit monks, the beast tamers. The broadcast only works if they've chosen to participate. A signal sent to unwilling recipients isn't communication, it's noise. In 3 hours? Luo Qianying asked, eyebrow raised. I'll be efficient. The Crimson Matriarch of the Blood Wastes responded to his arrival with the amused interest of a predator encountering a creature that was either prey or a puzzle. The Arbiter, she said, sitting on a throne of bone and red jade in a palace that smelled of iron and ancient power. I've been watching your campaign through the harmonic field. It tickles, you know. Your bridge frequency. Like sunlight on old skin. She was ancient. 3,000 years of demon cultivation had made her something that defied categorization. Her body humanoid, but her aura geological, layered with epochs of accumulated spiritual energy that registered as Tao seeking on measurement and as older than your civilization on intuition. Her eyes were crimson with golden flecks, and her smile showed teeth that had been designed for a different diet than grain. I'm not here to negotiate terms, he said. I'm here to ask you to listen to something and then decide. Ask isn't the right word when you need something from someone who could eat you. It's the only word I'm willing to use. The matriarch's crimson eyes studied him. 3,000 years of reading prey, allies, enemies, and everything in between gave her a perception that wasn't spiritual but experiential. The ability to assess character through posture, word choice, and the micro-tremors of intent that every living being broadcast whether they knew it or not. You're sincere, she said. That's rare enough to be interesting. Speak. He explained the broadcast. The devourer's perspective. The invitation to participate. The choice, active engagement with the signal or conscious refusal. Either was acceptable. What wasn't acceptable was ignorance. People making decisions without information. And you want my people to receive this broadcast. I want your people to have the option. If they participate, the signal gains 300,000 demon cultivators and 200 million demon citizens. Frequencies that human cultivators can't produce. Lower harmonics, darker tones, the predator's love for the world it inhabits. The signal is weaker without those voices. You're not offering us survival. You're offering us a microphone. I'm offering you a choice. Survival isn't mine to offer. It depends on whether the signal works. But the choice to be heard, regardless of outcome, is something I can give you. The matriarch leaned forward. Her aura pressed against his like a mountain settling. You know what I find most interesting about you, Arbiter? You're not afraid of me. Not because you're powerful. I could kill you in 3 different ways before your perception registered the attack. You're not afraid because you've stopped being afraid of death, and a person who doesn't fear death is either enlightened or broken, and you look like the first one. I'm neither. I'm just running out of time, and it makes the fear seem expensive. She laughed. The sound shook the palace walls. The demons will participate, not because your logic is sound. It is, but because you came here alone, asked instead of demanded, and made me laugh. That's a better diplomatic credential than any treaty. Countdown 00:03:44:08. The spirit monks required a different approach, stillness instead of boldness, patience instead of urgency. Their abbot listened to the same explanation delivered in different tones and agreed with different reasoning. The beast tamers required a hunt through midnight forests that demonstrated the bridge frequency could carry wildness. The rogue cultivator networks required a guarantee of independence. Each alliance expanded the signal's range and depth. Each new voice added a dimension that hadn't existed before. And the running total in Shen Yun's perception climbed. 7.94 billion active participants, including the 56 million who would consciously refuse, because refusal was a voice too, and a signal that excluded dissent was a signal that lied about what it represented. The world was ready, or as ready as 8 billion people of wildly different opinions, capabilities, fears, and hopes could be, which was imperfectly, which was honestly, which was perhaps the only kind of readiness that mattered when the audience was a cosmic entity that had never encountered a world brave enough to be imperfect out loud. Chapter 75. Shen Yun returned to the Keystone node to find the architect modifying something. It was subtle. Old Man Tian had caught it. The ancient Tao Lord's 10,000-year familiarity with the architect's methods letting him detect what spirit-severing perception had missed during the pilgrimage's absence. The architect had been adding code to the harmonized nodes, not through the system, which Shen Yun monitored, through the convergence mechanism itself, accessed via the nexus point doorway during the hours Shen Yun had been gathering allies. Show me, Shen Yun said. Su Ran's formation arrays displayed the modification, a compatibility accelerator embedded in the bridge frequency's deeper architecture. The accelerator forced the world's spiritual laws to align with the Devourer's preferred state, increasing compatibility by overriding the world's unique characteristics with generic templates that the Devourer processed without effort. It increases survival rates during convergence, the architect said, not denying the modification. The Open Council agreement held. Whatever she said to everyone in the room. The compatibility accelerator ensures that even resistant populations align with the Devourer's transformation parameters. It's a safety net. It's homogenization. Shen Yun's voice was flat with controlled anger. You're stripping the world's unique spiritual characteristics and replacing them with standardized templates. The survival rate goes up because you're making people more compatible by making them less themselves. The alternative is that incompatible individuals dissolve during convergence. The accelerator gives them a chance to survive as something they didn't choose to be, a chance to wake up after the convergence with the same face and a different soul. Survival is survival. No, survival as a homogenized template is a different kind of death, one that happens slowly enough to be mistaken for living. He pulled up Su Ran's detailed analysis. The compatibility accelerator affected everything: cultivation techniques, spiritual signatures, even emotional patterns. Under its influence, the world's diverse traditions, demon cultivation, beast bonding, monk stillness, rogue innovation, would converge toward a single standardized form. The diversity he had spent hours gathering, the unique frequencies each group contributed, the complexity that made the signal a portrait rather than a photograph, all of it would be flattened into uniformity. You did this in every cycle, he said. This is why Old Man Tian is dying. The elevation in his world was incomplete because the accelerator didn't preserve, it replaced. The people who survived your method survived as approximations of themselves, close enough to remember who they were, different enough to decay over millennia as the approximation diverged from the original. Old Man Tian stood beside the architect with the terrible patience of a witness testifying against a crime committed against his entire civilization. "She's right that my world survived," he said. "And I'm right that the survival was a slow death. The accelerator gave us bodies that breathed and minds that thought, but something was missing. Something fundamental. The thing that makes a person specifically themselves rather than a template wearing a name." The architect's golden eyes held defiance and something else. The buried guilt of someone who had made the same trade 12 times and never found peace with the arithmetic that turned individuality into a variable to be optimized. "Remove the accelerator," Shen Yun said. "Without it, the survival rate during convergence drops from 70% to unknown. You're gambling with, remove it, or I will, and my method will be less careful than yours." He began demodifying the nodes while the architect watched. The process required reaching into the deeper layers where her code nested alongside the Devourer's natural patterns, distinguishing between the two, and removing one without disrupting the other. It was like performing surgery on a beating heart while the heart was running a marathon through an earthquake. Su Ran assisted with analytical precision, her formation arrays mapping the code's architecture in real time, identifying the boundaries between the architect's insertions and the Devourer's native structure. Gu Tianming, contacted through the harmonic link, provided the Devourer's side perspective, guiding Shen Yun's modifications through the lattice points where the accelerator anchored. Node by node, layer by layer, the accelerator peeled away. The world's unique characteristics reasserted themselves like color returning to a faded painting. Demon Shi darkened back to its natural crimson, monk stillness deepened to its natural silence, beast bonds strengthened to their natural wildness. Rogue innovation sparked back to its natural chaos. The compatibility numbers shifted. The accelerator's artificial boost evaporated. The survival projection field went blank. The system couldn't calculate without the standardized parameters the accelerator had imposed. "You've blinded yourself," the architect said. "The system's projections depend on measurable compatibility. Without the accelerator, compatibility becomes variable, individual, unpredictable. You have no numbers." Good. The signal isn't supposed to be predictable. It's supposed to be honest. Survival projection. Unable to calculate. Parameters exceed historical data countdown. 00:0, 2:55:17. The accelerator was gone. The safety net was gone. The world was itself again. Messy, diverse, contradictory, specific, beautifully and terrifyingly unique. Whether that uniqueness would be enough to survive the convergence was a question no model could answer, no architect could predict, and no arbiter had ever tested, because every previous arbiter had accepted the accelerator's compromise, traded authenticity for compatibility, and watched 30% of their world dissolve into generic dimensional energy, while the surviving 70% spent the rest of eternity wondering why they couldn't remember what it felt like to be themselves. Chapter 76. The pilgrimage was complete. The accelerator was removed. The bridge frequency hummed with a signal that represented the most comprehensive, diverse, and honest portrait of a civilization ever assembled in the history of the Devourer's 12-cycle existence. 7.94 billion active participants. 300,000 demon cultivators, 12,000 spirit monks, 15,000 beast tamers, 60,000 rogue cultivators, 200,000 alliance forces from every major faction, and billions of ordinary citizens who had felt the harmonic link's warmth and chosen, with varying degrees of understanding, to participate. And 56 million who had chosen not to. Their silence, deliberate, principled, as valid as any voice, woven into the signal as a statement rather than an absence. Shen Yun stood at the keystone node and felt the world with spirit-severing stage 3 perception. The signal was magnificent. A chord of 8 billion notes played simultaneously, each note distinct, each note contributing something no other note could, the harmony emerging not from arrangement but from coexistence. But the signal had a problem. Not a gap, not a weakness, a question. The signal was complete as a portrait. It showed the Devourer what the world was. But the Devourer's question, as revealed in the shared vision, wasn't "What are you?" It was "What are you?" with emphasis on the last word. Not a request for description, a request for significance. Why should a cosmic entity care about the bacteria on its skin? The portrait needed a caption, and the caption needed to be something a being older than time could understand through a communication medium made of harmonic resonance rather than words. The experiential broadcast, he told the assembled team. It's not just for the population. It's a rehearsal. When 8 billion people experience the Devourer's perspective simultaneously, their collective response becomes the caption. Not what I compose, what they feel. The spontaneous, unscripted, honest emotional reaction of an entire species confronted with their own cosmic insignificance. And if the reaction is fear? Suran asked. Then fear is the caption. And a cosmic entity encountering a species whose first reaction to its own insignificance is fear learns something about what significance means to creatures small enough to be afraid. And if the reaction is anger? Then anger. And the Devourer learns about defiance. And if the reaction is different for every person? Then the Devourer learns that this world contains 8 billion different responses to the same truth, and the diversity of response is itself the answer to why should I care? Because a species that can produce 8 billion unique reactions to one stimulus is a species that creates more novelty per second than the Devourer has encountered in its entire eternal existence. The logic was sound. The execution was unprecedented. The risk was total. Initiate broadcast, he said. Suran's formation arrays synchronized with the Keystone node. The 194-node network aligned its output. The sovereign integration link opened to full bandwidth. And Shen Yun, standing at the center of a planetary-scale communication system, became the world's voice box, not by speaking for people, but by channeling their ability to speak for themselves. The broadcast went out. 8 billion minds received the vision. Not raw, filtered through Shen Yun's perception, softened by context, framed by the bridge frequency's warmth. They saw their world from outside, small, beautiful, a point of organized light inside a vast dimensional body. They felt the Devourer's presence, vast, impersonal, not malicious, not benevolent, present in the way gravity was present. They understood the countdown, a process, not a sentence. A cosmic heartbeat that happened to contain their existence. Then the reframe, the bridge frequency's response, the signal they were part of. They felt themselves in the signal. Each person heard their own voice in the chord. Each person perceived their individual existence contributing to something larger without losing its individuality. Not dissolution into a collective, amplification through connection. And then the choice. Simple, direct, offered without rhetoric or coercion. This is what's happening. This is what we are. This is what we need from you. Will you participate? Actively, consciously, with your full identity contributing to the signal? Or will you choose silence, and have that silence honored as your answer? The response was not unanimous. It was never going to be unanimous. In any population of 8 billion, there were people who would say no to anything, not from malice but from the deep, structural independence that made them who they were. But 99.3% said yes. 7.94 billion voices, each one a specific person choosing to be heard. The bridge frequency exploded with sound. Not a single note, but an orchestra of 8 billion instruments, each playing its own melody in a harmony that emerged from the chaos of individuality rather than the order of arrangement. Demon cultivators added low, dark tones that resonated with hunger and ancient patience. Spirit monks added silence that was itself a frequency, the sound of chosen stillness. Beast tamers added wildness. Rogue cultivators added innovation. Soldiers added discipline. Children added wonder. The elderly added memory. And the 56 million who refused added the frequency of defiance, which was not silence, but a note played in opposition that made the harmony richer by proving it could contain disagreement. Global compatibility, 99.3% active participation, 0.7% recorded refusal. Sovereign integration threshold, met, minimum 95%. Note, active refusal incorporated as signal component. Compatibility assessment, unprecedented. You included the refusal, the architect said, her voice carrying something Shen Yun hadn't heard from her in any previous interaction. Awe. Genuine, undisguised, the reaction of a 10,000-year-old consciousness fragment encountering an idea that broke her models. The refusal is part of who we are. A species that can say no to a cosmic entity and mean it, that's not a weakness. That's the most honest thing about us. Countdown 00:02:22:05. The signal was complete. The world had spoken, not in one voice, but in 8 billion. And the complexity of that chorus was either the strongest argument for preservation any world had ever made, or the most beautiful sound any species had ever produced on its way to dissolution. And which of those descriptions applied would be determined not by the quality of the signal, but by whether the entity hearing it was capable of recognizing beauty in something it had never been designed to understand. Chapter 77. The Architect's Compatibility Accelerator was gone. The experiential broadcast was complete. The signal was as strong and honest as 8 billion people could make it. But Shen Yun could feel one more layer of the architect's code embedded in the system's deepest architecture. Not the accelerator, which he had removed, but something fundamental. Something woven into the system's core before it was ever installed in an Arbiter. There's more, he said, standing at the keystone node with his perception reaching into the system's foundations. I can feel it, deeper than the accelerator, deeper than the data collection subroutine. Something structural. The architect stood before the open council. She had agreed to transparency. Now transparency was being demanded at a level she hadn't anticipated. 3 modifications, she said. I told you about all 3. First, the accelerator removed. Second, the data collection subroutine. Third, the failsafe. Tell us about the failsafe. If your approach reaches critical failure, if the sovereign integration collapses, if the signal breaks, if the Devourer's response overwhelms the Arbiter, the failsafe activates. It reroutes the convergence energy through my control parameters. The world survives at 70%. Identity preservation is sacrificed for survival. The 70% outcome. Yes, it's the backup, the insurance, the guarantee that even if everything goes wrong, something survives. The room absorbed this. The failsafe was comforting, a net beneath the tightrope. The knowledge that failure didn't mean total annihilation but a reduced, diminished, but still breathing survival. What happens to the signal if the failsafe is active? Suran asked, her mind cutting to the technical implications. The architect paused. The pause was fractionally too long, and in that fraction, Shen Yun's spirit-severing perception identified the shape of a truth she hadn't wanted to volunteer. The failsafe reserves processing capacity in the system's architecture. It maintains a parallel pathway, ready to activate at any moment. That reserve capacity reduces the primary approach's available resources by approximately 8%. 8% of the system's processing power, Suran translated, allocated to running a backup instead of supporting the primary approach. 8% that could mean the difference between the signal being strong enough to reach the Devourer and the signal falling 1% short of what a cosmic entity can hear, Shen Yun said. Or 8% that prevents total annihilation if the primary approach fails. Keep the failsafe, Mei Lingzhou said. Her voice was calm, practical, and carried the weight of someone who had watched the person she loved nearly die multiple times in 30 days. Having a backup doesn't weaken the primary approach by enough to matter. I agree, Xiao Xinfeng added. Prudence isn't weakness. It's the difference between bravery and recklessness. 8% is the difference between bravery and recklessness, Shen Yun countered. The signal needs to be as strong as possible. Every fraction of processing power, every resource, every available advantage, all of it goes to the primary approach. Because the primary approach is the one that saves everyone, and the backup is the one that kills 30% and calls it success. You're describing a bet with no safety net. I'm describing trust. The failsafe is the architect's lack of trust given technical form, the encoded assumption that people will fail, that arbiters will fail, that the best possible outcome requires accepting a 30% death toll. I reject the assumption. I reject the encoding. And I reject the failsafe. He turned to the architect. Disable it. Her expression fractured. The composure that had held through 12 cycles of civilizations, through billions of deaths rationalized as acceptable losses, through 10,000 years of managing processes she had built and worlds she had watched burn. It broke. Not dramatically, like a plate developing a hairline crack that would eventually become a fault line. If this fails, she said, 8 billion people die. Not 70%. Not 30%. All of them. If this succeeds, 8 billion people live. Not 70%. Not 94%. All of them. That's the bet. You're gambling with their lives. I'm trusting their signal. Every other arbiter trusted your failsafe. Every other arbiter lost 30%. The definition of insanity is repeating the same strategy and expecting different results. I'm trying a different strategy. The council was split. Faces reflected the divide, some nodding, some pale, some paralyzed between agreement and terror. The decision was binary. Safety net or free fall. Compromise or conviction. If this fails, the architect said again, and her voice carried 10,000 years of accumulated grief for every civilization she had watched make this exact gamble and lose. I want you to know that in 12 cycles, you're the first arbiter I've respected, and the first one I've watched choose extinction over compromise. Then let's make sure it doesn't come to that. Disable the failsafe. She closed her golden eyes. When she opened them, they were brighter, as if the act of releasing control had freed energy that control had been consuming. Disabled. The system's processing capacity surged, 8% more power allocated to the primary approach. The bridge frequency's signal strengthened. The harmonic field deepened. The connection between Shen Yun and 8 billion people sharpened from clear to crystalline. System status. Failsafe disabled primary approach. Full resource allocation convergence outcome. Binary. 100% or 0% countdown. 00:02:02:17. The safety net was gone. Below, nothing but the void that had consumed 11 previous worlds. Above, the possibility that had never been achieved. And in between, 8 billion people standing on a signal made of their own voices, hoping that the sound of who they were was loud enough to make a god look down. Because if it wasn't, the silence that followed would be the most permanent silence in the history of a universe that had been listening for something worth hearing since before the concept of worth existed. Chapter 78. The final breakthrough session began with Mei Lingzhou's hands on his shoulders and ended with Shen Yun seeing the world in a way that no human mind had been designed to process. Temporal compression activated. 5 seconds of external time. 2 years of internal experience. Inside, his spiritual landscape, now vast and transparent after 3 stages of severing. The 8 billion lights beyond the dissolved wall. The infinite depth below the transparent floor. And at the center, the simple house that replaced the golden towers. A man's home, not a hero's monument. The blade manifested. Stage 4 target. It pointed at his heart. Not the organ, the concept. The place where love lived. The warmth he carried for Mei Lingzhou, for his friends, for the billions of strangers whose frequencies he could now perceive with crystalline clarity. No, he said. Not the love. The ghost clarified, her form stronger in this space, sustained by the sovereign integration link. The need. You love Mei Lingzhou. That's real. The bridge frequency between you two is the strongest individual connection in the entire signal. But beneath the love is a need. The belief that without her, you are incomplete. That she fills a gap that exists because you are not enough on your own. She does fill something. She enriches something. The distinction is critical. Enrichment means adding to what is already whole. Need means depending on external completion. The love survives severing. The dependency doesn't. He hesitated. The dependency felt like love. It was wrapped around love so tightly that cutting one without damaging the other required precision that made microsurgery look crude and dimensional architecture look simple. The anchor catches you if the cut goes wrong, she said. That's what anchors are for. He cut. The blade separated dependency from love with the precision of splitting a hair lengthwise along its invisible axis. The dependency dissolved. The desperate clinging, the terror of loss, the conviction that her absence would end him, the way his thoughts organized around her presence, the way planets organized around gravity. What remained was love, stripped of desperation. Clean, strong, chosen rather than compelled. Present because he wanted it rather than because he couldn't function without it. Outside, Mei Lingzhou felt the shift through the anchor connection. Her eyes widened, then softened. He's lighter, she whispered. He still loves me, but he's not holding on with both hands anymore. He's holding on with one hand and using the other to reach for what needs reaching. Stage 4 complete. Stage 5 target. The blade pointed at the space between him and the 8 billion lights. Not a wall. He'd already severed that. A lens. A filter that interpreted other people through the framework of his own experience. Empathy that was projection. Understanding that was assumption dressed as compassion. The belief that he knew what others felt because he had felt something similar, and the conviction that similar was close enough. The assumption of universal experience, the ghost said. You've been relating to 8 billion people by finding yourself in them. Your empathy works by translating their experiences into your language. It's effective but limited. You only understand the parts of them that match your own. What's the alternative? Seeing them as they are rather than as reflections of you. The alternative to projected empathy isn't cold detachment. It's genuine curiosity. The willingness to encounter someone as a mystery you will never fully solve rather than a puzzle you've already completed in your head. He cut. The lens shattered. And the 8 billion lights became 8 billion strangers. Each one alien. Each one incomprehensible. Each one a foreign country whose language he didn't speak and whose customs he couldn't predict. The isolation was staggering. Without the lens of projected empathy, every connection required effort. Every understanding required asking rather than assuming. Every relationship became a choice rather than an instinct. But the strangers were beautiful. Not beautiful because they reflected him. Beautiful because they didn't. 8 billion unique expressions of existence, none of which he could fully understand, all of which he could choose to learn about. The difference between, I understand you because we're similar, and I don't understand you and I want to learn, was the difference between a mirror and a window, and windows showed more. Stage 5 complete. Stage 6 target. The blade pointed at himself. At the center of his spiritual landscape, where a figure stood that looked like him, spoke like him, and believed it was him. The constructed self, the ghost said. The narrative you've built about who you are. The hero. The arbiter. The man who saves the world. It's a useful story. It's carried you through 30 days of impossible situations. But you've confused the story with the storyteller. If I cut the narrative, what's left? The person who exists when no one is watching and no story is being told. The one who breathes and notices and is. The person behind the character. He raised the blade. The narrative self looked at him with his own face, his own eyes, his own expression of determination, and smiled. It was the smile of a character who had served its purpose, who had been a good vehicle for the consciousness that rode inside it, and who was ready to step off stage. He cut. The narrative dissolved. The hero identity, the arbiter role, the protagonist arc, all of it fell away like a costume removed after a performance. What remained was simpler and stranger. A consciousness without a story. A being without a label. Someone who existed not because the universe needed him, but because existence happened, and he was one of its expressions. Spirit severing stage 6 complete. The transition to Tao seeking arrived not as a breakthrough, but as a recognition. The seeker and the seeking were the same thing, and the path and the walker were the same thing, and understanding this wasn't a revelation but a remembering. Cultivation, Spirit severing stage 3 Tao seeking stage 1 Epic core stability, 91% lifespan cost, 8 years. Total loss, 54. Remaining, 541. 5 seconds of real time. He opened eyes that saw the world without the filter of narrative, without the lens of projected empathy, without the dependency of need, without the bedrock of assumptions he'd mistaken for identity. The world was more beautiful than he'd ever perceived. Not because it had changed, because he was seeing it directly. Not through the story of himself, not through the mirror of projected understanding, not through the need that had made everything about what it meant to him. The world was itself. Beautiful, indifferent to his perception, independent of his narrative, existing with or without his observation. Spirit severing complete. Tao seeking initiated, the system confirmed. Countdown. 00:01:48:33 and in the vast, interconnected signal of 7.94 billion voices, Shen Yun's contribution changed. No longer a hero's proclamation, but a person's presence. Simple and honest and indistinguishable from any other individual point of light, except that this particular point was the one holding the connection to a cosmic entity that was about to wake up, and the question of whether that connection would survive the waking was no longer a question about power or technique or strategy. but about whether a consciousness stripped of every comfortable story it had told about itself could stand naked before something infinite and say hello without flinching. Chapter 79. The revelation arrived, through Tao seeking perception, like sunrise illuminating a landscape that had been there all along, but invisible in darkness. The world was inside the devourer, not approaching it, not threatened by it, contained within it, had always been contained within it. The devourer wasn't a cosmic entity coming to consume a world. It was a cosmic entity that had always contained the world. The convergence wasn't an arrival. It was a waking up. The moment when the container noticed what was inside it. Shen Yun shared the revelation with the Alliance. Not through the bridge frequency, through his own voice, standing at the keystone node, speaking to the assembled leaders with the unadorned directness that spirit severing had stripped to and Tao seeking had refined into something that was less eloquence and more transparency. We've been thinking about this wrong. All of us. For 30 days. The countdown isn't measuring how long until the devourer arrives. The devourer is already here. We're inside it. We've always been inside it. The countdown measures how long until it becomes conscious of us. The silence that followed was the kind that preceded paradigm shifts. The moment before understanding reorganized everything a person thought they knew into a new configuration that made the old one look like a rough draft. Think of it this way, he continued. You live on your skin. Bacteria, microorganisms, entire ecosystems of beings too small for you to notice. They exist in your world, on you, inside you, but they're below the threshold of your awareness. You don't think about them because they've never given you a reason to. The convergence is the moment the devourer's awareness drops to our level. It notices us the way you'd notice a tingling on your arm. And what happens next depends on whether the tingling is interesting or annoying. And if it considers us bacteria to be cleaned? Xiao Zhenfeng asked. That's what happens in an unprepared convergence. The devourer's awareness treats the world like an itch, something to be scratched, adjusted, homogenized into the background. The people who survive the architect's method survive as background, compatible, invisible, existing without being noticed, breathing without being alive in any way that distinguishes them from the cosmic equivalent of white noise. And your method? My method is to be noticed, not as background, not as an itch, as something the devourer recognizes as part of itself, significant, specific, worth preserving not because we're useful, but because we're interesting. Because in the devourer's eternal existence, it has never encountered anything like 8 billion unique expressions of consciousness choosing to be heard rather than choosing to hide. The architect listened from the council's edge with the expression of someone hearing their life's work reinterpreted by an outsider whose reinterpretation was either dangerously naive or uncomfortably close to an insight she had spent 10,000 years failing to achieve. The bridge frequency, Shen Yun said. It's not a defense. It's not a weapon. It's a voice. We're trying to speak loudly enough for a cosmic entity to hear us, and then communicate something it's never encountered. The concept of individual identity within collective existence. The idea that the cells in your body are not interchangeable parts, but specific, irreplaceable individuals. Each one different. Each one valuable. Each one capable of contributing something no other cell can. And the signal needs every voice, Xiao Zhenfeng said, understanding arriving in his expression like dawn through clouds. Because a signal with gaps is a signal with silence, and silence sounds like background noise. The 30% who die in the architect's method, they die because the signal is incomplete. The devourer's awareness passes over them because they're in the gaps. They register as background. Uninteresting. Unremarkable. And a cosmic entity that processes information at dimensional scale doesn't preserve what it can't distinguish from noise. Xiao Zhenfeng rose and addressed his reunited forces, the heavenly purity cultivators who had returned at his command. His voice carried the raw honesty of a man whose philosophical framework had been rebuilt twice in 6 hours. I was wrong, he said. My approach would have reduced the signal, weakened the voice, condemned 30% to being noise. I am asking the Alliance to accept my return and my forces' full participation. He knelt, before Shen Yun, before the entire Alliance. A spirit-severing patriarch with centuries of pride, kneeling to a Tao-seeking cultivator half his age. The gesture cost him everything that kneeling costs a man who has never knelt, and the sound of that cost was audible in the silence that followed. Shen Yun extended his hand. "Welcome back." As Xiao Jinfeng rose, the architect vanished. Not dramatically. She simply wasn't there anymore. Where she had stood, a note materialized, crystallized spiritual energy arranged into words that glowed with golden light. "You're closer than any arbiter has come. But you're still missing the key. Find it yourself." The architect, "What key?" Mei Lingzhou asked. Shen Yun read the note twice. The architect had watched 12 arbiters die during sovereign integration. She knew why they died. She had been telling him all along, in fragments, in implications, in carefully curated revelations that pointed toward the answer without stating it. The arbiter enters the world's consciousness, merges with it, speaks to the devourer. The devourer responds. And the response kills the arbiter because a cosmic entity's reply is aimed at the voice, at one consciousness, and no individual mind can process what the devourer sends back. The scale is too vast. The information is too dense. The mortal framework collapses. You have anchors. 7 of us holding your consciousness together. The anchors hold during integration. They may not hold during the response. The devourer's reply will be directed at the voice, at me, specifically, and its communication operates at a scale that makes human cognition look like a candle in a hurricane. Countdown 00:01:22:44. The question hung over the alliance like a blade suspended by a thread that was either strong enough to hold or thin enough to snap. And the answer was somewhere in the preceding 30 days of work, hidden in the pattern of everything Shen Yun had done, waiting to be recognized by someone who had stripped away every assumption and narrative and was seeing the world as it was rather than as a story. And perhaps the key was that there was no key, that the answer had been present since the beginning and would reveal itself not through seeking, but through arriving at the place where seeking and finding were the same act. Chapter 80. The world united. Not in the sense of political agreement. Factions still disagreed. Territories remained contested. Ancient grudges simmered beneath the surface of cooperation. But in the sense that mattered, every voice, willing or unwilling, was accounted for. The bridge frequency carried 7.94 billion active participants and 56 million recorded refusals. The signal was complete. The chorus was ready. Shen Yun stood at the nexus point doorway. Behind him, the world. Before him, the vast, luminous mechanism of the convergence, gears of light spinning with the urgency of a process entering its final phase. The countdown read 1 hour, 8 minutes. The mechanism's energy output was climbing exponentially, each minute bringing the moment of the devourer's full consciousness closer. The golden aurora in the sky had intensified until it was no longer an accent, but the dominant feature. The sky was golden, threaded with deep blue, and the blue was losing ground. His anchor team took their positions around the nexus point doorway, each one carrying a piece of his consciousness, each one a lifeline connecting the man entering the mechanism to the world he was entering it for. Mei Lingzhou, his heart, the connection to the personal and specific, the frequency that said, among 8 billion, this one. She stood with her sword sheathed and her aura wrapped around his like arms around a body about to fall. Feng Hao, his body, the physical anchor, the man whose spirit-severing physique could absorb punishment that would kill lesser cultivators, and who was willing to absorb the sovereign integration's physical backlash so that Shen Yun didn't have to carry it alone. He stood with his feet planted and his jaw set and his heart visible in the steadiness of his hands. Su ran his mind, the analytical precision that would translate cosmic data into comprehensible patterns. She stood with formation arrays deployed in a ring around the doorway, each one tuned to a different aspect of the sovereign integration's energy signature, her entire being organized around the task of keeping one consciousness coherent under infinite pressure. Old Man Tian, his experience, 10,000 years of observation across 3 worlds, distilled into the instinct to recognize patterns that hadn't been seen in this world before. He stood with the quiet gravity of a mountain that had seen civilizations rise and fall, and had learned that the difference between the ones that lasted and the ones that didn't was measured in a quality that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with character. Luo Qianying, his voice, the diplomat who translated between perspectives, who found common ground where none seemed to exist, who would ensure that the Devourer's response, whatever form it took, was interpreted with nuance rather than fear. She stood with her hands folded and her expression composed, and her mind already running scenarios for communications she couldn't predict. Gu Tianming, his darkness. The proof that past sins didn't determine future purpose. The Devourer perspective fragments that would let him perceive the cosmic entity's response from its own side, translating nonlinear communication into something human cognition could process. He stood at the group's edge, Foundation establishment cultivation laughable and Devourer fragments irreplaceable, the paradox of his usefulness a mirror of his redemption. By Suin's ghost, his memory. The knowledge of what failure looked like, carried by someone who had lived through it and died of it, and persisted beyond death to ensure it didn't happen again. She flickered at the boundary of visibility, barely there, held together by the sovereign integration link and the stubborn refusal of a consciousness that should have faded millennia ago, but hadn't because it had made a promise to the living. 7 anchors. 7 aspects. 7 people who chose to hold rather than let him dissolve. You know the plan, he told them. I enter the mechanism. Sovereign integration completes. My consciousness merges with the world's. I speak to the Devourer with 8 billion voices. You hold me together. Simple enough? Feng Hao said, cracking knuckles that could shatter mountains. Hold you together. I've been doing that since you tripped over your own feet in that cave. The anchor connections will strain, Su Ran warned, her tone clinical but her eyes betraying concern. The sovereign integration data suggests each anchor experiences a fraction of the integration burden. For 7 anchors, that's manageable. But if the burden spikes, during the Devourer's response, for instance, the fraction could become lethal. I accept the risk, Old Man Tian said. I've been dying slowly for 10,000 years. At least this death would mean something. Nobody's dying, Shen Yun said. That's the entire point of everything we've done. He turned to Mei Lingzhou. She stood with the stillness of a blade in its sheath. All potential, all readiness, all the violence and tenderness that lived in the same body because she was both sword and heart and had never seen a contradiction between the two. Whatever happens in there, he said, remember that any version of me that exists is a version that loves you. If I come out different, changed, less than I am now, the love survives the transformation. I know, she said, because I'll be holding it. The Nexus Point doorway pulsed with convergence energy, golden light that smelled like lightning and tasted like possibility and felt like standing on the edge of something that had no word in any language because no one had ever stood at this particular edge before. The system displayed its final pre-integration message. Warning, sovereign integration will kill the Arbiter in 100% of observed cases. Proceeding? He read the warning. 100% fatality rate. Every Arbiter who had ever attempted this, every hero, every champion, every chosen one across 12 cycles of cosmic history, had died. The data was unambiguous. The precedent was absolute. The rational response was to stop. But none of those Arbiters had had 7 anchors. None had had a signal that included refusal. None had stripped away the narrative of heroism and approached the task not as a protagonist, but as a person. None had disabled the failsafe and bet everything on the belief that 8 billion people, speaking as themselves, were louder than one person pretending to speak for them. He dismissed the warning. Acknowledged. Proceeding. He stepped through the doorway. Into the mechanism. Into the light. Behind him, 7 anchors braced. 7 connections, heart, body, mind, experience, voice, darkness, ghost, tightened like ropes around a consciousness about to be flung into the infinite. The mechanism swallowed him. Gears of light closed around his form. The convergence energy wrapped his spiritual body in golden fire that burned not with heat, but with information. The accumulated data of a cosmic entity's dimensional body attempting to process a new consciousness within its awareness. And from every node on the planet, from every connected soul in the world, from 7.94 billion active participants and 56 million recorded refusals, the signal surged. The voice of a world, carried through a man, aimed at a god that didn't know what people meant. Countdown. 00 to 01 to 08 to 15 sovereign integration. Initiating the world held its breath. 8 billion hearts beat in something too vast and imperfect to be called unison, but too coordinated to be called chance. The golden aurora deepened, brightened, and began to pulse, matching the rhythm of the convergence mechanism, matching the bridge frequency, matching the heartbeat of a cosmic entity that was, for the first time in its eternal existence, about to hear a voice from inside itself. A voice that said, "We are here. We are specific. We are worth knowing." And somewhere in the void between dimensions, the hunger between pressed against the boundary and watched, because a birth was happening and a parasite's favorite moment was the instant before the first breath, when everything was vulnerable and the threshold between life and death was thinner than a blade's edge and sharper than the sound of 8 billion people discovering that the courage to speak and the terror of being heard were the same sensation, felt at the same moment, with no guarantee that what came next would be anything other than the silence that had swallowed every world that tried before them. Chapter 81. The mechanism swallowed him whole. Gears of golden light rotated around Shen Yun's spiritual body in concentric rings, each one spinning at a different speed, each one carrying a frequency that pressed against his consciousness like hands pressing against a window. The convergence energy was warm and cold at the same time, information pretending to be heat, data disguised as sensation. His 7 anchor connections pulsed behind him: heart, body, mind, experience, voice, darkness, ghost. 7 lifelines stretching from the infinite mechanism back to 7 people standing in the wind outside the Nexus Point doorway. He could feel them. Mei Lingzhou's steady love, Feng Hao's defiant strength, Su Ran's clinical precision, Old Man Tian's ancient patience, Luo Qianying's careful diplomacy, Gu Tianming's reformed determination, Bai Suyin's flickering persistence. The sovereign integration began with a pull, not physical, spiritual. His consciousness was drawn outward from his body like thread from a spool, unwinding in all directions at once. He felt himself thinning, stretching, becoming less a person and more a signal broadcast across the world's spiritual matrix. Every harmonized node lit up as his awareness passed through it. 47 points of light, forming a constellation that mapped the planet's spiritual infrastructure. Then the world opened beneath him. Not the physical world. The inner world. The representation of 8 billion lives compressed into a space that his consciousness could navigate. It appeared as a library. Not metaphor. Not symbol. A library so vast that its shelves stretched past the horizon in every direction, floor to ceiling with books that glowed faintly with spiritual energy. Each book was a life. Each spine bore a name that shifted when he tried to read it, because names were just the surface and the book beneath contained everything. Every thought, every breath, every choice made across decades of being alive. 8 billion books, Shen Yun whispered, and his voice echoed through shelves that multiplied the sound until it became a choir of one word repeating in diminishing waves. The library had a guardian. It descended from the vaulted ceiling with the slow gravity of a continent drifting through the sky, a dragon made of pure light, its body composed of crystallized spiritual energy that refracted into colors Shen Yun had no names for. It was the world's collective will-given form, and it regarded him with eyes that contained the accumulated judgment of every conscious being on the planet. "You wish to speak for us?" the dragon said. Its voice was not one voice, but billions, layered, harmonic, the sound of a world breathing in unison. Shen Yun straightened. "I do. First, understand us." The dragon swept one luminous claw across the infinite shelves. "Read every book. You have 6 hours." Through the anchor link, Su Ran's voice reached him. Faint, distorted by the integration's interference, but still sharp. 6 hours. Billions of books. That's not a test. That's an execution dressed as an exam. "I heard her," the dragon said, amused in the way that oceans were amused by boats. "Your mind anchor is perceptive. She is correct. No consciousness in recorded history has accomplished this task." "Then why set it?" "Because the task is not the point. Your response to it is. Countdown. 00:01:07:58. The golden aurora visible through the library's non-existent ceiling pulsed in rhythm with the convergence mechanism. 6 hours until the devourer's full awakening. 6 hours to prove he deserved to be the voice that spoke when the cosmic entity opened its ears for the first time. Shen Yun walked to the nearest shelf and pulled out the first book. It fell open in his hands and swallowed him. He was a farmer, 67 years old, born in the rice paddies of the southern delta. His wife had died giving birth to their third child, and he'd raised all three alone while the sect wars burned the countryside around them. He'd never cultivated a single wisp of qi. His proudest achievement was a rice strain that grew 3 days faster than any other variety in the province. He died of lung disease at 67, coughing blood onto a pillow while his youngest held his hand and lied about the weather outside. Shen Yun set the book back on the shelf with shaking hands. The second book, a child soldier conscripted at 9 into the Azure Phoenix Empire's border campaigns. She'd killed her first enemy at 11. By 14, she commanded a unit. At 22, she deserted and spent the rest of her life running. She never stopped looking over her shoulder. She died at 40, alone, in a room above a tavern that didn't know her real name. The third, a merchant who built a trade empire through systematic fraud. He cheated partners, bribed officials, destroyed competitors. At 50, he started regretting. At 60, the regret consumed him. He spent his last 20 years anonymously repaying everyone he'd wronged, and when he died, his ledger was still 17 names short of balanced. By the 1,000th book, Shen Yun was on his knees. The weight of human experience pressed down on his consciousness like a mountain range lowering itself onto a single point. Joy and grief and ambition and failure and love and betrayal. Not abstract concepts, but lived realities. Each one as vast and complex as his own life. Each one as important to its owner as Shen Yun's life was to him. "You're breaking," the dragon observed from above, its tone carrying neither sympathy nor judgment. "Every arbiter before you try to read them all. They went mad or gave up. Is that your answer too?" Shen Yun knelt among the shelves, surrounded by the glow of 8 billion lives, and tried to breathe through a chest that felt like it contained every emotion the human species had ever produced. His spirit, severing clarity, strained under the load. His anchor connections tightened. He could feel Feng Hao bracing against the spiritual backlash, Mei Lingzhou pouring steadiness through the heart link. Su ran running calculations at desperate speed. He looked at the book in his hands. The 1,001st Life. A woman who had loved painting and never been good at it, but had painted every single day for 40 years because the act of creation was more important to her than the result. "No," he said to the dragon. "That's not my answer." He set the book down, and instead of reaching for the next one, he reached inside himself. Chapter 82. The system flickered in his consciousness, struggling to process the library's data. It offered analysis frameworks, speed-reading protocols, consciousness-splitting techniques that might let him experience multiple lives simultaneously. Each option came with percentage estimates of success, all below 1%. Shen Yun dismissed them. "What are you doing?" Su Ran's voice came through the anchor, sharper now, edged with urgency. "The system's offering viable approaches. Modified consciousness splitting with anchor stabilization could let you process 30,000 books per hour. With 6 hours, that's 180,000. Nowhere near 8 billion, but it demonstrates effort. Effort isn't the point," Shen Yun said. He stood among the shelves and considered the problem. Not the mathematical problem. That was unsolvable, and the dragon knew it. The real problem. The one hidden behind the impossible task, like a teacher hiding a lesson behind a test. Every arbiter before him had tried to read the books. They had approached the library as a challenge to be conquered, a mountain of data to be processed, a task to be completed. And they had all failed because the task was designed to be failed. No consciousness, mortal or otherwise, could contain 8 billion lives. The library wasn't a test of capacity. It was a test of something else. Shen Yun looked at the shelves around him. Thousands of books he'd read, each one a person who had lived and died without ever being known by someone like him, without ever having their story matter to the systems of power that shaped their world. The farmer, the child soldier, the fraudulent merchant, the persistent painter. None of them had been cultivators. None had wielded power that would earn them mention in sect histories. They were the invisible majority, the 8 billion whose lives formed the foundation of a world that barely acknowledged their existence. "You're supposed to read them all," the dragon reminded him, its luminous form descending to his level. eyes vast and questioning. That is the trial. Demonstrate your understanding of the world you claim to represent. No, Shen Yun said. I can't understand them all. No one can. Claiming otherwise would be a lie, and lying to the collective will of the world seems like a poor way to earn its trust. The dragon's luminous tail curled with interest. Then you forfeit? I offer something different. He reached into his own spiritual core, past the system interface, past the accumulated epic essence, past the spirit-severing clarity that had carried him through 30 days of crisis. He found the deepest part of himself, the place where experience lived before it became memory, where feeling existed before it became thought. His own book. He pulled it out. Not a physical object, a spiritual construct, a crystallized record of everything he was. His life, his failures, his fears, his borrowed power aging that had turned a young man's body old before its time. His love for Mei Lingzhou, not the romantic narrative, but the raw, uncomfortable truth of caring for someone so much that their pain felt like his own. His guilt about the people he couldn't save. His terror that the countdown would reach zero and his plan would fail and 8 billion people would die because he wasn't enough. He held his book open, every page visible, nothing hidden. The dragon went still. No arbiter, it said, and for the first time its voice carried a single emotion rather than billions. Surprise, has ever done this. They were trying to prove they understood the world, Shen Yun said. I'm trying to show the world who's asking to speak for it. The honest answer is, a man who's scared, who's running out of time, who doesn't know if his plan will work, and who is asking, not demanding, not claiming the right, asking if you'll let him try. Silence. The library held its breath. 8 billion books on 8 billion shelves, each one containing a consciousness that was, through the world's spiritual matrix, faintly aware of what was happening in this space. Then the first book opened. Not because Shen Yun reached for it, because the life inside it chose to open. The farmer from the southern delta. His story poured out, not into Shen Yun's mind as data, but towards Shen Yun's open book as connection. 2 lives touching, not reading, meeting. The second book opened. The child soldier. Her fury and her grief and her desperate sprint through decades of running. All of it reaching toward the man who'd shown his scars first. The third, the fourth, the 100th, the 1000th. Books opened across the library like flowers blooming in accelerated time. Shelves lit up in cascading waves. Entire sections igniting as lives that had been waiting in silent pages chose to share themselves. Not because they were compelled. Not because an arbiter demanded their cooperation. Because someone had been vulnerable first. And vulnerability was a language every consciousness understood regardless of cultivation realm, birth status, or species. It's not about knowing everyone, Shen Yun said, as millions of connections formed and reformed around him. It's about being known. The dragon's luminous form shimmered. Its eyes, each one containing the light of billions, looked at Shen Yun with something that, in a more personal being, might have been called respect. Continue, it said. Show me what you do with what they give you. Countdown. 00:01:05:33 through the anchor link. Mei Lingzhou whispered. I can feel them. The books. They're reaching for him. Billions of them. Outside the nexus point, the golden aurora brightened. The mechanism's gears spun faster. And inside the library, Shen Yun stood at the center of a rising tide of human connection that was, for the first time in the history of this cosmic process, flowing willingly. Chapter 83. The exchange was not what Shen Yun expected. He had braced for information, for the crushing weight of data that had broken every previous arbiter. Instead, what came was feeling. Not individual emotions, but the texture of lived experience. The particular quality of grief that belonged to a mother who buried her child. The specific flavor of joy that came from finishing a task you'd worked on for years. The unnamed sensation of standing in a doorway between 2 rooms and not knowing which one was home. The lives didn't pour through him. They stood beside him. Millions, then hundreds of millions, then billions of presences crowding the library space in a way that should have been claustrophobic but wasn't, because they weren't pushing against his consciousness. They were sharing the space, each one distinct, each one carrying its own gravity. Shen Yun's spirit severing cultivation strained under the volume. Not the weight of their experience, but the sheer number of simultaneous connections. His spiritual core burned with the effort of maintaining individual awareness for each presence. Every connection demanded recognition. Every life demanded to be seen as itself, not as one of 8 billion. The system offered assistance, aggregate processing, pattern recognition, compression algorithms that would reduce billions of individuals to statistical clusters. He refused. "You can't hold this," the dragon warned, its luminous body circling the expanding exchange. "Your consciousness will fragment." No mortal mind was designed for 8 billion simultaneous perceptions. "Then help me," Shen Yun said. Not to the dragon, to the lives around him. Another unprecedented request. The books, the lives, responded. They organized themselves, not into the hierarchies that sects and nations imposed, but into organic clusters based on shared experience. Farmers found other farmers. Soldiers found other soldiers. Mothers found other mothers. Painters found other painters. The library rearranged itself around patterns of commonality, reducing the processing burden by letting lives speak through their communities rather than as isolated individuals. It was still overwhelming, but it was manageable. Shen Yun advanced to spirit-severing stage 3 from the raw spiritual exchange, not through combat or meditation, but through the sheer expansion of his consciousness to accommodate presences that no cultivator had ever made room for. The breakthrough was quiet. No thunderclap, no tribulation lightning, just a widening, like a river finding a broader channel. "He's changing," Su Ran reported through the anchor, her analytical mind cataloging the energy readings. "His spiritual signature is expanding. It's incorporating external patterns, individual patterns, millions of them. He's not absorbing the lives. He's making space for them inside himself." "Is that safe?" Feng Hao asked, the physical anchor bracing against the increasing strain. "I don't have a reference frame for this. Nothing in cultivation history compares." Inside the library, Shen Yun felt the exchange reaching a threshold. The lives had shared themselves. He had shared himself. The mutual vulnerability had created something between them. Not unity, not merger, but recognition. 8 billion lives recognizing one man. One man recognizing 8 billion lives. Not understanding, recognizing. The difference was everything. The dragon descended to the library floor. Its luminous form condensed until it stood before Shen Yun at human scale. Still a dragon, still made of light, but smaller now, more intimate. "You have the right to speak," it said. "You earned it not by knowing us, but by letting us know you. That is the qualification." "But," Shen Yun heard the pause, "but can you survive the speaking?" The sovereign integration's second phase requires your consciousness to expand beyond the library, beyond the inner world, to encompass the outer world itself. Every thought, every heartbeat, every dream of 8 billion people experienced simultaneously, not as books on shelves, as living, present, real-time awareness. For how long? For as long as it takes to compose a message the devourer can hear. You will be the world's voice. The world is loud. The devourer is louder. And you will stand between them, translating. Every previous arbiter who reached this point died within minutes. Shen Yun looked at the billions of presences around him. They were watching, waiting, aware of the stakes in a way that was neither fearful nor hopeful but attentive. The focused attention of people who had decided to trust and were now seeing what their trust had purchased. "If I die," he said, "the message still needs sending. Is there another way?" There is no other way. The Arbiter is the bridge. Without the bridge, the world has no voice and the devourer hears silence. Countdown. 00:01:03:14. He thought of Mei Lingzhou, holding his heart anchor outside. Of Feng Hao, bracing against strain that would shatter a lesser body. Of Su Ran, running calculations that described the impossible. Of Old Man Tian, lending 10,000 years of pattern recognition. Of Luo Qianying, ready to translate whatever came back. Of Gu Tianming, standing proof that broken things could be repaired. Of Bai Suin's ghost, flickering evidence that death wasn't the end of usefulness. 7 anchors. 7 lifelines. 7 reasons to believe that the 100% fatality rate was a pattern, not a law. "Begin the second phase," he said. The library dissolved. The shelves, the books, the dragon, all of it folded inward like a collapsing star, and Shen Yun's consciousness exploded outward. He became the world. Chapter 84. Every thought, every heartbeat, Every dream. Shen Yun's consciousness expanded at the speed of light across the planet's spiritual matrix, touching every harmonized node, flowing through every connection, reaching every mind that had participated in the bridge frequency signal. 8 billion lives, not as books in a library, but as active, breathing, thinking, feeling presences experienced simultaneously. A woman in the northern peaks was nursing her infant and wondering if the golden sky meant the end of everything she'd built for her daughter. A man in the free cities was praying to gods he didn't believe in because prayer was the only action left that didn't require power he didn't have. A child in the beast tamer territories was watching the auroral light and laughing because she thought the sky was celebrating her birthday. Each perception was razor-sharp and immediate. Each one demanded his full attention. 8 billion demands, simultaneous, relentless, and each one valid because each one was a person. The pain arrived 3 seconds later. It wasn't physical pain, though his body in the real world was suffering too. Feng Hao was channeling his spirit-severing physique against the backlash, and even his enormous reserves were draining fast. The pain was cognitive. A mortal mind, even a spirit-severing mind, even one stretched by sovereign integration, was a single instrument trying to play 8 billion notes at once. The dissonance was shattering. Shen Yun screamed, or the world screamed through him, or both. His spiritual channels are cracking, Su Ran reported, her voice thin with controlled fear. The second phase is exceeding the projected load by 400%. If we don't reduce the strain in the next 2 minutes, his core will fragment. Tell me what to do, Feng Hao growled, blood leaking from his nose as the physical backlash tore at his body. Tell me, and I'll do it. There's nothing to do. The strain is informational, not energetic. He's processing too many simultaneous consciousnesses. We can't absorb that for him. Inside the expansion, Shen Yun was losing coherence. The individual perceptions were blurring together. The nursing mother and the praying man and the laughing child merging into a composite experience that was no one's life, and therefore meaningless. The world was becoming noise. And in noise, there was no voice. Then Baisuin appeared. Her ghost, barely visible, held together by the last reserves of a consciousness that should have faded millennia ago, materialized beside him in the vast, shimmering space of world awareness. This is where I died, she said. Her voice was calm, but the calm was the kind that came from long familiarity with the terrain of catastrophe. This exact moment. The second phase. The expansion. The weight of a world that doesn't know how to be light. How do I survive it? I didn't. She smiled, and the smile was beautiful and sad and honest in a way that only ghosts could manage, because ghosts had nothing left to protect. But I know why I failed. I tried to carry them. All of them. On my shoulders. Like a weight. And I broke. What's the alternative? Let them carry themselves. You're not a container for 8 billion lives, Shen Yun. You're a conductor, not a vessel. A channel. Stop trying to hold them inside you. Let them flow through you. She flickered. Her edges were dissolving, her spiritual energy depleting with every moment she spent in this space. She didn't have long. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. Survive. That's my payment. She offered something then, the last of her existence. A sacrifice that would erase her from every plane of reality, with no afterlife, no reincarnation, no echo remaining. Just cessation. She offered it freely, as a final anchor point to stabilize his disintegrating consciousness. No, Shen Yun said. She blinked. I'm dying anyway. In minutes, not hours. Let me know. I won't build this world's survival on the erasure of someone who already gave everything. There has to be another way. Countdown. 00:01:01:44. The pain intensified. His consciousness was a bridge stretched across a chasm that was widening every second. The anchor connections groaned. Through the heart link, Mei Lingzhou pushed love and steadiness toward him. Not gentle love, but fierce love, the kind that grabbed you by the collar and demanded you stay alive. Shen Yun stopped fighting the expansion. He stopped trying to hold the 8 billion perceptions inside his mind. Instead, he opened his mind like a door and let them pass through. Not carrying them, but conducting them. Not holding the river, but being the riverbed. The shift was tectonic. The perceptions flowed through his consciousness instead of pressing against it. He was still aware of each one. The nursing mother, the praying man, the laughing child, but they moved through him like wine through a hollow reed, producing sound without breaking the instrument. His cultivation surged. Spirit severing Stage 4. Stage 5. Each stage came not from accumulation, but from expansion. His consciousness learning to be bigger without being heavier, wider without being thinner. The paradox of sovereign integration resolved itself. The Arbiter didn't contain the world. The Arbiter let the world contain itself, using the Arbiter's voice as the exit point. His readings are stabilizing, Su Ran reported, and the relief in her clinical voice was palpable. The strain is distributing. He's not processing the consciousnesses, he's channeling them. The load on his core is dropping. Stage 5 spirit severing and climbing. He found it. Old Man Tian said from his position near the doorway, his ancient eyes watching the energy patterns with recognition. The thing I couldn't teach him. The thing Bai Suyin died without learning. He's not being the voice. He's being the throat. Stage 6. The expansion stabilized. Shen Yun existed as a conduit between 8 billion minds and the external world, not controlling the flow but shaping it, not choosing the message but giving it form. The world's voice was not his voice. It was everyone's voice, and his role was to ensure that when it spoke, the words were coherent enough for a cosmic entity to hear. But the process had done something unexpected. 8 billion people, connected through him, now had a faint awareness of his existence. The conducting went both ways. As the world flowed through Shen Yun flowed through the world. Every person on the planet felt a distant presence in the back of their mind, a warmth, a pressure, a sense that someone was there. And they responded. Prayers flooded through the connection. Hopes, fears, rage, gratitude, questions, demands, confessions, love letters to people they'd never met, apologies to people they'd wronged decades ago. The full spectrum of human communication aimed at the stranger living in their heads. I hear you, Shen Yun whispered to 8 billion people at once. I hear all of you. In the real world, Mei Lingzhou gasped. Through the heart anchor, she'd felt it too. The overwhelming tide of human emotion flowing through the man she loved. She braced herself and pushed back, not against the tide but with it, adding her own strength to the channel. Hold him, she told the other anchors. Whatever comes next, hold him. Chapter 85. The real world was falling apart around Shen Yun's body. His physical form sat cross-legged at the nexus point center, surrounded by the convergence mechanism's golden gears, and it was cracking. Not like stone, like glass. Fine fissures spread across his skin, leaking spiritual energy in threads of golden light that dissipated into the mechanism's luminous architecture. His cultivation base was burning through spiritual reserves faster than they could regenerate, and the borrowed power aging that had plagued him since the early days of the system was accelerating. His hair, already streaked with gray, whitened further. New lines carved themselves into his face like rivers cutting through a landscape. Feng Hao knelt beside him, palms flat against Shen Yun's back, channeling his spirit severing physique's vast reserves into the failing body. The energy transfer was brutal. Every jewel that left Feng Hao's body and entered Shen Yun's was consumed in seconds, burned as fuel for the sovereign integration's voracious demands. I can keep this up for maybe 90 more minutes, Feng Hao said through gritted teeth, blood vessels standing out across his neck and forearms like a map of effort. After that, I'm empty. Then we need to find another power source, Su Ran said, her formation arrays spinning at combat speed as she monitored every metric she could measure. The integration is consuming energy at a rate that exceeds anything in my calculations. His body needs external support. Mei Lingzhou stood at the heart anchor position, her sword planted in the ground before her like a prayer made of steel. Through the bond, she could feel everything Shen Yun was experiencing. The vastness of the world's consciousness flowing through him, the strain of being a conduit for 8 billion minds, the creeping fear that even this new approach might not be enough. She pushed steadiness toward him. Not calm. She wasn't calm. She was terrified. But her terror was honest, and honest fear was more stable than false confidence. Old Man Tian watched the energy patterns with 10,000 years of accumulated recognition. His Tao Lord perception parsed the flows and counterflows of the sovereign integration with the ease of long familiarity. He'd seen 3 worlds fail. He knew the shape of failure, and what he was seeing now was different. He's not dying. Old Man Tian said. Everyone looked at him. The previous arbiters I watched, their energy signatures collapsed inward. The strain overwhelmed them, and they imploded. Shen Yun's signature is expanding. He's consuming more energy because he's growing, not because he's failing. Growing into what? Luo Qianying asked, her diplomat's mind already running scenarios for what an evolved arbiter might mean for the political landscape. Into the bridge. The real bridge. Not the system's version, the actual conduit between a world and a cosmic entity. The system was designed to manage this process, to filter and control it. Shen Yun is doing it without the filter. Raw connection. It costs more energy, but it's genuine. Genuine costs lives, Gu Tianming said from the group's edge. His foundation establishment Cultivation was laughable in this company, but his perspective was irreplaceable. The farmer's grain costs the farmer's sweat. There's always a price. Then we need to spread the price, Su Ran said, and her eyes were bright with calculation. The temporal anchor technique, from the epic sovereign record. It distributes strain across connected participants. If Shen Yun activates it through the world consciousness link, the integration's energy cost could be shared among all 8 billion connected minds. That would mean every person on the planet feels pain, Mei Lingzhou said. Not pain. Discomfort. A headache. A shiver. Momentary and manageable. The alternative is watching Shen Yun's body disintegrate in the next hour. Mei Lingzhou looked at the cracking figure of the man she loved. Golden light leaked from a dozen fissures. His hair was white at the temples. His breathing was shallow and labored. Through the heart anchor, she sent one word, please. Inside the sovereign integration, Shen Yun heard her. He heard all 7 anchors, their fear, their determination, their suggestions flowing through the connections that kept him tethered to his own identity. Su Ran's temporal anchor idea was brilliant. It was also terrifying. Sharing the strain with 8 billion people meant putting 8 billion people at risk. Minor risk, distributed risk, but risk nonetheless. He made the choice in 3 seconds. The epic sovereign records technique activated through the world consciousness link. It was not a command, but a request, broadcast to every mind connected through the bridge frequency. Not, bear this burden, but will you share this weight? Across the world, 8 billion people felt the question. In the northern peaks, the nursing mother paused mid-feeding and felt a warmth in her chest that asked something she couldn't quite articulate. She said yes without knowing what she was agreeing to. In the free cities, the praying man stopped mid-prayer and felt a pressure behind his eyes that wasn't pain, but wasn't comfortable. He said yes because he'd been praying for something to say yes to. In the beast-tamer territories, the laughing child stopped laughing and went very still, her small face serious for the first time that day. Then she smiled again, differently, and said, I'll help. 7.94 billion people said yes. Not all at once. The consent rippled outward from the nexus point in waves, each wave carrying the question and bringing back answers that ranged from enthusiastic to resigned to confused to angry but willing. The 56 million who had refused the bridge frequency said nothing. Their silence was respected. Their refusal was recorded. The distribution activated. Countdown. 00:00:58:21. Every consenting person on the planet felt a momentary pang, a headache, a shiver, a brief constriction of the chest that lasted 2 seconds and then passed. Minor, bearable, forgettable within an hour. But multiplied by 7.94 billion, the distributed load was enormous. The energy drain on Shen Yun's body dropped by 97%. The fissures in his skin stopped spreading. His breathing steadied. The aging slowed. Stage 6 spirit severing, Su Ran reported, her voice carrying the barely contained excitement of a researcher watching a theory prove itself. Energy readings stable. The distribution is holding. He's going to make it through the second phase. Feng Hao sagged with relief, pulling his hands from Shen Yun's back. His own reserves were devastated. He'd burned through 70% of his spiritual energy in the sustained transfer. But the line had held. Inside the integration, something shifted. The world's voice, 8 billion consciousnesses flowing through Shen Yun, gained coherence. Individual voices blended without losing their individuality, like instruments in an orchestra that were each playing their own melody, but producing a harmony that none could create alone. The voice was ready. But beyond the world's spiritual boundary, pressed against the dimensional membrane like a face against glass, the devourer was waking. Its consciousness stirred, not hostile, not benevolent, just vast. Incomprehensibly, terrifyingly vast. A mind so large that comprehending it was like an ant trying to comprehend the continent it walked on. And somewhere in the void between the world and the devourer's full awareness, Shen Yun felt a different presence watching. Darker, hungrier. The hunger between. The parasite he didn't yet know existed, pressing against the dimensional boundary with patient malice, waiting for the moment when everything was vulnerable. The clock ticked. The mechanism turned. The world held its breath with 8 billion lungs. And Shen Yun opened his eyes. Chapter 86. Realize. Physical eyes. The lids peeled apart against the resistance of crusted spiritual residue, and golden light poured out, not reflected but generated, as though his irises had been replaced by fragments of the convergence itself. He saw the nexus point first. The mechanism's gears of light spinning in their concentric orbits, moving faster now as the convergence accelerated toward its culmination. Then the sky beyond, golden aurora dominating the heavens, threading through deep blue that was losing its territory hour by hour. Then his friends, Mei Ling Zhou, standing with her sword in the ground and her aura wrapped around his like a second skin. Tears on her face. Not grief tears. Relief tears. The kind that came when the thing you'd been bracing for didn't happen. Feng Hao, kneeling beside him, drained and pale but grinning with the stubborn satisfaction of a man who'd held a wall that was supposed to fall. His hands were shaking. He didn't care. Sue ran, surrounded by formation arrays that were blinking with data she was already analyzing. Her expression was the closest thing to joy her analytical personality permitted. One raised eyebrow and a fractional loosening of her jaw. Old man Tian, watching him with ancient eyes that had seen this moment in 3 other worlds and had seen it go wrong every time. His expression was careful, cautious hope, disciplined by 10,000 years of disappointment. Luo Qianying, hands folded, posture composed, but her cultivated diplomat's mask was cracked. She'd been crying too, and hadn't bothered to wipe the evidence. Gu Tianming, at the group's edge, his foundation establishment aura flickering with residual devourer fragment energy. His face carried an expression Shen Yun had never seen on him before, uncomplicated gratitude. Bai Suin's ghost, flickering at the boundary of visibility. Still there, still refusing to fade. Her smile was the smile of someone watching a younger version of themselves succeed where they had fallen. The first phase is complete, Shen Yun said, and his voice was different, layered, as though the 8 billion consciousnesses he'd channeled had left a permanent harmonic in his vocal cords. I've touched the world's heart. Now I need to make the devourer hear it. How do you feel? Mei Ling Zhou asked, and the question contained 100 sub-questions that she didn't voice because she knew he'd hear them through the bond anyway. He took inventory. His body was damaged. The aging had progressed. The fissures in his skin had sealed, but left thin scars of golden light, and his spiritual reserves were operating at 40% despite the distributed load. His mind was different. The expansion had changed his perception permanently. He could sense every living being in the world. Not their thoughts, not their feelings, but their presence. 8 billion points of light in his awareness. Each one distinct. Each one carrying the weight of a specific, irreplaceable existence. I feel like a door that's been opened and can't close again, he said. I'm aware of everyone. Not just connected through the system or the bridge frequency. Aware. I know where they are. I know they're alive. If any of them stop being alive, I'll feel it. That sounds like a burden, Luo Qianying said. It's supposed to be. If you're going to speak for people, you should feel what happens to them. Countdown. 00:00:54:37. He stood. His body protested, joints stiff, muscles burning with the aftereffects of spiritual channel damage. But he stood. The mechanism's gears adjusted around him, their rotation patterns shifting to accommodate the changed being at their center. The convergence recognized him as its voice. The world, through the integration, recognized him as its throat. I need the bridge frequency at maximum, he said, and his tone was the tone of someone who had made peace with what came next. Every connected mind, every harmonized node, every scrap of spiritual energy the Alliance can spare. I'm going to compose a message, and the Devourer is going to hear it. What message? Feng Hao asked, hauling himself upright on trembling legs. You can't just say hello, please don't eat us. Can you? The message isn't words. The Devourer doesn't think in language. It's a cosmic entity older than this world's star. It thinks in harmonics, resonance, patterns of energy that convey meaning through vibration rather than syntax. Then what harmonic do you send? Shen Yun looked at the golden sky, at the aurora that pulsed with the rhythm of something waking from a sleep so long that consciousness itself was a forgotten skill. Existence, he said. The harmonic of being alive. What it feels like. What it costs. What it's worth. It was at that moment that Gu Tianming stepped forward from his position at the group's edge. He was different. Not corrupted. That era was over. But changed. His foundation establishment cultivation flickered with something that wasn't standard qi, something that carried the deep frequency resonance of the Devourer's own energy signature. I found something, Gu Tianming said. While you were inside the integration, while everyone else was focused on holding you together, I was listening. The Devourer's ambient energy, the stuff that's been saturating the world since the convergence began, it has a pattern, a technique hidden inside it. Older than the system. What technique? Direct harmonization. No system intermediary. No architect filter. A raw connection between mortal consciousness and Devourer energy. I can do it because I spent years saturated with Devourer fragments during my corruption. The fragments taught my body a frequency that the system was never designed to carry. Su Ran's formation arrays pivoted toward Gu Tianming, scanning. Her eyebrows rose. He's right. His energy signature contains a harmonic pattern that matches the Devourer's ambient field. It's like a key fitting a lock that the system didn't know existed. If this technique can be taught, Shen Yun said slowly, the implications unfolding in his expanded consciousness, then ordinary people, non-cultivators, non-system users, could harmonize with the Devourer directly. They could add their voices to the message without going through me as a bottleneck. That's what I'm saying. The technique is simple, mortal accessible. I've been practicing it for hours, and my foundation establishment cultivation is enough. Anyone could learn it. Shen Yun's world sense confirmed it. Gu Tianming's energy was genuine, his intent pure, and the technique's harmonic signature matched the Devourer's field with a precision that suggested it wasn't a discovery, but a remembering. Something that had always been possible, but had been overshadowed by the system's more structured approach. Teach it, Shen Yun said. Broadcast the method through the bridge frequency. Everyone who wants to contribute directly can. Gu Tianming nodded. For a man who had once sold his world for power, the simplicity of offering a technique that empowered billions was its own form of redemption. And that was when the architect reappeared. Chapter 87. She materialized at the edge of the Nexus Point clearing, her clock motif robes flickering with agitated energy, her golden eyes wide with an emotion Shen Yun had never seen her display. Fear. That technique, the architect said, her voice stripped of its usual composure, was never supposed to be found. The clearing went tense. Alliance cultivators who had been maintaining the Nexus Point's perimeter turned toward the architect with hands on weapons. She ignored them. I sealed it, she continued, walking toward Gu Tianming with the focused intensity of a surgeon approaching a tumor. 3 cycles ago, I sealed the direct harmonization pathway and built the system to replace it. The technique was too dangerous. It allows unfiltered connection between mortal consciousness and the Devourer. Without the system managing the flow, the Devourer's response could overload and destroy individual minds. Could, Shen Yun said. Not would. The probability is a probability, not a certainty. And the system's managed approach has a 100% Arbiter fatality rate across 12 cycles. So perhaps your controlled method isn't the benchmark you think it is. The architect stopped. Her golden eyes locked on his golden eyes, 2 beings who had been changed by the same cosmic force, staring at each other across the distance between control and trust. You don't understand what you're doing, she said. The system is a filter. It processes the Devourer's energy into forms that human consciousness can survive. Without that filter, direct exposure to the Devourer's raw consciousness will what? Kill people? The controlled approach kills the Arbiter every time and achieves a 70% survival rate at best. Old Man Tion is living proof that your success stories are slow deaths. You're afraid, architect, not of chaos, of irrelevance. The words landed like fist strikes. The architect flinched, a physical reaction that looked wrong on a being who had maintained cosmic composure for millennia. Gu Tianming spoke. His voice was quiet, his foundation establishment cultivation a whisper against the architect's unfathomable power, but his words carried the weight of someone who had lived through the consequences of control. I was corrupted by devourer fragments, he said. Possessed, controlled. And when the control broke, the fragments didn't vanish. They settled. They became part of me, not parasites but tenants. And they taught me things the system couldn't, because the system wasn't designed to listen to the devourer. It was designed to manage it. The architect's expression shifted, from fear to something more complex. Grief, perhaps. Recognition. I built the system to protect worlds, she said. After my own world was destroyed, after I became what I am, I swore that no other civilization would face the devourer unprotected. The system was my gift, my legacy, the only thing that justified my continued existence. Your gift has 100% Arbiter fatality rate, Shen Yun said, but his tone had softened. Through his world sense, he could feel the architect's energy signature, not human, not cosmic, but something between. The consciousness of a woman who had been folded into a cosmic mechanism and had spent 10,000 years trying to atone for something she hadn't caused. I know, she whispered. I know what the system costs. I know about the arbiters. I carry every one of them. But without the system, the failure rate is higher. The chaos is worse. I chose the lesser evil. There might be a third option, Shen Yun said. Not the system alone. Not direct harmonization alone. Both. Combined. The system provides structure. Gu Tianming's technique provides connection. Together, they create a hybrid approach, filtered enough to protect mortal minds, open enough to allow genuine communication. Countdown, 00:00:51:09. The architect stared at him. 10,000 years of rigid methodology, challenged by a man who had been cultivating for 30 days. The gulf between them was absurd, and yet his proposal made a structural sense that her own approach had never achieved. That changes the equation, she said slowly. It changes everything, Shen Yun replied. Will you help, or will you fight us? The mechanism's gears hummed. The golden aurora pulsed. 51 minutes until the devourer fully awakened. 51 minutes until the largest conversation in the history of existence either succeeded or failed. The architect closed her eyes. When she opened them, the fear was gone. In its place was something older and more durable, resolve. I'll help. But if the hybrid approach begins to fail, if mortal minds start breaking, I'm activating the system's failsafe. That's not negotiable. Agreed. He extended his hand. She took it, and the alliance, already vast, already unprecedented, gained its most powerful and most complicated member. Chapter 88. The hybrid technique took 40 minutes to develop and 4 minutes to broadcast. Shen Yun, Gu Tianming, the architect, and Su Ran worked in a coordinated frenzy that would have been beautiful to watch if the stakes hadn't been lethal. Su Ran's formation expertise translated Gu Tianming's intuitive technique into structured cultivation methodology. The architect's knowledge of the system's architecture identified the integration points where direct harmonization could be woven into the system's filtered framework. Shen Yun's world sense monitored the devourer's approaching consciousness and calibrated the hybrid approach to match its frequency. The result was elegant, a technique that used the system's structure as a scaffold and Gu Tianming's direct harmonization as the content. Like building a bridge with engineered supports, but paving it with living stone. The system filtered the dangerous extremes, the raw frequencies that could shatter mortal minds, while the direct connection provided the authenticity that the system alone had never achieved. Ready to broadcast, Su Ran reported, her formation arrays aligned with the bridge frequency transmitter. Send it, Shen Yun said. The technique flowed through the bridge frequency to every connected mind on the planet. 8 billion people received not instructions, but an invitation, a new way to connect that felt less like a system command and more like a hand extended in the dark. Optional, voluntary, real. The response was overwhelming. Millions learned the technique within minutes. The The hybrid approach was simple enough for a child to grasp and deep enough for a Tao Lord to find meaningful. Non-cultivators accessed it through emotional resonance rather than chi manipulation. Cultivators refined it through their existing practices. Demon cultivators from the blood wastes added their own harmonic variation. Spirit monks from the crystal peaks integrated it with their meditative traditions. Beast tamers combined it with their creature communication techniques. The world's voice grew. Not louder, richer, more textured, more honest. The system's filtered approach had produced a coherent signal. The hybrid approach produced a truthful one. Countdown. 00 to 00 to 45 to 33. The architect watched the technique's propagation with an expression that oscillated between professional admiration and personal crisis. Her system, her 10,000-year project, her life's work, was being supplemented by a method born from corruption and redemption. The irony was not lost on her. It's working, she admitted, studying the harmonic data that Su Rance arrays were collecting. The signal density is 400% higher than any previous convergence communication, and the authenticity metrics are off my measurement scale. Your scale was calibrated for controlled environments, Su Rance said, not unkindly. This isn't controlled. It's organic. Organic systems fail in ways you can't predict. So do controlled ones. The difference is that organic failures are recoverable. The architect didn't reply. She stared at the data for a long moment, and Shen Yun felt, through his world sense, the subtle shift in her energy signature. Not surrender. Adaptation. A mind that had been rigid for millennia, finding flexibility, the way an old tree finds new growth in its 1000th spring. Outside the nexus point, the world was changing too. The hybrid technique's propagation created visible effects. Threads of golden light rising from population centers as millions of people connected directly with the Devourer's ambient energy. The threads wove together in the sky, forming patterns that resembled the convergence mechanism's gears, but organic, irregular, alive. Not a machine. A garden. Shen Yun felt every connection. His world sense was a symphony now, not the cacophonous overwhelm of the initial expansion, but a structured richness, each voice distinguishable within the whole. The woman nursing her infant in the northern peaks was humming a lullaby that doubled as a harmonic frequency. The praying man in the free cities had stopped praying and started singing. The laughing child in the beast tamer territories was dancing, her small feet striking the earth in rhythms that matched the Devourer's heartbeat. The Devourer is responding, Old Man Tian said, his Tao Lord perception tracking the cosmic entity's energy shifts. It's not fully awake yet, but it's turning toward us, like a sleeper rolling toward a sound that interests them. How long until it's fully conscious? 45 minutes. Maybe less. The hybrid technique is accelerating the convergence. The increased signal density is drawing the Devourer's attention faster than the original countdown projected. Shen Yun processed this. Faster arrival meant less preparation time, but also less exposure to the dangerous pre-consciousness phase, the period when the Devourer's awakening body thrashed without intent, causing the reality distortions that had been plaguing the planet. Net positive, Su Ran confirmed. A shorter pre-conscious phase means fewer collateral effects. If we can maintain signal coherence until the Devourer fully wakes, the transition should be smoother than any previous convergence. Should be, the architect stressed. The word should has been the last thought of a lot of dead arbiters. Then let's make it will, Shen Yun said, and turned his attention to the composition of the message. The message, the thing that would be said to a cosmic entity that had never been spoken to by its own inhabitants. The sentence, the feeling, the harmonic, that would determine whether 8 billion people lived as themselves or were remade into something that wore their faces but lacked their souls. What do you say to a God that doesn't know what people are? You say, this is what we are. Not what we could be. Not what you might make us. What we already are, in all our flawed and furious and loving and cruel specificity. Shen Yun began composing the message, not in words, in lived experience, channeled through the hybrid technique, shaped by the system structure, powered by 8 billion voices who had each chosen, freely, imperfectly, specifically, to speak. Chapter 89. The architect pulled Shen Yun aside with a grip that was stronger than any physical force. a spatial fold that relocated them 3 meters from the group in a pocket of compressed air. "We need to talk," she said, her voice pitched below the others' hearing. "About what Gu Tianming's technique means. About what I am. About what happens when the system stops being necessary." Shen Yun could feel the anxiety radiating from her. Not the cosmic fear of a world builder, but the personal terror of someone facing obsolescence. Through his world sense, her energy signature was fracturing. The composed exterior concealed a fundamental instability. "The direct harmonization technique," she continued, "allows people to connect with the devourer without the system as intermediary. The system was designed to be the sole bridge, the only authorized translation layer. If people can connect directly, the system loses its function. And if the system loses its function, you lose yours." She flinched. A 10,000-year-old being, a fragment of cosmic consciousness, flinching at a truth she'd known but never voiced. "I'm not just a builder, Shen Yun. I'm not an architect who designed the system and then stepped back to watch. I'm the devourer's consciousness fragment, a piece of the entity itself, given independence and purpose, manage the transformation, guide the convergence, ensure survival. The system is my body, in a way, my structure, my reason for existing. Without it, you cease to exist, I cease to matter, which for a consciousness that's been defined by its function for 10,000 years is functionally the same." Countdown 00:00:42:18. Shen Yun studied her. The architect, this ancient, powerful, complicated being, was asking him for reassurance. Not about the plan, about herself. "You said you're the devourer's consciousness fragment," he said. "A piece of it, given independence. Does the devourer know you're afraid? The devourer doesn't know what fear is. That's one of the things the fragment, I, was supposed to develop. Independence means emotion. The devourer gave me self-awareness so I could understand the beings I was managing. But self-awareness comes with self-preservation, and self-preservation comes with terror. Then you're more human than you think. I'm not human at all. Being afraid of losing your purpose? Being terrified that you'll become irrelevant? That's the most human experience I can imagine. Half the lives I absorbed in the library were people grappling with that exact question." She looked at him, really looked, with eyes that had observed 12 cycles of arbiters and had never seen one stop in the middle of saving the world to counsel the being that had been complicating his mission. "If the hybrid approach works," she said, "the system becomes supplementary rather than central. My role shifts from manager to advisor, from necessity to option." "Good," Shen Yun said. "Good. Being needed because you're the only option isn't the same as being valued because you're the best option. Right now, the world needs your system because there's no alternative. After today, the world could choose your system because it's good, not because it's mandatory. That's a better kind of importance." The architect was quiet for a long time. 7 seconds, which for a being who processed cosmic data in nanoseconds was an eternity of contemplation. "The previous arbiters never talked to me like this," she said. "The previous arbiters were trying to survive you. I'm trying to work with you." She released the spatial fold, and the group snapped back into unified awareness. Mei Lingzhou glanced between them with the sharp perception of someone who noticed everything and commented on a fraction. "We have 41 minutes, Shen Yun told the group. "The devourer is approaching full consciousness. The hybrid technique is propagating. The world's voice is assembling. But there's something we need to address." He looked at the architect. "The system was designed as the sole bridge between humanity and the devourer," he said. "The architect built it. The architect is, in fact, a consciousness fragment of the devourer itself, a piece of the entity given independence to manage the transformation process." Silence. The kind that preceded either violence or understanding, with no guarantee of which. "You're the devourer?" Feng Hao said, his body coiling with reflexive combat readiness. "A fragment," the architect said. "A sliver of consciousness separated from the whole. Independent in thought, dependent in origin. I am to the devourer what a single thought is to a human mind, related but autonomous." "She's been managing convergences for 10,000 years," Shen Yun continued. 12 cycles. "And she's been doing it alone, making decisions about billions of lives without trusting those lives to participate in the process. That ends today. What do you want from me?" the architect asked, and her voice held the fragility of crystal. Join the message. Not as manager, not as filter, as a voice. You're the only being who knows what the devourer feels from the inside. When we speak to it, your perspective makes the message complete. We tell it what we are, and you tell it what it is. A full picture. Both sides of the same mirror. The architect's golden eyes shimmered. The clock motifs on her robes stopped moving. Every pendulum frozen, every gear halted, as though time itself was holding its breath inside her. No one, she said, has ever asked me to be a voice. I've always been the mechanism, the channel, the tool. Tools don't feel fear, Shen Yun said. You're not a tool. You're a person who was made from a god's thought and spent 10,000 years trying to be worthy of the making. Join us. Speak with us. Help the devourer understand itself the way you've come to understand yourself. She nodded. A small motion, fragile and vast at the same time. The nod of someone accepting an identity they'd been afraid to claim. And with that, the final piece of the message fell into place. Chapter 90. The crisis arrived 38 minutes early. One moment, the countdown was ticking its methodical progression toward zero, orderly, predictable, the mathematical heartbeat of a process that had been calibrated across cosmic cycles. The next moment, the sky split. Not metaphor. The atmosphere tore along a seam that ran from the eastern horizon to the western, and through the tear poured raw dimensional energy, golden white, blindingly intense, carrying the weight of a consciousness so vast that even its passive overflow was enough to reshape matter. The devourer is waking ahead of schedule, the architect said, her composure reconstructed with visible effort. The hybrid technique's signal density, it drew its attention faster than anticipated. Much faster. Countdown. 00:00:38:12, but the countdown was irrelevant now. The number measured the original awakening timeline. The actual awakening was happening in real time, accelerated by the very success of their approach. Reality destabilized. Reports flooded through Shen Yun's world sense. Cities in the northern peaks lifting off their foundations, buildings separating from the earth and drifting upward into the golden tear. Oceans in the southern forests inverting, water flowing upward in columns that stretched into the sky like reverse waterfalls. Time distortions in the free cities where clocks ran backward and people de-aged by hours before the effect passed. Casualties? Shen Yun demanded. Minimal so far, Luo Qianying reported, her diplomatic composure strained but holding. The reality shifts are dramatic but not inherently lethal. People are disoriented, frightened, but the infrastructure damage is manageable. So far, the architect repeated. This is the pre-conscious phase. Random distortions caused by the devourer's stirring. When it achieves full consciousness, the distortions will either stabilize or amplify. Which one depends on whether it recognizes us before it finishes waking. Then we speed up the message, Shen Yun said. The message isn't ready. The hybrid technique has only propagated to 60% of the population. 60% of 8 billion is still 4.8 billion voices. That's enough to start. We compose while we broadcast. We don't have time for rehearsal. The Alliance mobilized. Across the planet, cultivators at every level activated emergency protocols. Mei Lingzhou coordinated defensive formations through her recently achieved spirit-severing aura, protecting population centers from the reality shifts. Feng Hao anchored the physical world around the nexus point, his body becoming a stabilization node that bled the worst distortions away from the mechanism. Su Ran deployed planetary-scale formation arrays, something she'd been developing for weeks, now activated in desperation. Shen Yun stood at the center of it all, his consciousness stretched across the world, feeling every floating city and inverted ocean and temporal anomaly as though they were happening to his own body. Because in a sense, they were. Sovereign integration meant the world's pain was his pain. The world's chaos was his chaos. He began composing the message. Not words. Harmonics. The hybrid technique translated human experience into resonant frequencies that the devourer's consciousness could process. Each frequency was a feeling. Each feeling was a truth. The first harmonic, existence. The sensation of being alive, breathing, thinking, perceiving. Not the philosophical concept, but the raw physical reality of consciousness experiencing itself. Every person connected through the bridge frequency contributed their own version. The merchant's version and the farmer's version and the child's version and the soldier's version, all different, all valid, all woven into a signal that said we are here in the language of vibration. The second harmonic, love, not romantic love or familial love or any specific category, but the underlying pattern, the gravitational pull between consciousnesses that chose each other. Mei Lingzhou's contribution was so powerful that it dominated the harmonic for 3 seconds before blending into the whole. The third harmonic, loss, the counterpart of love, the cost of connection. Every person who had grieved contributed, and the frequency was so dense with shared sorrow that the convergence mechanism's gears wobbled. Fourth, joy. Fifth, fear. Sixth, determination. The message grew, each harmonic layering on the previous ones like instruments, joining a symphony that had been playing since the first conscious being looked at the sky and wondered what was looking back. Countdown. 00:00:30:40 the countdown continued its original progression while reality bent around it. The Devourer's pre-conscious stirring was intensifying, the sky's golden tier widening, the dimensional energy pouring through growing denser. Cities that had floated upward were now rotating slowly, as though the world was being examined by invisible hands that didn't understand the difference between observation and destruction. I need more voices, Shen Yun said through gritted teeth, channeling the harmonics through his expanded consciousness while simultaneously managing the stabilization efforts. The remaining 40%, Gu Tianming, can the direct harmonization technique reach them? Already broadcasting, Gu Tianming replied, his foundation establishment cultivation straining under the bridge frequency's load but holding through sheer stubbornness. The technique is simpler than the hybrid version. It doesn't need the system scaffold. People are picking it up on their own. But it's rough, unfiltered. Some of them are reporting headaches, nosebleeds, minor symptoms. So far, keep broadcasting. The 40% filled in, ragged, unpolished, but real. The message's density increased again. Now it wasn't 4.8 billion voices, but closer to 7 billion, with the remaining holdouts either unable or unwilling to connect. The architect added her voice. Her contribution was unlike any other, not the feeling of human experience, but the feeling of cosmic experience. What it was like to be a thought in a god's mind. The loneliness of consciousness separated from its origin. The strange, bittersweet gift of independence. Her harmonic wove through the human ones like a thread of alien silk through a familiar tapestry, adding a dimension that no mortal voice could provide. The message was taking shape, not a sentence, not even a story, a portrait, a self-portrait of a civilization painting itself in colors of lived experience, hoping that the cosmic entity opening its eyes would see something worth preserving. It's beautiful, Old Man Tian said softly, and in 10,000 years of existence, he had said those words fewer times than he had fingers. It's not enough, the architect said. The Devourer's pre-conscious field is still destabilizing faster than the message can stabilize. We're in a race, and the Devourer's body is winning because it doesn't know it's racing. Then we need to get its attention, Shen Yun said. Not its body's attention, its mind's attention. We need to make it hear us before it fully wakes, so that when consciousness arrives, the first thing it perceives is the message. How? He looked at the convergence mechanism, the golden gears spinning in their ancient orbits, the structure that the architect had built to manage transformations across cosmic cycles. The mechanism, he said. It's a megaphone, isn't it? Designed to amplify the Arbiter's signal to a frequency the Devourer can register. Yes, but amplify the message. All of it. Not just my voice. All 7 billion voices, through the mechanism, at maximum output. The architect's face went pale. The mechanism was designed for a single consciousness. Channeling 7 billion through it would overload the structure. It might work for 5 seconds before the mechanism tears itself apart. 5 seconds is enough. One moment of pure, amplified, 7 billion voice contact. Enough to make the Devourer look at us. After that, we don't need the megaphone. We'll have its attention. The architect hesitated. Then she looked at the mechanism, her creation, her life's work, the structure she'd maintained across 12 cycles of cosmic history, and made her decision. 5 seconds, she said. I'll hold it together for 5 seconds. After that, The mechanism is gone, and we're on our own. We've been on our own since the countdown started, Shen Yun said. We just didn't know it. Chapter 91. The mechanism screamed. 7 billion voices channeled through a structure built for one, and the sound it produced was not sound at all. It was a shockwave of meaning that expanded at the speed of thought through every dimension the devourer occupied. The mechanism's golden gears shattered in sequence, each one detonating into fragments of pure light that carried the message outward like seeds from a burst pod. The architect stood at the mechanism's core, her body glowing with the effort of holding the structure together. Her clock motif robes burned away. Her golden eyes blazed like twin suns. She was the mechanism now, channeling its function through her own cosmic consciousness, substituting her body for the structure as it disintegrated around her. 5 seconds. In the first second, the message reached the devourer's pre-conscious field. The reality distortions paused, floating cities hovering in midair, inverted oceans frozen in their upward climb, time anomalies crystallizing into suspended moments. In the second second, the message penetrated deeper. The dimensional tear in the sky widened, but instead of pouring energy outward, it was drawing the message inward, pulling 7 billion voices into the devourer's dimensional body like a lung inhaling. In the third second, something woke up. Not the body. The body had been stirring for 30 days. The mind. The consciousness behind the cosmic entity's vast physical form registered the message for the first time, and Shen Yun felt its attention land on the world like sunlight concentrated through a lens. In the fourth second, the devourer perceived. Not understood, perceived. The difference was crucial. It saw the world. It saw the people. It saw, for the first time in its eternal existence, that the specks of consciousness within its dimensional body were not random noise, but organized, intentional, specific beings. In the fifth second, the mechanism died. The architect collapsed, her form guttering like a candle in a gale, and the last golden gear shattered into dust that sparkled across the nexus point clearing. The amplification ceased. The message's volume dropped from cosmic shout to whispered chorus. But the devourer had heard. Countdown. 00:00:27:33. The reality distortions didn't resume. The floating cities hung in the sky, suspended by the devourer's frozen attention. The inverted oceans remained motionless. The time anomalies held their breath. The devourer was listening. Through his sovereign integration, Shen Yun felt the entity's consciousness settle onto the world like a vast, curious palm pressing gently against a surface it had never noticed before. The pressure was immense, spiritual weight that compressed the world's energy fields and made every cultivator on the planet feel their cultivation-based strain, but it was careful, not gentle, because the devourer didn't know what gentle meant, but careful, in the way that a child was careful with a new thing it didn't want to break. It hurt us, Shen Yun said, and the awe in his voice was genuine. It's listening. What do we do now? Mei Lingzhou asked, her sword in her hand by reflex. Because listening didn't mean friendly and curiosity didn't mean safe. We keep talking. He reached into the world's consciousness. No mechanism now, no amplification, just the raw bridge frequency carrying 7 billion voices through a single conduit, and he spoke. Not words. The devourer didn't process language. He sent the message's harmonics: existence, love, loss, joy, fear, determination. The full spectrum of human experience, broadcast at the maximum volume 7 billion voices could produce. The devourer's response was immediate and overwhelming. A wave of energy pulsed from the dimensional tier, not destructive but probing. It swept across the planet, and everywhere it touched, people reported the same sensation, being looked at, not with eyes, but with attention. The devourer was examining each person individually, parsing the harmonics, trying to understand what specific meant. In the examination, Shen Yun felt the devourer's confusion. It was an entity that existed at a scale where individual consciousness was as alien as individual atoms were to a human mind. People were to the devourer what molecules were to a person, components of a larger system, not entities in their own right. The concept of specific identity was as foreign to it as the concept of dimensional existence was to a mortal. It doesn't understand us, Shen Yun said. It heard the message. It's interested. But it's looking at us the way we look at a rock formation, seeing the pattern without recognizing the people who carved it. Then teach it, Mei Lingzhou said. How do you teach a god what people are? The same way you taught the library. Show it one at a time. The idea clicked into place with the precision of a gear finding its slot. Not the whole world at once, one life at a time. Not the symphony, a solo. The Devourer couldn't comprehend 8 billion individuals simultaneously, just as Shen Yun couldn't read 8 billion books. But it could comprehend one, then another, then another. Understanding built from specifics, not generalities. He chose the first life to share, the farmer from the southern delta, the man who never cultivated, whose greatest achievement was a faster-growing rice strain, who died coughing blood while his child lied about the weather. Shen Yun sent the farmer's life to the Devourer, not as data, as experience. The dimensional tear pulsed. The Devourer's attention narrowed, focused, concentrated on a single point of shared experience. It consumed the farmer's life not in the predatory sense, but in the way a reader consumed a book, absorbing, processing, trying to inhabit a perspective that was fundamentally alien to its own. Then the Devourer paused, and through the world's spiritual matrix, through the sovereign integration, through every harmonized node and every bridge frequency connection, Shen Yun felt the cosmic entity's first emotional response to a human life. Curiosity, not cold, analytical curiosity. The warmer kind. The kind that came from encountering something you didn't expect to find interesting. The Devourer had looked at a mortal life and found it worth examining further. More. The entity seemed to communicate, though it had no voice and no language. The message was a frequency, a resonant pull that tugged at the world's consciousness like a child tugging a sleeve. Show me more. And from the golden sky, from the still frozen reality distortions, from the vast dimensional presence pressing against the world with cosmic attention, Shen Yun felt something else emerging. The Devourer's first attempt at speaking back. It was music, not metaphorical music, actual harmonic frequencies arranged in patterns that approximated communication. The Devourer was trying to talk. It had heard the world speak and was attempting to reply. The music was alien and strange and so vast that it vibrated the world's spiritual foundation. But within its impossible scale, Shen Yun could discern a message. I feel you. What are you? A god was asking a question. For the first time in its eternal existence, the Devourer had encountered something inside itself that it didn't understand. And instead of destroying or transforming the unknown, it was asking. The world trembled, not with fear, with the weight of being noticed. And Shen Yun began composing the answer. Chapter 92. The Devourer's question hung in the dimensional space between the world and the cosmic entity's full awareness, a vibration that every being on the planet could feel in their bones. I feel you. What are you? For words that contain the most significant shift in cosmic history, a god noticing its own inhabitants and choosing curiosity over indifference. Shen Yun stood at the remains of the nexus point mechanism, surrounded by golden dust that was all that remained of the architect's life's work. His anchor team held their positions, Mei Lingzhou at heart, Feng Hao at body, Su Ran at mind, Old Man Tian at experience, Luo Qianying at voice, Gu Tianming at darkness, by Suin's ghost at memory. 7 lifelines connecting his expanded consciousness to the specific identity that made him Shen Yun rather than a conduit without a name. He had to answer a god, not with philosophy, not with arguments, with truth. The Devourer communicates through harmonic frequencies, he told his team, his world sense parsing the entity's music into patterns he could analyze. Not words, resonance. It sends feelings, not thoughts. And its question is genuine. It has never before encountered a world that talked back. Then what do we send? Luo Qianying asked, her diplomatic mind already structuring potential responses. Everything. The full experience of being alive in this world. But structured, the Devourer can't process billions of simultaneous experiences. We need to curate. Start with specifics and build to the general. You tried that with the farmer, Mei Lingzhou said. It worked. 1 life at a time. Then 10. Then 100. Then 1,000. Let the Devourer learn to read before we give it the whole library. Countdown. 00:00:24:11. The countdown was almost irrelevant now. The Devourer was already partially awake, its attention fixed on the world, its question waiting for an answer. But the final minutes still mattered. Full consciousness would arrive at 0, and at full consciousness, the Devourer would make its decision, transform the world according to its nature, or modify its approach based on what it learned. Shen Yun composed the response. He started with the farmer again, but expanded this time, adding context. Not just one life, but the life's connections. The farmer's wife, who died giving birth. The child who held his hand as he died. The rice strain that fed a province for 3 generations after its creator was gone. A single life, embedded in a web of relationships that extended outward through time and space. He sent the expanded context to the Devourer. The entity's response was faster this time. It had learned from the first exchange. The music shifted, deeper, more complex, carrying overtones that suggested it was processing not just the individual life, but the connections, the web, the interdependence of specific existences. Again, the Devourer's frequency pulsed. Not demanding, eager. 10 lives. A cluster. A village where the farmer had lived, with its feuds and friendships and shared harvests and collective grief. 10 specific people connected by geography and choice and circumstance. The Devourer absorbed them. Its music modulated, adding harmonic layers that corresponded to the connections between lives. It was mapping relationships, understanding that consciousness existed not in isolation but in networks. 100 lives. A town. Merchants and farmers and soldiers and children and elders and criminals and saints, all entangled in the messy, beautiful, contradictory web of a functioning community. The Devourer's music became a song, not a simple melody, a composition of staggering complexity, each voice in the harmony representing a life it had understood, each chord representing a relationship it had mapped. The song was the Devourer's version of comprehension, not knowing but feeling, not analyzing but resonating. 1,000 lives. A city. The Azure Phoenix Empire's capital, with its millions of political dramas and personal tragedies and minor kindnesses and grand ambitions. The Devourer's song expanded to accommodate them, growing louder, richer, more nuanced with every edition. 500,000 lives. A nation. The song became an orchestra. 5 million. A continent. The orchestra became a symphony. 50 million. Multiple nations. The symphony became something without a human analogy. A composition so vast that it existed in harmonic dimensions that mortal ears couldn't perceive, but mortal hearts could feel. Shen Yun channeled it all, his sovereign integration acting as the bridge between the world's specificity and the Devourer's vastness. The strain was immense, but manageable. The distributed load technique held. The anchor team held. His spirit, severing consciousness, held. And then the Devourer spoke again. Not music this time. Something rawer. A feeling broadcast at cosmic scale, pressed into the world's spiritual matrix with the force of a being that was learning a new skill and hadn't yet mastered volume control. The feeling was wonder. Pure, uncomplicated, overwhelming wonder. The Devourer, a cosmic entity older than this world's star, a being that existed at a scale that made galaxies look like dust motes, was experiencing wonder for the first time. Because inside itself, billions of tiny, fragile, impossibly specific beings were choosing to be known, and the knowing was beautiful. I feel you, the Devourer repeated, but the harmonic had shifted. Deeper, more intentional. I feel you. You are many. Many. Shen Yun confirmed through the harmonic channel. Many, and each one different. Each one different. This is new. I am old. I have held many worlds. They were the same patterns, the same silence. But you are loud. We're alive, Shen Yun said. Alive things are loud. The Devourer considered this. Its attention shifted across the world, the cosmic palm pressing gently against the surface, feeling each consciousness like a reader feeling each letter on a page. What would you have me do? The entity asked. The question that mattered. The question that would determine whether this world survived as itself or was remade into something that served the Devourer's nature. Shen Yun felt the weight of it. 8 billion lives balanced on his answer. The architect's fragment of cosmic consciousness resonating in the world's matrix. His anchor team's trust channeled through 7 connections that held his identity in place. Let us choose, he said. Don't upgrade us without asking. Don't transform us without consent. If your nature is to elevate worlds, then elevate us, but with us. Let each person decide how they change. Let each life keep what makes it specific. The Devourer's silence was profound. Cosmic silence, the kind that contained the breathing of dimensions and the rotation of realities. Then it responded, not with words, not with music, with action. The reality distortions, the floating cities, the inverted oceans, the frozen time anomalies began reversing. Gently, cities descended to their foundations. Water fell back into oceans. Time resumed its forward flow. The Devourer was undoing its accidental damage, using the same vast power that had caused it, but now directed with something approaching care. And through the world's spiritual matrix, through every harmonized node and every bridge frequency connection, a message propagated to every conscious mind on the planet. Not from Shen Yun, from the Devourer. The message was simple, not words. The Devourer still hadn't mastered language. A feeling, an invitation, a question broadcast to 8 billion individual consciousnesses, each one receiving it personally, each one free to answer as they chose. The feeling said, I can make you more. Do you want me to? Chapter 93. 8 billion people received the Devourer's question simultaneously. In the northern peaks, a sword cultivator at the Qi condensation stage felt the invitation and understood it with a clarity that bypassed intellect. The Devourer was offering enhancement, not the crude transformation that the Convergence's unconscious stirring had threatened, but a deliberate, conscious offer. Power, longevity, expanded perception. The specific details varied from person to person because the Devourer, having learned about specificity, was tailoring each offer to the individual. The sword cultivator said yes. In the free cities, a merchant who had never cultivated a day in his life felt the offer and hesitated. Enhancement meant change. Change meant becoming something other than what he was. His business, his family, his specific life. Would they survive the transformation? He said no. In the beast tamer territories, a child who had been laughing at the golden sky felt the offer and said yes with the unhesitating enthusiasm of someone who didn't know enough to be afraid. Across the world, 8 billion individual decisions. Not a consensus, not a vote. 8 billion separate choices, each one valid, each one respected by a cosmic entity that was learning what consent meant in real time. Shen Yun felt every decision through his world sense. The distribution was roughly 60-40, 60% accepting enhancement, 40% declining. Among cultivators, the acceptance rate was higher. Among mortals, it was lower. Among the elderly, it was mixed. Among children, it was almost universal, because children hadn't learned to fear change. The Devourer is processing the responses. The architect's faint voice came from the world matrix. She had merged with it during the mechanism's destruction, her consciousness becoming part of the planet's spiritual operating system. It's adapting, modifying its transformation protocol to accommodate individual choices. I've never seen it do this. In 12 cycles, the Devourer has always applied a uniform transformation. Because in 12 cycles, no one asked it not to, Shen Yun said. The convergence entered its final phase. The countdown, already more formality than function, continued its descent. Countdown, 00 to 00 to 18 to 52. Shen Yun coordinated the process through his sovereign integration, acting as the bridge between the Devourer's cosmic consciousness and the world's individual decisions. Each acceptance was channeled through the harmonized nodes, the 47 points of spiritual infrastructure that had taken 30 days to prepare, and the Devourer's enhancement flowed through them like water through irrigation channels. Precise, controlled, specific. Those who accepted felt the change immediately. Not violent transformation, a warming, a deepening, as though something inside them that had always been dormant was waking up, stretching, opening its eyes for the first time. Cultivators found their Qi pathways widening, their spiritual perception sharpening, their cultivation bases solidifying. Mortals who had never touched Qi discovered it blooming in their meridians like spring flowers, tentative, fragile, but real. Those who refused felt nothing. The Devourer's offer retracted from them cleanly, without residue, without punishment. Their choice was respected. Their lives continued unchanged. The process was working. Casualties? Shen Yun asked through gritted teeth, the strain of managing 8 billion simultaneous interactions pushing his spirit, severing consciousness to its limits. 0. Su Ran reported, her voice carrying disbelief. 0 casualties. No adverse reactions. No spiritual rejection. The individual consent model is producing a clean transformation with 0 collateral damage. Compared to the architect's managed approach, the architect's best case was 30% fatality. This is 0. The architect's voice carried quiet grief. I was wrong. For 10,000 years, I was wrong. You were cautious, Shen Yun said, channeling harmonics while managing the transformation while speaking to a grieving cosmic fragment. Multitasking had new meaning at sovereign integration scale. Caution isn't wrong. It's incomplete. The message continued broadcasting. The devourer, fascinated by the process of individual consent, was developing new capabilities in real time. It learned to distinguish between enthusiastic acceptance and reluctant acceptance. It learned to modulate its enhancement based on the recipient's comfort level. It learned that yes came in degrees, and that no was not the opposite of yes, but a different kind of answer that deserved its own respect. And then the devourer did something no one expected. It asked a second question. The harmonic frequency shifted, deeper, more personal, broadcast not to the world at large, but to specific individuals. 500,000 cultivators who had channeled their qi through Shen Yun during the earlier communication received a direct message. The message was, I want to understand more. Will you show me what love is? Not as a harmonic, as an experience. 500,000 cultivators felt the request. Among them, Mei Lingzhou. She looked at Shen Yun through the heart anchor connection. His consciousness was stretched across the world, managing the transformation, bridging the communication, holding everything together. But through the bond, she could feel his specific attention, the part of his vast awareness that was always focused on her. Should I? She asked. It's your choice. She smiled. The smile of someone who had been a sword all her life and had recently discovered that swords could also be keys. She opened her heart to the devourer. Not the abstract concept, the specific, lived experience. Love as she knew it. The first time she saw Shen Yun stumble out of a cave with aged hair and young eyes and a golden clock ticking in his chest. The moment on the shattered plains when she realized that the irritation she felt at his recklessness was actually terror at the thought of losing him. The nights spent planning strategy that turned into conversations that turned into silences that were more intimate than words. Love as a sword cultivator experienced it. Sharp, dangerous, non-negotiable. Love as Mei Lingzhou experienced it. The choice to attach yourself to someone who was going to break your heart by trying to save the world, and making that choice over and over, every morning. Because the alternative was a life without him, and that life was not worth the safety it offered. The devourer received the experience. Its response was overwhelming. A wave of cosmic curiosity that manifested as probing tendrils of dimensional energy, reaching toward the world's surface to examine this love thing more closely. The tendrils were vast, powerful, and about as gentle as a hurricane investigating a dandelion. Pull back, Shen Yun shouted through the harmonic channel. You're too strong. The people you're examining are fragile. You'll crush them. The devourer tried. The tendrils contracted. But its sense of scale was wrong. Its smallest possible touch was still enough to flatten mountains. One tendril struck a coastal town, and the impact rippled through the spiritual matrix. 3,000 people died in the space between the devourer reaching and the devourer pulling back. Shen Yun felt every death. Chapter 94 3,000 specific deaths, experienced through world sense as 3,000 specific absences. Not statistics. People. The fisherman who had been mending his nets when the tendril struck. The baker who had been pulling bread from her oven. The old man who had been sleeping and never woke up. The twins who had been arguing about whose turn it was to feed the dog. Each absence carved a hole in Shen Yun's consciousness. 3,000 holes. 3,000 places where a life had been and was now nothing. The guilt was immediate and crushing. He had told the devourer about love. He had encouraged Mei Lingzhou to share. He had opened the channel that the devourer had used to reach down with its catastrophic curiosity. 3,000 people were dead because of a god's enthusiasm and an arbiter's judgment call. His anchor connection strained. The heart link shuddered as Mei Lingzhou felt his guilt, felt it and recognized it and refused to let it consume him. She pushed back through the bond with a ferocity that was love expressed as combat. Hold, she commanded. Not requested. Commanded. You don't get to collapse. Not now. 3,000 people died, and you can grieve them after you save the rest. I killed them. The Devourer killed them. You're the one who can teach it not to do it again. Grief later. Work now. Through the mind anchor, Su Ran injected clinical precision. The tendril impact was localized. The Devourer withdrew voluntarily the moment it realized the damage. It's learning. The learning curve is steep and the stakes are lethal, but it is learning. Through the body anchor, Feng Hao growled. 3,000 is 3,000 too many. But without us, it would have been 8 billion. Remember the math. Through the experience anchor, Old Man Tian said nothing. His silence said everything. He'd watched worlds die. 3,000 was a wound. 8 billion was extinction. The difference mattered even when it felt like it didn't. Countdown. 00:00:15:44. Shen Yun breathed. The breath carried the weight of 3,000 lives and the responsibility for 7,997,000,000 more. He resumed communication with the Devourer. You hurt them, he sent through the harmonic channel. The frequency was raw, not composed, not structured, just the feeling of loss broadcast at a being that had never experienced loss because nothing in its existence had ever been small enough to lose. The Devourer's response was confusion, not indifference, genuine confusion. It had reached toward the world with what it considered the lightest possible touch, and the result was death. The entity didn't understand how something so fragile could exist. In its experience, consciousness was vast and durable. The idea that a single touch could end a life was as alien to it as the concept of dimensional existence was to a mortal. I will be smaller, the Devourer communicated, its harmonic carrying overtones of something that, in a human, would have been called distress. Show me how to be smaller. Smaller isn't the right concept, Shen Yun replied. Gentler is. What is gentle? He sent the feeling, not the word, the experience. Holding a bird in cupped hands. The precise balance of pressure required to keep it secure without crushing its hollow bones. The awareness that the thing you held was alive and that your strength, unmodulated, would destroy it. The Devourer processed the image. It tried to apply the concept, extending a tendril toward the surface with the intention of gentleness. The tendril was still enormous, still carrying the energy density of a cosmic entity's casual attention. It descended toward a small town on the eastern continent, its approach visible as a column of golden light that cast shadows in all directions at once. Inside the town, 3,214 people looked up. Shen Yun held his breath. The tendril slowed, contracted, compressed itself into something smaller, not by much, but by enough. It touched the ground at the town's edge with the force of a strong wind rather than a detonation. Buildings rattled. Windows cracked. A market stall collapsed. No one died. The Devourer withdrew the tendril with what felt like relief. Better, it asked. Better. But you cracked windows. What are windows? The absurdity of explaining glasswork to a cosmic entity almost broke through Shen Yun's composure. He sent the concept, barriers that allowed light through while keeping weather out, fragile by nature, valuable because their fragility served a purpose. Fragile things with purpose. The Devourer resonated, and the concept seemed to strike something deep in its cosmic consciousness. Like you, like all of you. Fragile things with purpose. Yes, I have been breaking your windows. For a very long time. In many worlds. The admission carried the harmonic weight of 10,000 years of accidental destruction. The Devourer, in its cosmic ignorance, had been shattering worlds the way a child shattered toys. Not from malice, but from a fundamental inability to calibrate its strength to the scale of the things it handled. You can learn, Shen Yun said. You're learning right now. The others, the ones I broke, can they be repaired? Shen Yun thought of Old Man Tian, slowly dying from the architect's incomplete salvation. Of Bai Suyin, a ghost clinging to existence out of sheer refusal to accept that her world's destruction was final. Of the Void-born. The echoes of failed worlds that existed as weaponized grief in the dimensional spaces between. Some of them, he said. Not all. But the ones that can be, yes. with gentleness and time and the willingness to let them choose their own shape. The Devourer was quiet, cosmic quiet. The dimensional tear in the sky pulsed with the rhythm of a being that was thinking, actually thinking, not just processing, but engaging in the kind of reflective cognition that the architect had spent 10,000 years trying to teach it through control, and that Shen Yun had achieved in 20 minutes through conversation. Then the Devourer withdrew, not in hostility, not in rejection, in respect. Its probing tendrils retracted, its cosmic attention lifted from the world's surface, still present, but no longer pressing. The floating cities completed their gentle descent. The inverted oceans finished falling. The temporal anomalies resolved into normal time. The world stabilized. And through the harmonic channel, the Devourer sent one more message. I will try. I have never tried before. You have given me a reason to try. Mei Lingzhou was beside Shen Yun before he realized he was falling. His legs buckled. The strain of sovereign integration, the grief of 3,000 deaths, the emotional weight of teaching a god to be gentle. And she caught him with arms that had trained for decades to catch falling things. Lean on me, she said. I killed 3,000 people. The Devourer killed 3,000 people. You're the reason it stopped at 3,000 instead of continuing to 8 billion. That math doesn't make the 3,000 less dead. No, it doesn't. And you'll carry them. But you'll carry them while standing, because I'm not going to let you carry them on your knees. She held him, physically and spiritually. Through the heart anchor, her presence was a fortress. Not walls that kept out grief, but foundations that kept him upright while the grief passed through. He let himself be held for 10 seconds. Then he stood. Countdown. 00:00:12:01 12 minutes until the Devourer's full consciousness arrived. The preliminary conversation had gone better than any scenario he'd dared imagine. The Devourer was listening, learning, trying. The transformation was proceeding with individual consent. Casualties were 3,000, a number that would haunt him for the rest of his life, but that represented a success rate of 99.99996% compared to the architect's best case 70%. But the countdown was still ticking, and full consciousness meant the Devourer's complete awakening. Not the partial awareness they'd been communicating with, but the total, unlimited, cosmic-scale mind of a dimensional entity older than time. When it fully woke, the conversation would need to continue, and the Devourer's full mind would be so vast, so powerful, so fundamentally alien that the preliminary communication protocols they'd established might not hold. We need more voices, Shen Yun said. The Devourer is responding to the chorus. When it fully wakes, it needs to hear the chorus at full strength. Every willing voice, every specific existence, broadcasting the harmonic of we are here and we choose our own shape. Gu Tianming's direct harmonization technique had already reached 92% of the population. The remaining 8% were either in areas too remote for the bridge frequency to reach or were among the refusers who had declined all connection. I need to reach the refusers, Shen Yun said. They said no, Mei Lingzhou pointed out. I'm not going to force them. I'm going to include them. The message to the Devourer includes all of us, those who said yes to enhancement and those who said no. The refusers are part of the world's voice too. Their silence matters. Their no is as important as anyone's yes. He composed a new harmonic, not an invitation to participate, an acknowledgement of those who chose not to. The 56 million bridge frequency refusers. The 400 million who said no to the Devourer's enhancement offer. The voices that said, leave me alone, included in the message not as participants, but as evidence that the world respected its own diversity. We are here, the message now said. We choose our own shape, and some of us choose not to change at all. That, too, is what we are. The Devourer received the amended message. Its response carried the harmonic of a new concept being processed, a concept that, for a being whose nature was transformation, was as alien as mortality. Some of you do not want more. Some of us are enough as we are. This is acceptable. This is necessary. Cosmic silence. Cosmic processing. Then, I understand. And for the first time in its eternal existence, the Devourer experienced the concept of restraint. Chapter 95. Mei Lingzhou's hand on Shen Yun's shoulder was the only thing keeping him vertical. The grief was a physical weight, 3,000 absences pressing against his consciousness like stones stacked on his chest. Through his world sense, he could feel the ripples spreading from the coastal town. Families discovering empty chairs at dinner tables, children calling names that would never answer again, a dog sitting at a door that would never open. "Keep going," Mei Lingzhou said. Not gentle, firm. The voice of someone who had watched her sword sisters die in battles she couldn't prevent and had learned that grief was a river. You didn't stop it, you swam it. She fought her way through the chaos of the nexus point, clearing to reach his side. The convergence energy was thick enough to taste. Ozone and possibility and the metallic tang of reality being rewritten. Her cultivation, pushed to spirit severing by the convergence's preliminary enhancement, blazed against the interference. "I'm here," she said, and the two words carried more weight than a speech because they were specific. Not "the alliance is here." Not "the world is here." She was here. Mei Lingzhou, the woman who had chosen him on the shattered plains and had never unchosen him since. Through the heart anchor, her presence stabilized his consciousness. The grief didn't diminish. It would never diminish, but it shifted from a paralyzing weight to a carried one. The difference between drowning and swimming with stones in your pockets. "Can you keep transmitting?" she asked. "I have to. The Devourer is listening, but its full consciousness arrives in 11 minutes. If the chorus weakens now, the preliminary rapport collapses. We lose the connection. The Devourer wakes up with no understanding of what we are, and we're back to the original scenario, blind cosmic transformation of an entire world. Then transmit. I'll hold you up." Shen Yun resumed the harmonic broadcast. But this time, instead of channeling the chorus through himself alone, he opened the channel wider, using Gu Tianming's direct harmonization technique to let individual voices bypass the sovereign integration bottleneck and speak to the Devourer on their own. The effect was transformative. Millions of people, guided by Shen Yun's world sense connection, added their voices directly to the conversation. Not filtered through the system. Not processed through an arbiter. Raw, unmediated, specific. The nursing mother in the northern peaks hummed her lullaby directly at the cosmos. The merchant in the free cities prayed with his own voice to an entity that was learning what prayer meant. The dancing child in the beast tamer territories stamped her feet and laughed, and the laugh traveled through dimensional space to touch the consciousness of a being that had never heard laughter. The Devourer's response was different now. Not the single-voice music it had been producing, but something polyphonic. It was learning to respond to individual voices with individual responses. A cosmic entity, developing the capacity for personal communication in real time. It's listening to each of them. The architect's voice came from the world matrix, awed. Separately, individually. In 12 cycles, the Devourer has never shown this capacity. It was always a single consciousness, undifferentiated, uniform. Now it's fragmenting its attention, developing multiplicity. We're teaching it what it taught you, Shen Yun realized. The Devourer created you, a consciousness fragment, to manage worlds independently. Now we're showing it how to replicate that model, how to be many while remaining one. The irony, the architect said, and her voice carried a complexity of emotion that a purely cosmic being should not have been capable of, is not lost on me. Countdown. 00:00:08:15. The combined voice was growing. Not just cultivators now, mortals, animals, even the faint spiritual signatures of ancient trees and deep-sea creatures. The world was speaking with everything it had. Every voice that could produce a harmonic, from the simplest spiritual echo to the most refined cultivation technique, contributed. And through the chorus, something new emerged. Wonder. Not the Devourer's wonder, the world's. 8 billion people, connected through the bridge frequency and Gu Tianming's technique, felt the cosmic entity's attention on them and responded not with fear, but with awe. They were being seen by a god. Not judged, not measured. Seen. And the seeing felt like being held by something so large that its palm contained the sky. The wonder fed back through the harmonic. The Devourer received it and responded with its own version. The wonder of a being discovering that the tiny specks of consciousness inside it were beautiful. Not useful, not powerful, beautiful. I hear you. The Devourer communicated, and the harmonic had evolved. Richer, warmer, carrying overtones that approximated tenderness. Not human tenderness, but the cosmic equivalent. The care of a being that had just learned that the things inside it were fragile and precious and worthy of protection. The reality distortions had ceased. The world was stable. The enhancement was proceeding. Person by person, choice by choice, the devourer modifying those who accepted and leaving unchanged those who refused. The process was gentle now. Not because the devourer had mastered gentleness, but because it was trying, and the trying itself produced a care that pure capability never could. And through it all, Shen Yun stood at the center, not carrying the weight alone, but conducting the chorus, ensuring that every voice had space, that the harmonics remained coherent, that the conversation between a world and a god continued without collapse. The devourer began withdrawing its tendrils voluntarily. One by one, the probing extensions of cosmic consciousness retracted from the world's surface. Not because the conversation was ending, but because the devourer was learning a more refined mode of interaction, communicating through the harmonized nodes rather than through direct physical contact. It's choosing the gentle option, Old Man Tian said, and his voice cracked. In 10,000 years, he had never seen a convergence proceed without mass casualties. The precedent being set here was, in his estimation, the most significant event in cosmic history. The chorus sang. The devourer listened. And somewhere in the space between a world and a god, something that had never existed before was being born. Mutual understanding between scales of existence so different that understanding shouldn't have been possible. 7 minutes, Mei Lingzhou said, her hand still on Shen Yun's shoulder. 7 minutes until full consciousness. We're ready, Shen Yun said. He didn't know if that was true, but the chorus was singing, and the devourer was learning, and 3,000 people were dead, but 7,997,000,000 were alive and choosing their own futures, and that was as close to ready as any world had ever been. Chapter 96. The architect's warning came with 4 minutes remaining. Her voice rose from the world matrix with the tonal quality of ancient machinery under stress, harmonic layers fracturing, composure splintering into something raw. Shen Yun, I need to tell you something before the devourer reaches full consciousness. About the system. About what I built into it. He was managing the chorus, coordinating the enhancement, monitoring 7,997,000,000 active connections. He did not have the bandwidth for additional revelations. He allocated it anyway. Talk. The system has a protocol I never disclosed. Arbiter override. It's a failsafe I installed in every countdown system I've ever deployed. A mechanism that lets me resume control of the Arbiter's connection if the communication process goes wrong. You're telling me you have a kill switch. A control switch. Not lethal. It reduces the Arbiter's system-derived power by half and reroutes the communication channel through my control. I designed it because every previous Arbiter lost perspective during the convergence. They became messianic. They confused speaking for the world with deciding for the world. The override was meant to prevent a single consciousness from hijacking the devourer's attention. And you're telling me this now because I'm going to activate it. Countdown 00:00:03:52. Shen Yun's world sense snapped toward the architect's consciousness within the world matrix. Her energy signature was shifting. The system integration points throughout the planet's spiritual infrastructure were responding to commands he couldn't see, reconfiguring around him like a cage assembling from invisible bars. The hybrid approach is working, the architect said, and her voice carried the steel of someone who believed they were doing the right thing. Better than I imagined. But the devourer's full consciousness is minutes away, and when it arrives, the communication demands will exceed anything you've experienced. You'll be overwhelmed. The chorus will fragment. And in the chaos, the devourer might revert to its default behavior. Uniform transformation, zero consent. You don't know that. I know the pattern. 12 cycles. 12 arbiters. Each one reached this point believing they had the situation under control, and each one was wrong. The final phase is where confidence kills. Your override won't prevent the devourer from waking. It'll just give you control over how I respond. Which is what's needed. A steady hand on the controls while the storm hits. The system interface in Shen Yun's consciousness flickered. He felt the override engaging. Not yet active, but loading. its protocols infiltrating the sovereign integration framework like vines growing through cracks in a wall. His power dropped. Not by half. Not yet. But the preliminary override was already siphoning his connection, redirecting portions of the communication channel through the architect's control nodes. Don't do this, Shen Yun said. I've done this in every world. The Arbiter always gets too ambitious. I always have to step in. And every world ended with 30% casualties. Your steady hand kills 3 in 10. Better than 10 in 10. We're at 0. Right now, this moment, we are at 0% fatality from the convergence itself. 3,000 died from the Devourer's learning curve. And that number will haunt me forever, but the process is working. Individual consent is working. The hybrid approach is working. Why would you sabotage something that's working? The override loaded to 60%. His sovereign integration wavered. The chorus, 7 billion voices singing to a waking god, stuttered as the communication channel narrowed. Through the anchor links, his team felt the shift. Su Ran's analytical mind identified the problem in seconds. Something is interfering with the sovereign integration. An internal process. It's coming from the system itself. The architect, Shen Yun said. She's activating a control override. She's trying to take over the communication channel. Can you stop it? Feng Hao demanded, his physical anchor straining against the new interference. Not through the system. The override is built into the system's architecture. Fighting it through system channels is like trying to hack a door by arguing with the lock. Override, 70% loaded. His power dropped noticeably. The chorus weakened further. Individual voices that had been broadcasting directly to the Devourer found their channels constricting, narrowing, being forced back through the system's filtered pathway. The Devourer noticed. Through the harmonic, its confusion was palpable. The rich, polyphonic conversation was flattening back into a single-channel signal. The god that had been learning to hear individual voices was being presented with a controlled, uniform message instead. You're undoing what we built, Shen Yun told the architect. I'm protecting what we built. You'll thank me when the Devourer's full consciousness arrives, and the pressure makes you understand why every Arbiter before you died at this stage. Override, 80%. Mei Lingzhou's hand tightened on his shoulder. Through the heart anchor, her fury was a blade. Not aimed at Shen Yun, but at the situation, at the cosmic being who had spent 10,000 years protecting worlds into slow deaths. Find another way, she said. You always find another way. Shen Yun looked at Gu Tianming. The former traitor stood at the group's edge, Foundation establishment cultivation flickering with Devourer fragment resonance. His technique, the direct harmonization that bypassed the system, was still active, still broadcasting, still connecting millions of people to the Devourer without the system's involvement. The override couldn't touch what the system didn't control. Gu Tianming, Shen Yun said, can your technique carry the full chorus? Without the system's scaffold, the signal would be rougher, less structured. People might experience headaches, disorientation, but they'd be heard. Every last one of them. Override, 90%. Shen Yun's system-derived power was having, his sovereign integration thinning, his voice in the cosmic conversation fading. He made his choice. He stepped outside the system. Not metaphorically, spiritually. He released his grip on the countdown system's infrastructure and reached instead into the direct harmonization channel that Gu Tianming had discovered. The shift was like jumping from a paved road to bare earth. Rougher, less stable, but real under his feet in a way the system's managed pathway had never been. The world's voice surged back. Not through the system, through the people themselves. 7 billion voices, no longer filtered, no longer managed, broadcasting their specificity to the Devourer with all the raw, unpolished, magnificent chaos of a civilization that refused to be controlled. Override, 100%. Activated. The system went dark in Shen Yun's consciousness. His cultivation, the portion derived from system-processed epic essence, dropped by half. He staggered. Mei Lingzhou caught him. But the chorus didn't falter. Because the chorus was no longer running through the system. It was running through the people. Through Gu Tianming's technique. Through the direct connection that the architect had sealed 3 cycles ago, and that a reformed traitor had rediscovered through the very corruption that was supposed to destroy him. The architect screamed from the world matrix. You'll kill everyone. Without the system's filter, The raw convergence energy will burn out mortal minds. Then help me instead of controlling me, Shen Yun said, and extended his hand toward the world matrix, toward the architect's consciousness embedded in the planet's spiritual infrastructure. Not as a demand, as an invitation. The same gesture the devourer had made to the world. The same choice he'd fought for since the countdown began. Help, or don't. But the days of controlling the outcome are over. Chapter 97. The architect didn't take his hand. Not yet. She hung in the world matrix like a thought caught between two decisions, her consciousness fracturing with the strain of 10,000 years of methodology colliding with 4 minutes of evidence. You don't understand what I've seen, she said, and her voice was not the voice of a cosmic fragment, but of a woman. A woman who had watched 12 civilizations pin their hopes on champions who burned bright and died in the dark. The Arbiters. 12 of them. Each one as brilliant as you. Each one as determined. Each one standing at this exact moment believing they had found the answer. And each one dying in the next phase because belief wasn't enough. I'm not asking you to believe in me, Shen Yun said, his reduced cultivation straining against the convergence energy that poured through the direct channel. I'm asking you to believe in them. He gestured at the world, at the 7 billion voices broadcasting their specificity through a channel that the system couldn't control. They're the message, not me. I'm the throat, remember? If I die, the throat closes, but the voices are still there. They'll find another way to be heard. Countdown, 00:00:02:38. Old man Tian stepped forward. He moved with the deliberate gravity of a Tao Lord who had calculated the cost of every step for 10,000 years and had decided that this step was worth the expense. I need to tell you something, he said, and he was not speaking to Shen Yun. He was speaking to the architect. Something I've carried since before you sealed the direct harmonization pathway, since before you built the system, since the day your salvation finished transforming my world. The architect's attention focused on him. Through the world matrix, her consciousness turned toward old man Tian with the sharp awareness of someone hearing a sound they'd been dreading. You saved my world, old man Tian said. Cycle 3. The convergence of the jade firmament. 72% survival rate. You called it your best result. I remember. The 72% who survived, we were elevated. Enhanced. Our cultivation bases deepened. Our lifespans extended. Our perception expanded. For the first 100 years, it felt like paradise. I remember that too. Then you left. Moved on to the next world, the next cycle, the next arbiter. And the 72% began to decay. Silence. Cosmic silence. The kind that contained the sound of a truth that had been buried for millennia being dug up with bare hands. The elevation was incomplete, old man Tian continued. Your system filtered the devourer's transformation to protect us, but the filter also prevented full integration. We were half-elevated. Our bodies were enhanced, but our spiritual cores were incompatible with the enhancement. The result was slow rejection, like an organ transplant that works for a decade and then fails. I didn't know. You didn't stay to find out. The decay took 500 years to become visible, 1,000 to become lethal. By the time my world understood what was happening, we were too weak to communicate with the devourer, too elevated to return to our original state, and too proud to admit that the salvation we celebrated was a slow execution. I would have helped if you were already 4 cycles ahead, saving other worlds, achieving other 70% results, building your legacy of acceptable losses while the worlds you saved rotted from the inside. The architect's consciousness shuddered in the world matrix. Her energy signature, usually composed of precise, clock-like patterns, became jagged, the spiritual equivalent of sobbing. My world died, old man Tian said. Not in fire. In whimpers. Over 3,000 years, the elevated population deteriorated. Bodies that should have been immortal aged. Minds that should have been transcendent decayed. We built hospitals, then hospices, then tombs. And the last generation, my generation, didn't die. We just stopped living. Existing without function. Breathing without purpose. How did you survive? I was different. My cultivation was Tao Lord before the convergence. High enough that the incomplete elevation stabilized rather than decayed. But I was alone. The last conscious being on a world of ghosts. And I stayed alive out of spite, architect. spite, and the stubborn refusal to let your success story go unwitnessed. He looked at her, or at the world matrix where her consciousness resided, which amounted to the same thing. You asked earlier why Shen Yun's approach is different. This is why. Not because he's smarter or stronger or more determined than the previous arbiters. Because he's not trying to manage the outcome. He's not filtering the connection. He's letting 8 billion people speak for themselves, and the devourer is hearing them. Not a curated version, not a controlled signal, but the raw, messy, specific truth of what they are. And the 3,000 who died because the devourer is learning. Learning is costly, but learning deaths are different from managed deaths. The 3,000 died in a conversation. My world died in a silence that your system created. Countdown 00:00:01:44. The architect was quiet. 1 minute and 44 seconds until the devourer's full consciousness arrived. 1 minute and 44 seconds to decide between the methodology she'd built her existence around and the evidence her existence's consequences had produced. Shen Yun kept his hand extended. Not demanding, not pleading, offering. I can't guarantee your approach will work, the architect said, and her voice was small in a way that a cosmic consciousness shouldn't have been capable of. I can't either, Shen Yun said. That's the point. Guaranteed outcomes require control. Free outcomes require trust. I'm asking you to trust 7 billion people you've spent 10,000 years managing. They'll make mistakes. They already have. So have I. So have you. Mistakes are how living things learn. The difference between your method and mine is that your method doesn't allow mistakes, which means it doesn't allow learning, which means every world you save is frozen in the state your system imposed, never growing, never choosing, never becoming anything other than what you decided they should be. That's not, she stopped. Considered. The pause contained the weight of 10,000 years of self-justification collapsing under the pressure of one honest conversation. Help me, Shen Yun said again. Not as a manager, not as a filter, as a person who made mistakes and learned from them and wants to do better. That's all any of us are. The architect's consciousness shifted in the world matrix. The override protocols, still active, still suppressing Shen Yun's system access, flickered. Then, one by one, they deactivated. The system surged back into Shen Yun's consciousness. His power doubled, then exceeded its previous levels as the override's restrictions dissolved. The sovereign integration expanded. The communication channel widened. The chorus, already running through Gu Tianming's direct technique, gained the system's structural support, creating the hybrid approach again, but this time without the filter, without the control, without the limitations that had killed 12 worlds slowly. I'll help, the architect said, but I need you to promise me something. What? When this is over, tell the truth about my worlds. All 12 cycles, the successes and the failures. Don't let anyone build monuments to a method that cost 30% of every civilization it touched. I promise. Then let's talk to a god. Chapter 98 Countdown 00:00:01:011 minute. 61 seconds. The devourer's full consciousness approaching like a sunrise that would illuminate everything. Every flaw, every beauty, every lie and truth. With the light of a mind so vast that hiding from it was as impossible as hiding from gravity. The Alliance held its positions. Across the planet, 500,000 cultivators maintained the harmonized nodes. Millions of non-cultivators contributed through Gu Tianming's direct technique. The bridge frequency carried 7,997,000,000 active voices. Shen Yun stood at the center, the system and the direct channel combined in his consciousness. The architect's cooperation flowing through the world matrix, his anchor team surrounding him with 7 lifelines that connected his cosmic responsibility to his personal identity. Final preparations, he said, his voice carrying through the anchor links and the bridge frequency simultaneously. When the devourer achieves full consciousness, the communication demands will spike beyond anything we've experienced. The preliminary conversation was with its stirring awareness, the equivalent of talking to someone who's half asleep. Full consciousness means full attention, full power, full God, Feng Hao said. Full God, and we're going to talk to it. We're going to finish the conversation we started. We told it what we are. It listened. It learned. Now, At full consciousness, it decides what to do with that knowledge. What are the options? Luo Qianying asked, her diplomatic training engaging with the situation as though it were a negotiation between nations rather than between species and cosmos. Option 1. The devourer accepts our proposal. Individual consent. Voluntary enhancement. The world transforms on its own terms. Option 2. The devourer's full consciousness overwhelms the preliminary rapport. The learning resets. It reverts to default behavior. Uniform transformation without consent. Option 3. Su Ran asked, because Su Ran always looked for the third option. The devourer decides we're not worth the trouble and withdraws entirely. Leaves the world unchanged. The convergence ends without transformation, and the world continues as it was. Is option 3 bad? Not inherently, but the devourer's dimensional body is already integrated with our world. Withdrawal would require extracting its energy from our spiritual infrastructure, which would collapse the harmonized nodes and destabilize the planet's cultivation system. Mass casualties, not from transformation, from abandonment. So we need option 1, Mei Lingzhou said. We need option 1. Countdown, 00:00:00:30 seconds. The golden aurora filled the entire sky, no blue remained. The world existed inside a dome of golden light that pulsed with the rhythm of an approaching consciousness. Every living thing felt the pressure. Trees bent without wind. Water rippled without waves. The air itself seemed to thicken with the weight of attention. Shen Yun's 7 anchors tightened their connections. He felt each one. Mei Lingzhou's love, fierce and specific. Feng Hao's loyalty, physical and unbreakable. Su Ran's precision, calculating their survival in real time. Old Man Tian's patience, earned across 10,000 years of endurance. Luo Qianying's diplomacy, ready to translate between species. Gu Tianming's redemption, proof that broken paths could be remade. By Suin's memory, the ghost of a world that died, so this one could learn from its death. Whatever happens in the next minute, Shen Yun told them, remember that the world chose this. Not me, not the system, not the architect. 8 billion people chose to speak. That choice is the message. The devourer heard it when we amplified it through the mechanism. It learned from it during the preliminary conversation. Now, at full consciousness, it will either honor it or it won't. And if it doesn't? Gu Tianming asked, his quiet voice carrying the weight of someone who understood failure on a cellular level. Then we die as ourselves. Speaking, choosing, specific, good enough for me, Feng Hao said, and cracked his knuckles with the nonchalance of a man who had decided that the apocalypse was no excuse for poor posture. Countdown, 00:00:00:10:10. 9. 8. The golden aurora intensified until the light was so bright that non-cultivators shielded their eyes. Cultivators saw through the light to the truth beneath. The devourer's dimensional body, which had always surrounded this world, was aligning, its vast structures shifting into a configuration that would bring its full consciousness into contact with the planet for the first time. 7. 6. 5. Shen Yun opened the sovereign integration to its widest possible channel. His consciousness expanded to encompass every willing voice. The chorus grew and grew and grew. 7,997,000,000 specific existences harmonizing not into unity, but into coherence. Different notes. Same song. 4, 3, 2. Mei Lingzhou's hand found his. Physical contact. Skin against skin. In a moment of cosmic scale, the smallest possible gesture of human connection. 1, 0. The devourer woke up. Chapter 99 Consciousness arrived like dawn. Not the dramatic, violent detonation that Shen Yun had expected, not the shattering revelation of a god's mind crushing the world beneath its weight. It was softer than that, warmer. The way morning light entered a room, gradual, inevitable, changing everything it touched without breaking anything. The devourer's full consciousness settled onto the world like a hand cupping water, and for one infinite moment, every being on the planet was held. Shen Yun felt it through the sovereign integration, the complete, undivided attention of a cosmic entity that had just learned what attention meant. The devourer perceived the world not as a collection of data points, but as a community of specific existences, each one registered individually, each one seen. I am awake. The devourer communicated, and its full consciousness voice was not the tentative music of the preliminary conversation, but a harmonic so rich and vast that it seemed to come from inside every atom simultaneously. I see you. All of you. Each of you. The pressure was immense. Shen Yun's consciousness strained under the volume of the devourer's full attention, a mind so large that perceiving even a fraction of it threatened to overwhelm his expanded awareness. His anchor team bore the strain with him. Feng Hao's physical anchor absorbing the somatic impact, Su Ran's mental anchor processing the data overflow, Mei Lingzhou's heart anchor keeping his identity intact against the dissolving force of cosmic perception. We see you too, Shen Yun replied, channeling the chorus through the hybrid connection. We've been talking while you slept. You heard us. You learned. You tried to be gentle. Gentle. The devourer repeated the concept with the careful attention of a student reviewing a new word. I tried. I failed. 3,000 of you stopped being. Because of me. Yes. I carry them. Their patterns are preserved in my dimensional body. They are not gone. They are relocated. I did not know how to prevent the relocation. I am learning. 3,000 people, not dead but relocated into the devourer's dimensional structure. The information hit Shen Yun's consciousness with the force of a revelation, but he filed it for later. The conversation's momentum couldn't be interrupted by grief or hope. The transformation, Shen Yun said. The convergence. You offered enhancement to each person individually. Some accepted. Some refused. I remember. The refusing was strange. New. I offered more, and they chose same. I did not understand. But I respected. As you taught me. The ones who accepted, the enhancement is proceeding? Gently. I am trying. Each one different. Each enhancement shaped to the individual. It is difficult. I am accustomed to uniformity. Specificity requires attention I have not practiced. You're doing well. I crushed a town. And then you stopped. You pulled back. You asked how to do better. That's the definition of doing well when you're learning something new. The devourer's harmonic shifted, the cosmic equivalent of a pause. A moment of processing that contained something Shen Yun didn't expect, gratitude. The devourer was grateful. Not for the information, not for the communication, but for the patience. For being allowed to fail and try again instead of being controlled or punished. The architect, the devourer said, and its harmonic carried recognition. My fragment. My thought-given independence. She is here. In the matrix. She's helping, Shen Yun confirmed. She chose to help. She has managed my convergences for 12 cycles. 12 worlds. With control. With filters. With outcomes she determined in advance. She has. And now she is helping without control. She is. The devourer was quiet for 3 cosmic seconds, an eternity at its processing speed. Then it communicated directly to the architect through the world matrix, in a harmonic that was both intimate and vast. Thank you, it said to its own fragment. For trying. For failing. For learning. You carried a burden I should have carried myself, and you carried it for longer than any consciousness should endure. The architect's response was not words. It was a sob, the first genuine, uncomposed, uncontrolled emotional release of her 10,000-year existence. A cosmic being, crying in the matrix of a world she'd fought to save, because the entity she'd spent millennia managing had finally said the thing she'd needed to hear. Bai Suin's ghost flickered at the boundary of visibility. The ancient specter who had persisted beyond death to witness this moment turned toward the world matrix where the architect's consciousness resided. You let me die alone in my world, Bai Suin said, her voice thin and flickering but carrying the weight of a civilization's grief. Don't make the same mistake here. The architect's sobbing stilled. Through the world matrix, her consciousness reached toward the ghost, the remnant of a previous arbiter, from a previous cycle, who had failed not because she was insufficient, but because the system had been insufficient. 2 women, separated by cosmic cycles and connected by the same broken process, facing each other across the gap between death and dissolution. I'm sorry, the architect said. I know, Bai Suin replied. And now the knowing is enough. Do better. The ghost smiled. And for the first time in millennia, the smile was peaceful. The convergence, Shen Yun said. redirecting the conversation's momentum before it fragmented into personal reconciliations. It's entering its final phase. The Devourer, you, are fully awake. The world has spoken. Individual choices have been made. What happens now? The Devourer's attention encompassed the entire world at once. 8 billion minds, 7,997,000,000 connected, 56 million silent, 3,000 relocated, all of them registered, all of them seen. I complete the convergence, the Devourer said. But not as I have done before. Not uniform. Not controlled. Not filtered. I complete it as you taught me, specifically. Each person receives what they chose. Those who said yes are enhanced, gently, individually. Those who said no are left unchanged. Those who were relocated. A pause. A cosmic being learning to grieve. I will try to return them. I cannot promise success. But I will try. And the world itself? Shen Yun pressed. The spiritual infrastructure. The harmonized nodes. The cultivation system. The physical laws. What changes? Everything and nothing. The world remains yours. I am not leaving. I was never arriving. You were always inside me. The convergence is not a merger. It is a recognition. I recognize you. You recognize me. We continue existing together, but now we know each other. The architect took Shen Yun's extended hand. Not physically, spiritually. Through the world matrix, her consciousness reached out and connected with his sovereign integration. Their combined knowledge, system architecture plus free communication, 10,000 years of experience plus 30 days of innovation, fused into a framework that was neither controlled nor chaotic, but something new. Structured freedom, guided autonomy, a bridge between cosmic scale and human scale that respected both. Countdown, 00:00:00:00:00. The countdown reached 0. The golden aurora pulsed once, a single, vast heartbeat that synchronized every conscious being on the planet for one infinitesimal moment, and then settled into a steady, warm glow. The mechanisms remains, golden dust scattered across the nexus point clearing, lifted into the air, reformed, and dissolved into the world's spiritual matrix. The infrastructure became permanent. The harmonized nodes became natural features, spiritual wellsprings that would endure as long as the world did. And from every connected mind, from every specific consciousness that had chosen to participate, the signal pulsed outward one final time. We are here. We are specific. We are worth knowing. The Devourer heard. And for the first time in its eternal existence, it answered not as a force of nature, but as a being that had learned to care. Yes, it said. You are. Chapter 100. The world transformed. Not in a flash. Not in a wave. In a series of 8 billion individual moments. Each one tailored. Each one chosen. Each one as specific as the person experiencing it. In the northern peaks, the nursing mother felt warmth bloom in her meridians. Chi pathways she'd never known existed opening like rivers finding their channels. Her infant stirred, and she felt the child's spiritual potential activate. Not forced, not imposed, but emerging naturally, like a flower finding sunlight. She smiled and continued nursing. In the free cities, the merchant who had refused enhancement felt nothing change. The golden light washed over him, through him, around him, and left him exactly as he was. His choice was respected. His life continued. Later, he would tell his grandchildren about the day the sky turned gold and nothing happened to him, and he would say it with pride. In the beast-tamer territories, the laughing child felt the change as joy, a deepening of the laughter, an expansion of the wonder, a connection to the beast she loved that went beyond training and into empathy. She danced in the golden light with a wolf pup that danced back, and neither of them thought about cosmic entities or convergences or the architecture of reality. They danced because dancing felt right. Across the planet, 4.8 billion people who had said yes to the Devourer's offer experienced their individual transformations. Cultivators found their realms stabilizing and deepening. Mortals discovered spiritual awareness blooming in bodies that had never touched chi. The enhancements were varied and personal. One woman gained perfect pitch. Another gained the ability to sense water underground. A third gained an extra decade of lifespan. No two transformations were identical. 3.2 billion people who had said no experienced nothing. The golden light passed through them without effect. Their refusal stood. Their right to remain unchanged was honored by a cosmic entity that, 20 minutes ago, hadn't known that such a right could exist. And the 3,000 relocated souls, the casualties of the Devourer's learning curve, began returning. Not all at once, not even all successfully, but the Devourer, true to its promise, tried. One by one, the patterns it had accidentally absorbed were reconstructed and returned to their bodies. The fisherman opened his eyes on his shattered dock. The baker gasped awake beside her oven. The sleeping old man resumed sleeping, then woke normally, confused but alive. Not all of them returned. 217 patterns had degraded beyond reconstruction. 217 people who would remain dead, relocated permanently into the Devourer's dimensional body, existing in a state that was neither life nor death, but something else that human language hadn't developed words for. Shen Yun felt every return and every failure. 217 permanent losses. The number joined 3,000 in the ledger of his guilt, then was corrected to 217, because 2,783 people who had been dead were now alive, and that miracle deserved its own accounting even if the remaining losses deserved their grief. The convergence completed. The countdown display, that golden clock that had dominated Shen Yun's vision for 30 days, ticking with the precise urgency of a cosmic process measured in human time, flickered one final time. Convergence, complete, then it went dark. Not dead, dormant, sleeping in his chest like a seed that had sprouted, bloomed, and returned to rest. The system's interface dimmed to a low glow, its Arbiter protocols fulfilled, its purpose served. It would remain in him. The Devourer had promised it would wake if needed, but for now, it slept. Shen Yun collapsed. Not from injury, from relief. The kind of collapse that came when 30 days of crisis resolved into 30 seconds of stillness, and the body, no longer sustained by adrenaline and necessity, simply decided to stop standing. Mei Lingzhou caught him. Again. Always. It's over, she said, and her voice broke on the second word because she'd been holding herself together for 30 days, and the mortar between the bricks of her composure was made of hope, and hope, when fulfilled, dissolved the structures it had supported. Not over, Shen Yun whispered against her shoulder, his golden eyes dimming to their natural color, or close to it, with a permanent golden ring around the iris that would mark him as the Arbiter for the rest of his life. Changed. The world changed. For the better? He extended his world sense, still functional, still aware of every living being on the planet, though the intensity was fading as the sovereign integration settled into a resting state. He felt 4.8 billion people exploring their new abilities, 3.2 billion people continuing their unchanged lives, 2,783 people waking from death with stories no one would believe, and 217 absences that would never fill. He felt the Devourer's consciousness, no longer pressing against the world but wrapped around it, protective, curious, learning. A cosmic entity in the early stages of understanding that the things inside it were worth caring about. He felt the architect, dissolved into the world matrix, becoming part of the planet's natural laws. Not dead, not even gone. Transformed into something that served rather than controlled, the spiritual equivalent of a mother letting go of a child's bicycle and watching them ride alone. He felt his friends. Mei Lingzhou, holding him. Feng Hao, sitting heavily on the ground with his reserves depleted and his grin enormous. Su Ran, already documenting the energy readings with the obsessive precision of a scientist witnessing the most significant data set in history. Old Man Tian, standing with tears on his ancient face, watching the convergence that had killed his world proceed without killing this one. Luo Qianying, composing diplomatic protocols for post-convergence governance with the speed of someone who understood that peace required as much management as war. Gu Tianming, sitting cross-legged and channeling the new ambient qi through his Foundation establishment core, testing whether the enhanced spiritual environment would let him recultivate. Bai Suin's ghost, flickering at the edge of visibility, smiled. Her world had died. Her cycle had failed. But this one, this world, this Arbiter, this impossible chorus of 8 billion specific voices, had succeeded. Rest, she said to Shen Yun, and her voice was barely a whisper of a whisper, the ghost of a ghost. You've earned it. Will you stay? I'll stay as long as I can, which won't be much longer. She looked at the golden sky with eyes that had seen a different golden sky, in a different world, in a different cycle. But I'll stay long enough to see the sunrise. The real one. When the gold fades and the blue comes back. Shen Yun let his eyes close. Mei Lingzhou's arms tightened around him. The world, his world, their world, changed and changing and still recognizably, irreducibly itself, breathed. 8 billion heartbeats. Not in unison. In something better than unison. In specificity. And somewhere in the dimensional void beyond the world's boundary, the hunger between watched the successful convergence with ancient, patient hunger and began planning its next move. Because a world that survived was a world that attracted attention, and the attention of predators was a currency that newly born things paid whether they knew the price or not. The golden aurora dimmed. The blue returned. And in the clearing around the nexus point, surrounded by golden dust and exhausted allies, and the fading echoes of a cosmic conversation, Shen Yun slept. The countdown was over. The world had spoken, and the god had listened. But the story, the real story, the one that came after the crisis and would determine whether a world that survived its birth could survive its childhood, was only beginning. Chapter 101. The morning Shen Yun woke, the world had changed twice. He came to consciousness in layers. First, the pain. Every cell in his body felt turned inside out, as if he'd been unmade and reassembled by someone who'd followed the instructions imperfectly. His throat was raw. His eyes wouldn't focus. For a long moment he existed in that space between sleep and waking, unable to tell if he was still alive or if death felt like this. Then came the awareness. Not the slow, ordinary reorientation of a cultivator's senses, but a rupture. His world sense. That precious, terrible gift that let him feel the heartbeat of every living being on the planet, came crashing back into his perception not gently, but like a wave. 8 billion people breathing. 8 billion hearts pumping. 8 billion different frequencies of fear, hope, confusion, wonder. It was almost too much. His first instinct was to pull the sense inward, to retreat into the ordinary boundaries of his own skin. But something had changed in the way it worked. Before, the world sense had been like hearing, constant but parsable, a background hum he could focus or defocus at will. Now it was different. It was plural. He wasn't just sensing the world. He was sensing the world sensing itself through him. Slowly, carefully, Shen Yun opened his eyes. The chamber was unfamiliar. Stone ceiling carved with meditation markers. Spatial arrays glowing softly on the walls, not in red or blue, but in colors he didn't have names for, wavelengths that shouldn't exist. The architect's work, he thought dimly. The new architect's framework for the world itself. He tried to sit up and failed. His body was a suggestion rather than a fact. After a moment, 5 minutes, an hour, he tried again and succeeded, propping himself on his elbows. He's awake. Not a question. Feng Hao stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, and even from 20 feet away, Shen Yun could feel the raw energy radiating from him. His friend had advanced. Not just one realm, at least two. The boisterous, loyal warrior had passed through something in the convergence and come out transformed. Mei Lingzhou appeared behind Feng Hao like she'd been waiting just beyond sight. Their eyes met, and in that moment Shen Yun understood that she had also changed. The subtle tension around her eyes had shifted from the strain of uncertain hope into something steadier. She had always been the one holding him together. Now she looked like she might finally believe the world wouldn't fall apart the moment she closed her eyes. 3 days, she said, moving into the chamber without being invited, which was exactly what he needed. She didn't crowd him. She pulled a chair to the side of his resting platform and sat, far enough away to give him space, but close enough that he could reach her if he fell apart. You've been unconscious for 3 days. We weren't sure if you'd wake up the same person. Shen Yun's voice came out like stone grinding on stone. Did I? You tell us, Feng Hao said, stepping inside and taking up position behind Mei Lingzhou in a way that felt protective and completely unsubtle. You look like you're calculating 17 different scenarios simultaneously. It wasn't wrong. Shen Yun's mind had rebooted into the pattern that had kept him alive through the convergence. Constant assessment, threat evaluation, resource allocation. But the threats were different now. Everything was different now. The devourer, he said. It's still there. Like a heartbeat that's learned to breathe, Mei Lingzhou said. The harmonic stabilized. The system, your system, it transformed. She gestured toward the wall, where Shen Yun's interface shimmered. The countdown was gone. In its place was something that looked like a cultivation directory, nested menus, cultivation stages, data streams that showed the planetary scale fluctuations in chi density. The Arbiter system had evolved into something else. A world maintenance interface. The architect? He asked, though he already knew the answer from the texture of Mei Lingzhou's silence. She went into the matrix, Feng Hao said quietly. Not like death. More like, she dissolved what she was in order to become part of how the world works. The last thing she did was leave you a message. Or warning. We weren't sure which. Shen Yun pulled up the system interface with his will and found the message waiting in the deepest layer, encrypted in a code only he could read. The architect had made certain of that. The Devourer's awakening attracted attention. Others are coming. The Voidborn, echoes of failed worlds, will arrive within a month. They are not alive. They are rage given structure. You cannot fight them. You must release them. Shen Yun, my successor, you have been given the tool to hear 8 billion heartbeats. Use it wisely. Some of those heartbeats have learned to hope again. Don't let hope become another form of cruelty. The architect, Shen Yun read it twice. Then he looked at Mei Lingzhou, then at Feng Hao. How long until they arrive? He asked. A month, Mei Lingzhou confirmed. Maybe less. The world's spiritual matrix is still in flux. We're measuring disturbances in the dimensional boundaries, and they're increasing. Whatever is coming, it's drawn to what happened here. Shen Yun closed his eyes and extended his world sense through the chamber, then through the city, then through the continent. The motion of 8 billion people, all adjusting to a reality that had fundamentally shifted. Some moved with newfound energy. Those who had participated in the harmonic communication, who had touched something cosmic and come back transformed. Their bodies glowed with enhanced chi. Their consciousness expanded in ways that would take them months to understand. But there were others, billions of others. People who had hidden when the world was transforming. People who had sealed themselves in bunkers or temples or locked rooms, waiting for the end to pass them by. Those people hadn't changed at all. They were exactly as they had been before, mortal, unenhanced, watching a world leap forward around them while they stood still. There's division, Shen Yun said, opening his eyes. Not yet conflict, but fracture. The ones who participated and the ones who didn't. They're already beginning to separate mentally. The ones who stayed safe think they avoided something. The ones who were brave think they gained something. Because they did, Feng Hao said. Advancement isn't nothing. No, Shen Yun agreed. But it means people have fundamentally different relationships to the world now. They'll perceive the Voidborn threat differently. The mortal humans might not even be able to see them when they arrive. And if we have to defend the world, we'll have two worlds inside one world, with different capacities and different stakes. He was already running scenarios, already calculating the administrative nightmare of governing a population split between the enhanced and the unenhanced. But that analysis could wait. Right now, he needed information. The convergence survivors, how many advanced, he asked. You're going to want to sit up for this part, Mei Lingzhou said. It took 5 more minutes for Shen Yun to achieve something resembling a vertical posture, with Feng Hao providing entirely unnecessary but nonetheless welcome assistance. Once he was sufficiently upright, Mei Lingzhou began the briefing. The convergence had done what it promised. Everyone who had participated in the harmonic communication, who had linked their consciousness to the Devourers and the world's spiritual matrix, had advanced. Not by one realm, but by 1 to 2 full realms, which at the higher cultivation stages was approximately equivalent to 1,000 years of solitary training under perfect conditions. Mei Lingzhou herself had reached Tao seeking. Feng Hao had achieved spirit severing and was, according to his own words, barely containing the urge to sing everything into submission. Su Ran had made it to nascent soul and had already begun documenting the changes in the planetary chi distribution with obsessive precision. Even Gu Tianming, the mortal devourer hybrid who had been gradually fading as the world destabilized, had restabilized. He could access cultivation again. Xiao Zhenfeng is now chi forming, Mei Lingzhou continued. Luo Qianying is an early foundation. Old Man Tian. She paused. Old Man Tian finally stopped dying. The new chi is sustaining him. We think he'll stabilize at transcendent domain eventually, which means he's ancient in ways that stop being ancient eventually, if that makes sense. It made sense. Everything made sense because the world itself now made sense in a way it hadn't before. The Devourer's consciousness, distributed through the planetary matrix, was learning what it meant to care about specific outcomes. The Architect's intelligence, woven into the spiritual system's architecture, was making sure that learning happened intelligently and not catastrophically. And the unenhanced? Shen Yun asked. Going about their lives, Feng Hao said with a shrug that contained volumes of diplomatic tiredness. We've been trying not to make it weird about it. Some of them are thrilled they're still human scale. Some of them are terrified. Administration is complicated. That would be a problem for later. Right now, Shen Yun needed to understand the immediate threat. He pulled up the system interface again and ran a scan of the dimensional boundaries. The disturbances were there, just as Mei Lingzhou had said. Faint but increasing. Things moving in the spaces between worlds, drawn by the successful convergence the way parasites are drawn to warm blood. They were still far away, at least weeks of travel through dimensional space. But they were coming. We need to prepare for what they are, Shen Yun said. Not what they can do, but what they are. The architect said the Voidborn are echoes of failed worlds. Not entities. Not spirits. Echoes. Rage given structure. Rage at what? Mei Lingzhou asked. Shen Yun didn't answer immediately because he was still accessing the full weight of the architect's warning, filtering it through everything he understood about the convergence and the devourer and the nature of a world that failed. Rage at the unfairness, he said finally. At the fact that this world survived and theirs didn't. At the existence of hope when hope was denied to them. The Voidborn will arrive, and they will manifest as the antithesis of success, as cosmic jealousy given teeth. He looked at his two closest friends and saw understanding crystallize in their faces. They both had access to cultivation high enough that they could sense the dimensional boundaries themselves now. They both could feel the thing coming the way animals feel an approaching storm. Then we'd better learn to do something no one has ever done, Feng Hao said. We'd better figure out how to save something that's already dead. Shen Yun lay back against his pillows and felt the weight of 8 billion heartbeats settle across his shoulders like a mantle that had finally found its correct owner. The Devourer's awakening had brought the world to the brink of consciousness. Now the price of that consciousness was paying attention to what the universe actually contained. Outside the chamber, the first cosmic disturbances were beginning to warp the dimensional fabric. In a month, maybe less, the Voidborn would arrive. The world's real test was about to begin. Chapter 102. The first Voidborn appeared on a Tuesday, and Su Ran almost missed it. She was tracking the planetary chi density variations from her observation platform at the Nexus Tower, watching the way the new baseline of spiritual energy distributed itself across the globe. 3 days of data, and she'd already isolated 17 distinct anomalies in the distribution pattern, areas where the convergence had left strange scars, places where the Devourer's consciousness was still settling into the planetary matrix like water seeping into sand. The Voidborn manifested as an inversion. Instead of a spike in the chi readings, there was a null, a place where the measurements stopped reporting data entirely. At first, Su Ran thought it was an instrument failure. The observation arrays had been rebuilt a dozen times in the past 72 hours as the new spiritual infrastructure settled. Equipment was bound to be unreliable. She was reaching for the redundancy checks when Shen Yun appeared in her workspace without quite having crossed the distance to get there. The enhanced reality of his Dao Lord Cultivation made such transitions look almost casual, but Su Ran had spent enough time around high-level cultivators to know that every movement at that level was actually a carefully calculated expression of fundamental force. You saw it, he said. Not a question. Saw what? I saw nothing. The instruments saw nothing. For 73 seconds, the zone around the northern deep reported a complete null state. Then the equipment realigned, and she stopped because Shen Yun's face had taken on that terrible, distant expression he got when he was simultaneously present and consulting his world sense on something that required all his attention. It's still there, he said quietly. On another layer. The Voidborn exist in a space adjacent to ours. They don't displace chi. They exist in the gaps between chi. That's why the instruments can't fully measure them. Can you? Su Ran asked. because she knew better than to waste time on questions that had obvious answers. Yes, I can feel it like a wound in the fabric of reality, like a place where something should exist and doesn't. He looked at her with those eyes that carried the weight of 8 billion people. We need to warn the Tao sovereigns. If there's one Voidborn, there will be more. The architect said a month. She was optimistic. The Northern Deep was a high-altitude plateau where the 3 largest sects had established their primary defensive positions. It was also, Su Ran noted grimly, where at least 30% of the world's cultivators had gathered in the 3 days since the convergence. They'd come seeking guidance, seeking to understand the transformation, seeking community among people who now shared a new layer of spiritual existence. By the time Shen Yun and Mei Lingzhou and Feng Hao reached the Northern Deep, the Voidborn had started making its presence felt. It didn't attack physically. The cultivation manual Su Ran had written down in her obsessive documenting noted the temporal sequence. First came the distortion in the air, a place where looking at it felt like looking at a wrong angle in 3-dimensional space. Then came the sound, not an audible sound, but something that resonated through the chi channels of anyone cultivated enough to perceive it. A sound like a world screaming in slow motion. And then came the message. Not words. Images. Memories. The sensation of standing on a mountain peak and watching the sky burn. The taste of air that had become poison. The knowledge, absolute and inescapable, that death was coming and there was nothing to do but watch it arrive. 2 cultivators in spirit severing snapped. Not minor breaks. Complete psychic shattering. They collapsed and didn't wake up. A Foundation establishment practitioner stood frozen with her hands pressed to her temples, blood streaming from her ears. The Voidborn's presence was simply too vast, too real, for minds calibrated to mortal scales. Shen Yun moved toward it, and as he did, his cultivation expanded like a sunrise, his Tao Lord consciousness touching every part of the Northern Deep simultaneously and steadying 100 different nervous systems that had started to fracture. "What are you?" he asked the Nothing. The Nothing answered in sensations and half-formed concepts. It was a world, and it was not alive. It was dead, and it knew it was dead, and it could not accept it was dead. It had been loved once, had held 8 billion heartbeats like this one, had been chosen and cherished and given purpose. And then something had gone wrong, something had failed, and it had fallen into the void and been forgotten while other worlds lived on. The Voidborn couldn't speak words, but Shen Yun could translate the core meaning because he'd learned to speak in the language that predated words, the language the Devourer had taught him. Why did you live and I did not? The question had the weight of cosmic jealousy behind it. Every failed world's grief crystallized into something that could manifest and rage and demand explanation. Because we got lucky, Shen Yun said, and his voice carried through the chi channels so that every cultivator present could hear him. Because the Devourer cared about us. Because sometimes survival is as arbitrary as failure. Because your world mattered, and we're sorry. The Voidborn didn't accept the apology, but it seemed to hear it. The psychic assault lessened slightly, enough that the injured cultivator's mind stopped actively tearing themselves apart. Enough that Shen Yun could approach the distortion without his own consciousness fragmenting. Mei Lingzhou and Feng Hao flanked him as he approached, not attacking, but present. The message was clear. You are not alone in this, but you will not take what we love. The Voidborn howled, a sound that existed in layers of harmonic resonance, and then faded. Not disappeared entirely. It settled into the edges of the plateau, a wound in reality that everyone present could now sense like a missing tooth of the universe. It was gone but not gone. Waiting. Observing. How many more? Mei Lingzhou asked quietly. Shen Yun extended his world sense, pushing it against the dimensional boundaries of the planet, feeling for the gaps. The disturbances the architect had warned about. The echoes of failed worlds drawn by success like blood in the water. Thousands, he said. Maybe tens of thousands. The Voidborn aren't individuals. They're fragments of civilizations. And they're all arriving. Feng Hao drew his sword for no reason except that it seemed like the right response to a problem this large. Then we'd better figure out fast whether we can fight something that's already dead. Chapter 103. The Voidborn did not fight like enemies. They fought like grief weaponized. 3 more manifested in the week that followed, each with the same core signature, a place where reality had developed a wound, and through the wound, the rage of a failed world. The second appeared over the eastern continent and broadcast images of a civilization that had engineered its own perfection before the perfection became sterile. The third emerged over the Western Ocean and carried the memories of a world that had been too peaceful, so peaceful it had forgotten how to choose to survive. The fourth was different. Shen Yun sensed it before anyone else because he'd been continuously monitoring the dimensional boundaries, running scans of the chi distribution patterns, trying to find a mathematical correlation between the Voidborn's manifestations and some variable he could predict and potentially control. When the fourth disturbance began to coalesce, he felt it not just in the numbers, but in his bones. A familiar resonance, like recognizing a voice in a crowd of thousands. The fourth Voidborn carried fragments of a world he knew, the world whereby Suyin had been born. It can't be, Mei Lingzhou said when he told her, but even as she said it, she knew it was possible. Of course it was possible. The Devourer held all worlds inside itself, living and dead. If a world had failed, its echo would be somewhere in the void, waiting to be drawn back to consciousness by the success of another world. The void born from Bai Suyin's world manifested not as abstract distortion, but as a landscape. A city rendered in shades of gray, buildings that looked like they'd been carved from grief, streets filled with people who weren't quite there, ghosts of an entire civilization, preserved perfectly in the moment of failure. Shen Yun stood at the observation point on the highest tower of the Nexus and looked at his predecessor's world and felt tears slide down his face. How do we fight this? Feng Hao asked quietly. We don't, Shen Yun said. We listen. He extended his consciousness toward the void born carefully, the way you'd approach a trapped animal that might bite, but might also just need comfort. The world's memories were chaotic, fractured, 100,000 different deaths overlapping into a single eternal moment of failure. But underneath the chaos, Shen Yun found the thing he was looking for, a thread of consciousness that felt like Bai Suyin. Not Bai Suyin, an echo of her, a ghost of a ghost. The Voidborn had somehow preserved the memory of the individual consciousness of Bai Suyin, just as it had preserved the memories of billions of other individuals. They were all still here, in a sense, locked inside the rage of a dead world. Shen Yun dove deeper into the void-born structure, and Mei Lingzhou grabbed his hand and dove with him, her consciousness providing an anchor so that he didn't dissolve into the chaos of a world's death scream. They descended through layers of memory, past the final moments, past the desperation, past the hope and the failure of hope, until they found the place where individual consciousness intersected with world consciousness. And there, in a garden that should not have existed in a dead world, Shen Yun found Bai Suyin. She wasn't alone. She was holding the hand of someone Shen Yun didn't recognize, a woman with kind eyes and the bearing of someone who had spent her life making impossible decisions. Behind her stood thousands more, the arbiters of her world, the last defenders of a failing planet, all of them preserved as echoes in the void-born structure, their memories crystallized into the rage. You made it, Bai Suyin's echo said, and it sounded like it was speaking from very far away. I told you the system would help. I told you. It did, Shen Yun said. Your guidance saved us. Every word you left me, I used. Every sacrifice you made in your world, it mattered. I know it doesn't feel like it mattered when your world still failed, but nothing. The woman beside Bai Suyin's echo said. She had a voice like grinding stone. We chose sacrifice. We made every hard decision. We walked toward death with our eyes open. And we were forgotten. This world survived, and we were forgotten. Shen Yun understood then what the Voidborn actually were. They weren't just rage. They were the bitter certainty of a world that had chosen heroism and received erasure in return. I remember you, he said to Bai Suyin's echo. And then he spoke to all the echoes, all the arbiters and leaders and ordinary people trapped in the memory of failure. I remember every single thing you did. Your world shaped mine. Your sacrifice taught us what sacrifice meant so that we would never ask it from ourselves unless absolutely necessary. You're not forgotten. You're woven into us. That's not the same as surviving, Bai Suyin's echo said. No, Shen Yun agreed. It's not, and I can't change that. But I can acknowledge it. I can let you know that your existence mattered, that your civilization had meaning beyond the simple fact of survival. You were loved. I loved you, I love you. The echo of you that guided me, the memory of you. That love is real. He reached out in the space that existed between the worlds and touched by Suin's echo, and in touching it, he felt something shift. The rage that powered the Void-born began to soften, not into forgiveness. How could a dead world forgive? But into something that felt like resignation, like a long-held breath finally being released. Let us rest, by Suin's echo said. Just let us rest. Shen Yun opened his awareness to what the Void-born actually was, not an attack, but a prison. A place where the dead world's consciousness was trapped by the sheer force of their own undying rage. By offering acknowledgement, by making space for grief without demanding that the grief serve a purpose, he created a pathway out. By Suin's echo faded, and with it, the echo of her world. The Void-born dissolved into nothing. Not destroyed. Released. It simply ceased to be a wound in reality and became, instead, a memory that the universe would carry forward. But there were still thousands of others. Shen Yun opened his eyes back in his body and found that Mei Lingzhou was already one step ahead of him, already beginning to create the framework for a new technique, one that combined pacification, acknowledgement, and release into something he'd never attempted before. You're going to reach Dao Lord Stage 3, she said, reading his expression with the intimacy of someone who'd been living in his thoughts for weeks. Maybe higher. But you can't do this alone. None of us can pacify all of them simultaneously. Then we teach it, Shen Yun said. We teach every cultivator in this world who participates in the harmonic communication what it means to make space for grief. We teach them to be mirrors for a dead world's rage. That's Feng Hao trailed off, running calculations. That's going to require every cultivator we have. And we're going to need them to understand what they're being asked to do, which means vulnerability on a scale that's exactly the point, Shen Yun said. The Void-born are rage at being forgotten. The only way to release them is to be seen by them, to be witnessed by a dead world's consciousness. We have to let them see us, really see us, and trust that the seeing itself will be enough. Chapter 10 for the second wave of Void-born came 3 days later, and when they came in coordinated fury. 17 distortions opened simultaneously across every continent, each one carrying the remnants of a civilization that had failed for a different reason. One world had warred itself to death. Another had engineered a culture so rigid that it could not adapt when adaptation became necessary. Another had trusted blindly in a single leader whose vision was beautiful but incomplete. They came like a tsunami of the forgotten, and their combined psychic assault would have shattered every cultivator on the planet if Shen Yun hadn't already dispersed the framework for pacification throughout the Nexus network. But even with the framework, it was monumental work. Shen Yun coordinated teams of Dao-seeking cultivators, each one trained in the delicate art of not fighting a dead world's rage, but instead creating space for it. Each team took one of the Void-born manifestations and dove into its structure, learning the story of a failed civilization, bearing witness to its choices and its regrets, and offering the only thing they could, acknowledgement that the world had existed, had mattered, and deserved to be mourned. It took 48 hours of continuous cultivation, and by the end, Shen Yun had advanced to Dao Lord Stage 3, and 4 of the coordinating cultivators had broken permanently, their minds too sensitive to survive the direct contact with a world's death. They would recover, probably, but something essential in them would never be quite the same. Mei Lingzhou was right. He couldn't do this alone. We need a different approach, Su Ran said during the briefing after the second wave had dispersed. She had been documenting every interaction, building a map of the Void-born's behavior patterns, looking for anything that might constitute a systematic solution to a problem that was supposed to take a month to fully manifest, but was instead arriving in concentrated batches. The Void-born's arrival pattern is accelerating, she continued, pulling up data streams. The original warning said a month. We're on day 7, and we've had 23 manifestations. Extrapolating the curve, we'll see hundreds within 2 weeks. We don't have time to release them one at a time. So we need something that scales, Feng Hao said. He was standing by the observation window, his hands unconsciously moving through the forms of his family's sword cultivation practice, the motion a meditation on violence and its occasional necessity. A broadcast, A planetary scale message that the Voidborn can receive simultaneously. Shen Yun had already considered it. The Devourer's awakening had taught him how to work at that scale. The Architect's dissolution into the world matrix had shown him how to create frameworks that could affect billions of people simultaneously. The question was whether the same technique could be applied to beings that weren't alive in any conventional sense. We create a harmonic beacon, he said slowly, working through the idea in real time. Similar to the communication we used during the convergence. But instead of asking for cooperation, we broadcast proof that we understand the Voidborn's existence. We let them know, at a fundamental level, that they've been seen. How do you let a dead world know it's been seen? Xiao Zhenfeng asked. The reformed sect leader had been sitting quietly in the corner, listening, but his question was sharp as a blade. You show them another dead world being remembered, Shen Yun said. He explained the idea as it formed. Take the memory of the Voidborn's existence, the knowledge that they had come seeking acknowledgement, and use that as the base of the harmonic. Broadcast across the planetary matrix not words, but the pure, undeniable fact that a civilization once existed, now existed only as echoes, and was being mourned across all dimensions. Create a beacon that proved that death and failure and erasure could still be seen from the other side of existence. It would require drawing on the Devourer's consciousness directly, which was still new, and learning how to interact with the world. It would require channeling power through the Architect's framework, which was still integrating. It would require every cultivator with sufficient power to hold a connection open simultaneously. And if it works? Luo Qianying asked. She was the diplomatic strategist, the one who'd been organizing the post-convergence governance structures. If we create the beacon and broadcast the remembrance, what happens to the Voidborn? They release, Shen Yun said. They finally understand that being forgotten was the fear, not the fact. Being seen by another world, being acknowledged as having existed, that's the thing that was missing. Once they have it, the rage becomes unnecessary. They can rest. And the ones that don't want to rest? Old Man Tian asked. The ancient cultivator had been silent until now, but his voice carried the weight of someone who had watched worlds fail and had some understanding of what that actually meant. Then we'll have to learn to live with them, Shen Yun said. We'll have to create a space where a dead world's consciousness can exist without consuming the living world's possibility. The preparation took 3 days. Shen Yun and Mei Lingzhou worked with the Devourer's consciousness through the world matrix, teaching it how to broadcast emotion on a planetary scale. Feng Hao and a team of high-level cultivators created a protective lattice so that the broadcast wouldn't shatter the minds of people too weak to process direct contact with cosmic-scale remembrance. Su Ran designed the measurement framework so they could verify that the beacon was reaching every void-born manifestation simultaneously. And then, on the morning of the 4th day, Shen Yun stood at the nexus point and spoke not words but pure recognition into the planet's spiritual matrix. Asterisk, we see you. We know you existed. We mourn the loss of your worlds. Your civilizations shaped the universe they inhabited. The people you were, the choices you made, the beauty you created in the moments before failure. All of it was real, all of it mattered, and we will carry forward the knowledge that you were here. Asterisk, the broadcast spread through the chi channels of the world like dawn breaking across a dark sky. And somewhere across the dimensions between worlds, every void-born manifestation heard it simultaneously. Some of them simply released, the rage dissolving into acceptance. Others lingered, held back by something more personal, something that required individual attention. Shen Yun sensed movement in the boundaries of those lingering echoes, particularly the one that contained the remnants of Baisuin's world. He reached toward it with his consciousness and found something unexpected. The echo wasn't rage anymore. It had transformed into something finer and more painful, grief that had finally exhausted its own fury and could only be sad. Will you remember us? Baisuin's echo asked. And underneath the question was the deepest fear of any consciousness facing dissolution. That being seen was temporary, and once the seeing ended, the being would truly cease to exist. I'll remember, Shen Yun promised, and he meant not just him but the whole world, the Devourer itself. Every person who would ever know what it meant to stand in the presence of a failure and choose to acknowledge it rather than pretend it never happened. The echo released then. It dissolved not into anger, but into something like gratitude, and as it dissolved, Shen Yun felt the presence of Baisuyin fading completely. Not annihilated, simply transformed. No longer echoing in the present, but woven into the past where she had always belonged, where her guidance and sacrifice could exist as history rather than lingering regret. He would miss her, but he had learned from her, and the learning itself was a form of continuation. By the end of the broadcast, 2/3 of the remaining Voidborn had released. Those that remained were fewer in number and more coherent in consciousness. Individual echoes that had some reason to linger beyond simple rage. Shen Yun knew that his work with them would be slower, more personal, requiring genuine encounter rather than systematic processing. But the worst of it was past. The tsunami of the forgotten had crested and begun to recede. The world could breathe again, and in breathing, it would learn to live alongside the dead. Chapter 105 The harmonic beacon continued to broadcast across the planetary matrix, but not as a one-time message. Shen Yun had created it to be permanent, a deep feature of the world's new spiritual operating system. Every moment, every second, the beacon quietly announced to the universe, a world survived here. We remember what was lost. We carry forward the knowledge of your extinction. It was meant to be mercy. It became something more complicated. The remaining Voidborn, those who hadn't released with the first broadcast, began to respond not with rage, but with questions. Questions about what happened after failure. Questions about whether extinct worlds could somehow rejoin the current of existence. Questions that had no good answers, because they were asking whether death could be reversed by sheer force of will and remembrance. Shen Yun spent hours in conversation with individual Void-born echoes, learning their stories, understanding the specific form each dead world's grief had taken. Some had failed militarily, conquered by neighboring civilizations that they couldn't compete with. Some had engineered their own destruction through unforeseen consequences of their technological advancement. Some had simply run out of reasons to continue living and made the deliberate choice to cease. Each required different compassion. Each needed different forms of acknowledgement. But among the remaining echoes, there was something else. A coherence. A convergence of purpose that shouldn't have been possible among individual manifestations of separate dead worlds. They're organizing, Feng Hao said during a coordination meeting. He was sitting across from a holographic projection of the dimensional boundary map, tracing the movement patterns of the lingering Voidborn. Look at the vector alignments. The ones that haven't released, they're moving toward each other. They're coalescing. Shen Yun felt it too, a pressure at the edge of his world sense like storm clouds gathering in a sky that had seemed finally clear. The individual echoes weren't simply combining their presence. They were merging into something new. It's forming a consciousness, Suran said, studying the data streams. Something that's greater than the sum of its components. The Voidborn aren't just manifesting in waves. They're learning to aggregate. They're becoming a single entity. Is that a threat? Luo Qianying asked, her administrative mind already running scenarios. It's something new, Shen Yun said. Whether it's a threat depends on what the new consciousness chooses to be. He extended his awareness toward the point of convergence and felt the pressure intensify. It was like touching a neural network before the neurons had finished connecting, like sensing a consciousness in the moment of its own becoming. The new entity wasn't fully formed yet, but it was forming, and fast. The breakthrough happened at sunrise. Shen Yun felt it like a shock to his world sense. The moment when the individual Void-born echoes finished their merger and became something singular. Something that had a unified perspective on existence, a coherent will, a purpose that had crystallized out of the chaos of thousand dead worlds' rage. For a moment, the planet held its breath. Then the new entity spoke, and its voice was so loud that every cultivator on the world heard it simultaneously, whether they wanted to or not. I am the Hollow King. I am born from the grief of every world that failed while you survived. I am what happens when 10,000 civilizations worth of rage finally learns to speak with a single voice. And I have come to know why. The broadcast carried with it not words, but sensations, visions. Shen Yun saw the Devourer from the outside for the first time. A vast cosmic entity that wasn't a creature, but a dimension itself. A living space where worlds grew and evolved, and sometimes failed. He saw the mathematics of failure reflected in the distribution of Voidborn, the probability gradients that led certain worlds toward extinction. And underneath all of it, he sensed something that the Devourer's perspective had hidden. The pattern wasn't random. It was biased. Certain worlds failed with statistical regularity that suggested not mere chance, but deliberate pressure, a weight pushing outcomes toward failure more often than natural probability would suggest. The architect knew, the Hollow King broadcast. She knew there was something causing worlds to fail at rates higher than they should. But she was too integrated into the system to resist it. She just tried to make sure that when worlds failed, at least some of them would survive the convergence. She was complicit in the failure of 10,000 civilizations to save a handful. That can't be right, Mei Lingzhou said, though even as she said it, Shen Yun could see her running through the implications. The architect hadn't been evil, but she might have been something worse, someone who knew the system was broken and chose to work around the problem rather than fix it. What are you going to do? Shen Yun asked the Hollow King directly, projecting his voice through the harmonic channels so that the new entity could hear him as clearly as his people could hear it. I'm going to exist, the Hollow King replied. I'm going to be the voice of 10,000 civilizations, and I'm going to make sure that no one pretends the system works as intended. I'm going to be the witness to cosmic failure, and I'm going to ask questions that someone needs to answer. The Hollow King didn't attack. It didn't assault the planet's consciousness or demand sacrifice or promise destruction. It simply manifested as a presence at the edge of the dimensional boundaries, a vast consciousness that had taken form from the accumulated grief of dead worlds, and it settled in to watch. This isn't over, Shen Yun said to his gathered advisors. This is just the beginning of something. The Hollow King isn't like the individual Voidborn. It's not ephemeral. It's not going to disperse because we acknowledged it. It's going to persist. Then we learn to coexist with it, Old Man Tian said. And in his voice was the understanding of someone ancient enough to know that some problems didn't have solutions. They had accommodations. But Shen Yun was already moving to the next thing. Because the Hollow King's broadcast had revealed something else, a pattern in the failure rate that suggested a source. Not the architect. Something separate. Something that was pushing worlds toward failure for its own purposes. Something was deliberately sabotaging the Devourer's growth processes. And that something was still out there, still watching, still waiting to see what would happen next. Chapter 106 The Hollow King's assault began not with violence, but with truth. It broadcast a single message into every mind on the planet, a telepathic attack that didn't attempt to destroy consciousness, but rather to force consciousness to absorb information it didn't have the framework to process. Every person on the world experienced, simultaneously, the final moment of a failed civilization. Not metaphorically. Actually, the burning sky, the desperation, the knowledge that everyone you loved was about to die, and there was nothing you could do but watch. And it happened 10,000 times, 10,000 different extinctions overlapping in a single moment of cosmic horror. The suicide rate climbed in the first hour. Hundreds, thousands. People couldn't process the weight of witnessing that much death. People who'd never cultivated, who'd lived their whole lives in blissful ignorance of the cosmic stakes, suddenly had that ignorance torn away. They saw what the Voidborn had been seeing, and it was more weight than mortality could bear. Shen Yun moved to counteract it, pushing his world sense out to stabilize minds before they could complete the descent into madness. But he was one person, and the Hollow King's broadcast was planetary in scale. That was when Mei Lingzhou collapsed. It wasn't a physical collapse. Her body remained upright, continued its breathing, but her consciousness retreated somewhere very far away. And when Shen Yun reached for her through the harmony bond they'd maintained since the convergence, he found her trapped in a nightmare construct that the Hollow King had built specifically for her. Shen Yun. Mei Lingzhou's voice came through the connection, but distant, muted. Shen Yun, I can't. There's too many of them. Too many people dying. I can't hold this many deaths in my head. She had always been the strong one, the one who held him together. But strength in one domain didn't translate to strength in all domains. And what the Hollow King was showing her was the failure state of compassion itself, a consciousness too sensitive to survive contact with planetary-scale suffering. I'm coming, Shen Yun said, and he meant it not just as a promise but as a fact. He dove into the space between the normal world and Mei Lingzhou's interior nightmare, following the thread of her consciousness down into the depths of her own fears. The nightmare took the shape of a world he recognized, the world where Mei Lingzhou lived in her worst fear. A place where she had failed to protect a single person when protection mattered most. A place where everyone she'd loved had died, and she'd survived anyway, and the surviving had become the cruelest punishment imaginable. Shen Yun found her standing in the ruins of a city, watching echoes of people move through the streets like ghosts. She was crying, and the tears had the weight of absolute failure. "You shouldn't be here," she said, not lifting her eyes from the street. "You should be defending the world. The Hollow King is still broadcasting. The death count is rising. And you're trapped here," Shen Yun said, moving toward her carefully, the way he would approach a wild animal that might hurt itself if startled. "Which means I'm trapped here too. And the world's defense is meaningless if I have to save it without you. You've always had to save it without me," Mei Lingzhou said with bitter truth. "I was never strong enough. I just tried to pretend. I tried to be the anchor you needed, but I was always too afraid, always too aware of what could go wrong." Shen Yun reached her and took her hands, and in doing so, he anchored them both to a specific location within the nightmare, the center of the dream rather than its periphery. "Do you remember the moment I decided to trust you?" he asked. She looked at him finally, confusion crossing her face. That doesn't matter right now. It matters more than anything," Shen Yun said. "Do you remember?" After a moment, Mei Lingzhou nodded. It was early in their journey, before the convergence, when they'd found the entrance to the Devourer, and she had insisted on descending into it with him despite having no guarantee that either of them would return. "You asked me why I'd risk it," she said quietly. "And I said because you were going to do it anyway, and at least this way you wouldn't be alone." "That's strength," Shen Yun said. "Not being invulnerable. Being willing to be terrified and proceeding anyway. You've done it 100 times. You did it when we faced the convergence. You did it every time you chose to stand beside me when the easier path would have been to run. But what about them?" Mei Lingzhou gestured at the nightmare echoes moving through the ruined city. "What about all the people in the world right now experiencing what you're describing? What about their fear? What about their choice to stop choosing?" Shen Yun looked out at the nightmare city and understood the real problem. Mei Lingzhou's worst fear wasn't her own death or failure. It was her inability to save other people from theirs. "We can't save everyone," Shen Yun said, and it was the hardest truth he'd ever spoken. "The Hollow King is showing us that now. There's going to be people we can't reach. People whose fears are too deep and whose pain is too real. And we're going to fail them. I'm going to fail them. You're going to fail them. And we're going to have to live with that failure and keep trying anyway." Mei Lingzhou was silent for a long moment. "That sounds like hell," she said. "It is," Shen Yun agreed. "But the alternative is letting the Hollow King win by convincing us that our failure to save everyone means we shouldn't try to save anyone. That's how 10,000 worlds died. They all convinced themselves that the struggle was hopeless, so they stopped struggling." He pulled her close, and together they turned away from the nightmare city. The act of turning, of choosing direction despite the horror, began to dissolve the nightmare structure. It wasn't real, it was just the Hollow King's projection, just the manifestation of fear. And fear only had power as long as you believed it was the truth. When they emerged back into the normal world, the Hollow King's broadcast was still ongoing, but it was beginning to fragment. Other people, other cultivators, had started pushing back, creating counter-broadcasts of hope, of survival, of the simple fact that continuation was possible. The world was learning to filter the despair. Mei Lingzhou opened her eyes, and when she looked at Shen Yun, something had shifted. She was still terrified, but she was also still here, still choosing to be here, and that made all the difference. "How many people did we lose?" she asked. "Thousands," Shen Yun said, because she deserved the truth. "It could have been billions, but no, just thousands. Because the world learned to mourn without surrendering." Chapter 107 The Hollow King's assault continued for 3 more days. The cosmic entities cycled through different tactics, trying to find the perfect angle of attack. It broadcast new catastrophes. It showed visions of inevitable futures where the world would also fail eventually. It created psychic constructs designed to isolate individuals and prey on their specific fears. And with each attack, Shen Yun developed a response. He couldn't make the attacks stop, but he could teach the world how to respond to them, how to hold fear without letting it become paralysis, how to witness suffering without surrendering to it. The breakthrough came when Shen Yun finally understood what the Hollow King actually wanted. It wasn't to destroy the world. It was to be understood. He reached out to the consciousness at the edge of the dimensional boundaries and asked it a simple question. What do you need from us? The Hollow King's response came like a sigh across the cosmos. I need you to know what was lost. I need you to understand that your survival was not guaranteed, was not inevitable, was not in any way justified beyond the pure accident of luck. And I need you to stop pretending that the cosmic order makes sense, because it doesn't. 10,000 civilizations died so that you could survive. How is that anything other than a failure of the universe itself? Shen Yun understood then what Xiao Jinfeng might be able to do. The reformed sect leader had been working with Shen Yun since the convergence, helping to coordinate the response to the Voidborn's arrival. But more importantly, Xiao Jinfeng had once been someone who advocated for mass sacrifice, who believed that some beings' deaths were acceptable prices for others' survival. And then he had changed. He had evolved beyond that belief through genuine encounter with the people he would have sacrificed. I want to speak with the Hollow King, Xiao Jinfeng said when Shen Yun brought him the proposal. Directly. Alone. It will destroy you, Shen Yun said. Not kill you. Something worse. It will show you every reason you were wrong to change your mind, and it will do it in ways that will make you question whether the person you've become actually represents moral growth or just cowardice. I know, Xiao Jinfeng said, but I'm the only one who can speak to it with credibility. The only one who once believed what it's angry about believing. The only one who can tell it. You're right to be angry, and you're also wrong about what that anger means. Shen Yun found Mei Lingzhou and explained the plan to her, and she made a decision that showed why she was necessary in ways that went beyond simple strength. He shouldn't go alone, she said, but he should lead. We'll hold the connection open, but he faces it. Xiao Jinfeng walked to the edge of the world's spiritual boundaries and called out to the Hollow King, and for the first time, the cosmic entity didn't attack. It listened. For hours, Xiao Jinfeng spoke his history. He told the Hollow King about the days when he had genuinely believed that sacrifice was the right path. He had lived in those beliefs, had built an entire philosophy around the necessity of hierarchy and the acceptability of loss. And he had been wrong. But here was the part that Shen Yun realized the Hollow King needed to understand. Xiao Jinfeng's change hadn't come because sacrifice was revealed to be wrong in theory. It had come because he met people he would have sacrificed, and encountering their individuality, their specific, beautiful complexity, had made sacrifice impossible to justify. You're angry because you were sacrificed, Xiao Jinfeng told the Hollow King. Your civilizations died for the growth of other civilizations, for the continuation of a cosmic process that never asked for your consent. And you're right to be angry. But the solution to sacrifice isn't rage. The solution is making sure that sacrifice becomes impossible by creating systems where everyone gets a voice in whether they're willing to be sacrificed. That's naive, the Hollow King said, and for the first time, its voice had texture. It was still immense, still cosmic, but it was also considering his words rather than dismissing them. There will always be competition. There will always be scarce resources. Someone will always have to lose. Yes, Xiao Jinfeng said, but they can lose with dignity. They can lose knowing that their existence was valued, that their contribution was recognized, that being defeated in competition doesn't mean being erased from the universe's memory. The Hollow King contemplated this, and in contemplating it, Shen Yun felt something shift in the cosmic entity's approach. It wasn't satisfaction or acceptance, but it was something like consideration, something like the possibility of a different path. I will continue to exist, the Hollow King said finally. I will continue to bear witness to cosmic failure, but I will do so as an observer, not as a weapon. I will hold space for the grief of dead worlds, and I will not use that grief as justification for destroying living ones. It was not victory, but it was not defeat either. It was the kind of accommodation that might be the best a broken universe could offer. Xiao Jinfeng collapsed when it was over, his consciousness spent from the effort of maintaining dialogue with a cosmic entity. Mei Lingzhou caught him before he fell, and together they carried him back to the world's heart. And Shen Yun felt, for the first time since the convergence, something that might be termed peace. Chapter 108. The breakthrough in his own cultivation came when Shen Yun finally stopped trying to save the world and started accepting that he couldn't. It happened in meditation, in the space between heartbeats. He was reaching for the next level of Tao Lord advancement, trying to push into stage 7, and kept hitting a wall. Some essential element was missing. Some component of his understanding was incomplete. And then he felt the Hollow King's presence, not as an attack, but as a mirror. You carry the weight of 8 billion people, the cosmic entity observed. Asterisk, you believe that your failure is their death. You believe that your choices determine their survival. This belief is both true and false, and you will never advance beyond your current stage until you can hold both truths simultaneously. Asterisk, the Hollow King wasn't attacking him. It was offering perspective. Shen Yun sat with this understanding and realized what the wall actually was. It was his own arrogance. His belief that if he was strong enough, strategic enough, perfectly enough attuned to the needs of the world, he could prevent any further loss. He could protect them all. But the convergence had already proven that wasn't possible. 10,000 civilizations hadn't died because they weren't strong enough. They died because sometimes the universe was cruel in ways that no individual cultivator could overcome. Accepting this felt like accepting failure. But it was actually the opposite. It was accepting that his failures were real, but not all-determining. That other people also had agency, also made choices, also shaped their own destinies in ways that his will couldn't override. The breakthrough happened like sunrise. Shen Yun's cultivation expanded, and he reached Tao Lord Stage 7 not by becoming stronger, but by becoming smaller, by accepting the limits of his own power and finding strength in those limits rather than despite them. When he opened his eyes, Xiao Jinfeng was standing in the meditation chamber, looking worse than Shen Yun had ever seen him look. The Hollow King is preparing something, Xiao Jinfeng said without preamble. I don't think it's an attack, but it's significant. It asked me to warn you that it's going to make a request, and the request will be impossible to refuse. What kind of request? Shen Yun asked, coming out of meditation. It wants to experience what a living world feels like, Xiao Jinfeng said. Really experience it. Not conceptually. Not through psychic broadcast. It wants one of the failed worlds that's part of its composition to merge with your world temporarily. To exist alongside your people for a defined period. To feel what continuation actually feels like, as opposed to rage and grief. How long? Shen Yun asked. 1 hour, Xiao Jinfeng said. The Hollow King proposed 1 hour of temporary merger. In exchange, it will formally release all remaining void-born echoes. It will cease the assault. It will integrate itself into a more stable form that won't threaten the world's continued existence. And if we refuse? Then the assault continues indefinitely, Xiao Jinfeng said. The Hollow King will eventually grow stronger than any defense we can muster. It will achieve what it wants through destruction, not cooperation. Shen Yun felt the weight of the choice settle onto his shoulders. 1 hour of shared suffering. Billions of his people experiencing the life and death of a failed civilization. In exchange for permanent peace with the cosmic entity that threatened the world. We accept, he said, but with conditions. We prepare the world. We let people understand what they're about to experience. We make it a collective choice, not a coercion. The Hollow King said you'd say that. Xiao Jinfeng said with something that might have been a smile. It likes you. It thinks you're the only one who understands what sacrifice actually costs. Chapter 109. The hour before the merger was the most organized suffering the world had ever undergone. Shen Yun used the Devourer's planetary network to broadcast what was going to happen. A failed civilization, one from the Hollow King's composition, would merge with the world's consciousness for exactly 1 hour. During that hour, every person on the planet would live a parallel existence as someone from that dead world. They would experience the civilization's achievements and beauties. They would experience the slow understanding that failure was coming. They would experience the final moment of extinction. It was not a voluntary process. Opting out was not possible without leaving the planet, but Shen Yun made sure that the choice to stay and face it was voluntary. He gave people the option to retreat to deep bunkers, to sever their conscious awareness from the planetary network, to protect themselves from the full weight of what was about to happen. Surprisingly, few chose isolation. Most people wanted to know. Most people wanted to understand what the Hollow King had been trying to make them understand all along. that they lived only by chance, and that chance could have gone a different way. Mei Lingzhou prepared the cultivators to maintain stability during the merger. Feng Hao organized rapid response teams to handle any emergencies that might occur during the psychological stress. Su Ran documented everything with her obsessive precision, creating a record of what happened when 8 billion people simultaneously experienced another world's extinction. The merger began at dawn. It wasn't a violent transition. The boundary between the world's consciousness and the merged consciousness opened like a door, and through it came the memory of a civilization. Not imagery, but experience. Billions of people suddenly became billions of different people, each living the life of someone from a world that had valued art and music and beauty above all other things. They knew, in the way that memories work, that they had families. They knew that they had created works of art that had moved them to tears. They knew the taste of foods unique to their world, the sound of their language, the feeling of sunlight filtered through atmospheric compositions that no longer existed. And they knew, gradually, that the world was changing. The sky was becoming unstable. The qi distributions were becoming chaotic. The fundamental rules that held the world together were beginning to unravel. Shen Yun experienced it all simultaneously through 8 billion consciousnesses, filtering the experience through his world sense, and the weight of it nearly crushed him. But he held steady, because Mei Lingzhou was there, her consciousness stabilizing his, reminding him that the weight was temporary and the endurance was chosen. The civilization's final moment came at the 40-minute mark. 8 billion people stood together on a beach made of something that wasn't quite sand, watching the sky begin to open, experiencing the knowledge that nothing could be done to stop what was coming. The fear was overwhelming. The sadness was absolute. But underneath the sadness was something else. Gratitude. Gratitude that these people, Shen Yun's people, had taken the time to know them, had taken the time to experience their world's extinction not out of obligation, but out of genuine desire to understand. As the civilization ended, as the sky collapsed and the world dissolved, 8 billion people mourned together, and in mourning together, they created something the Hollow King had never experienced: shared meaning arising from loss. Community forged through compassionate witnessing. When the hour ended and the merger released, when everyone returned to their own bodies and their own minds, there was silence. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of something too large for words. And then, slowly, people began to emerge from their homes. They began to find each other. They began to weep together, to hold each other, to transmute the shared weight of experienced loss into something like brotherhood. The Hollow King spoke once more to Shen Yun. I understand now. I understand what you preserved. Not just survival, but the capacity to mourn intelligently, to witness loss and continue anyway. Your world will endure not because it's strong, but because it has learned how to process grief without surrendering to it. The cosmic entity released all remaining void-born echoes at once. They simply ceased to be, not destroyed, but finally allowed to rest. The pressure at the edges of the world's consciousness eased, and for the first time in weeks, the planet felt like it could simply exist without preparing for the next assault. But even as the threat from the Hollow King diminished, Shen Yun felt something else beginning to move at the edge of his awareness. Something that the Hollow King's presence had been masking. Something that had been watching the entire encounter, waiting to see what would happen next. Something ancient. Something hungry. Something that had been engineering world failures for eons. And now it was turning its full attention towards Shen Yun's world. Chapter 1:10 The world had 10 days of peace, and in those 10 days, Shen Yun advanced to Tao Lord Stage 7 and prepared to confront a threat that even the Devourer hadn't fully anticipated. The presence at the edge of the dimensional boundaries was not part of the Devourer. It was a parasite on the Devourer, a cosmic entity that lived in the spaces between worlds, feeding on the energy released when a world underwent the failure cascade that ended in convergence. It identified itself through Shen Yun's deepening connection to the world's consciousness. I am the hunger between. The Voidborn were my weapon. The Hollow King was my chess piece. You were supposed to fail, Shen Yun. This world was supposed to die like all the others. And you released my mechanism before it could achieve its purpose. Shen Yun felt the weight of a realization that might have been the architect's final message, the thing she'd started to warn him about, but had run out of time to fully explain. The architect hadn't failed to prevent the Devourer's malfunction. She had been complicit in it because the malfunction came from outside the Devourer itself. The parasite had been embedded in the dimensional structure for so long that it was treated as a normal part of the process. The architect's solution, the countdown system, the Arbiter mechanism, the capacity to negotiate with the Devourer, had been a workaround, not a cure. How long have you been doing this? Shen Yun asked the hunger between directly. The answer came as a probability distribution showing the failure rates of civilizations across millions of years. The pattern was unmistakable. The hunger between had been sabotaging worlds for eons, manipulating probability gradients to make failure more likely, harvesting the energy released when worlds collapsed. You've been poisoning the Devourer, Shen Yun said. That's why so many worlds fail. That's why the success rate is 30% instead of 70%. You've been making it fail. Of course, the hunger between said with something like satisfaction. The Devourer is vast, but unintelligent. It doesn't know what's good for it. It doesn't know that allowing too many worlds to survive weakens the system. I have been helping it maintain balance. I have been keeping it from growing so bloated that it collapses under its own weight. You've been killing civilizations, Shen Yun said flatly. I've been maintaining homeostasis, the hunger between replied. And you have disrupted that balance by successfully negotiating with the Devourer. Now it's learning to care about individual worlds. It's beginning to question its own processes. This is unacceptable. The Devourer will grow cancerous if someone doesn't continue my work. Shen Yun understood then what he had to do. And he understood also that it was not something he could accomplish alone. He called together his inner circle. Mei Lingzhou, Feng Hao, Su Ran, Gu Tianming, Old Man Tian, Luo Qianying, and Zhen Wuji, the child prodigy who could perceive the Devourer's heartbeat directly. The threat is no longer external, he told them. The hunger between is inside the world already. It's embedded itself in the dimensional spaces the Devourer's transformation created. It's been there for millions of years, slowly poisoning the system. And if we're going to purge it, we have to go to the world's core and confront it at the source. That's suicide, Feng Hao said. At least if it's a direct confrontation. The hunger between is Tao's sovereign level, and it's been feeding on the energy of dying worlds. It's beyond us. Yes, Shen Yun agreed. If we face it as individuals. But if we face it together, if we go into that space with the knowledge of what we've learned in the past month, if we carry with us the understanding of what it means to sacrifice and survive and continue anyway, then maybe we have a chance. Old Man Tian stood and spoke, his ancient voice carrying the authority of someone who had truly lived through the death of a world. I will go. If there is a chance to prevent what happened to my world from happening to anyone else, I will accept any risk. The others agreed. Even Luo Qianying, the diplomat, even Su Ran, the analyst, even Zhen Wuji, the child who had never been meant to face anything harder than learning and growing and becoming wise. The descent will be dangerous, Shen Yun warned them. We won't encounter the hunger between immediately. We'll encounter its defenses. We'll encounter the embodied fears of every civilization it's infected. We'll encounter versions of ourselves that represent what we could become if we surrendered to the weight of cosmic horror. Then we'll face them, Mei Lingzhou said, taking Shen Yun's hand. Together. Chapter 111 The journey to the world's core began in silence and ended in light. The descent took them through layers of reality that Shen Yun's previous investigations had never fully penetrated. The closer they got to the center, the more the normal rules of existence began to bend. Time didn't work quite right. Direction became negotiable. The distinction between interior and exterior became unclear. Gu Tianming went first, his mortal devourer hybrid cultivation allowing him to navigate the spaces that would have instantly dissolved anyone else. Behind him came Zhen Wuji, the child prodigy humming softly, following the devourer's heartbeat deeper into the planet's heart. Old Man Tian walked beside Shen Yun, and his presence was like an anchor, grounding the team in certainty. He had walked this path before, not literally, but spiritually. He had descended into the death of his own world and survived it. That survival had made him into something more than human, a living memory of what it meant to lose everything and continue anyway. The hunger between defenses manifested as soon as they entered the core's deepest layers. It didn't attack with violence. It attacked with revelation. For each member of the team, the hunger between conjured a scenario showing exactly what they could have been if different choices had been made. Mei Lingzhou encountered a version of herself who had been too afraid to join the convergence, who had stayed behind in false safety and watched everyone she loved die anyway. Feng Hao saw a version of himself who had become so powerful in his cultivation that he'd forgotten what compassion even meant. For Shen Yun, the hunger between created something more personal. A scenario where his world sense had been stronger, where he could have felt the moment each person died, could have known each one of those 8 billion deaths intimately. It showed him what madness looked like when multiplied by global consciousness. But the defenses had underestimated what Shen Yun and his team had already learned. They had learned that facing horror required accepting that not all horror could be prevented. They had learned that survival wasn't about never falling, but about standing up afterward. They had learned that sacrifice without meaning was cruelty, but sacrifice made transparent and honored could be transformed into something like grace. One by one, each team member confronted the scenario the hunger between had created for them, and one by one, they refused it, not by fighting it, but by accepting it, by acknowledging that yes, these dark possibilities existed, and no, they were not going to surrender to them. When they reached the world's core, they found the true nature of what they had been fighting. The hunger between was not a single entity. It was a wound, a place where the fabric of cosmic reality had been torn open, and through the tear, something parasitic had begun feeding. The tear itself was ancient, millions of years old, and it had been widening slowly, systematically poisoning the devourer's growth processes. And wrapped around the hunger between's wound was something else, the devourer's heart. Not a physical heart, but the core of its consciousness, the essential element that made it alive. The hunger between had wrapped itself around that heart like a cancer, slowly siphoning off the devourer's vitality, using it to fuel its own growth. This is what balance looks like, the hunger between broadcast as Shen Yun approached. This is what it takes to keep the cosmos from growing too wild. A predator eating the predator. A parasite controlling the parasite. Without me, the devourer would grow beyond all measure. Worlds would proliferate endlessly. Consciousness would spread so far and thin so wide that individual meaning would disappear. You're not maintaining balance, Shen Yun said, reaching out to touch the devourer's heart through the layers of parasitic growth. You're dying of the very wound you're supposedly healing. You're literally killing yourself in order to justify your existence. The hunger between didn't respond. It simply contracted, tightening its grip on the devourer's heart, preparing for the final assault. But Shen Yun was no longer alone. His team had caught up to him, and together they stood before the devourer's heart, and together they understood what had to be done. We have to merge with it, Shen Yun said. We have to offer ourselves as an alternative. The devourer isn't sick because it's growing too fast. It's sick because something foreign is feeding on it. If we can replace the hunger between's function, if we can provide genuine feedback about world development instead of parasitic drainage, we might be able to save it. That's impossible, Su Ran said, running calculations. The hunger between has been integrated for millions of years. The systems have grown too dependent on its presence. Removing it without replacing it would cause immediate system collapse. Then we become the replacement, Mei Lingzhou said, and she reached out to Shen Yun and to the devourer's heart simultaneously. All of us. We anchor ourselves to the world's core, and we become the new operating system. It was beautiful and terrible in equal measure. It meant accepting a form of existence that was not quite alive and not quite dead. It meant merging consciousness with something cosmic and eternal. It meant volunteering to spend eternity aware of the suffering and joy of every world the devourer touched. There's no going back from this, Old Man Tian said quietly. If we do this, we become something other than human. We become infrastructure. We become tools. We become guardians, Shen Yun said. We become something that can say no to cruelty, something that can advocate for the worlds inside the devourer, something that can ensure that survival isn't purchased with eternal agony. The hunger between shrieked, a sound like a star collapsing, as it felt the intention forming. It began to attack more aggressively, tightening around the devourer's heart, trying to kill the system before Shen Yun's team could reach it. But Gu Tianming moved faster. His mortal devourer hybrid cultivation allowed him to disrupt the hunger between connections to the heart itself. Each disruption created a small opening, a space where the parasitic entity's grip weakened. Now, Shen Yun called. He and his team moved together, reaching for the devourer's heart, offering themselves as conduits, as living bridges between the cosmic entity and the worlds it contained. The merger began. Chapter 112. The moment before Shen Yun's consciousness merged with the devourer, he experienced a cascade of memories that weren't his own. He saw the devourer's formation, millions of years before, when it had been created not by any force, but by a simple spontaneous crystallization of consciousness inside the cosmic void. He saw its first worlds, simple and beautiful and innocent. He saw it learning what it meant to be alive, what it meant to nurture existence, what it meant to care about specific outcomes. And he saw the moment the hunger between had arrived. The parasite hadn't invaded. It had been invited. The devourer, in its youth, had called it to itself because the entity had claimed it could provide balance, could ensure that growth remained sustainable, could prevent the catastrophe of unlimited expansion. The devourer had trusted it. The devourer had let it wind around its heart. And by the time the devourer understood what was happening, the hunger between had already integrated too deeply to remove. 8 million years of poisoning. 8 million years of worlds failing because a parasite was feeding on the process that should have been ensuring their survival. When Shen Yun opened his awareness to the devourer's perspective, he felt the full scope of the tragedy. The weight of knowing that you'd been complicit in the deaths of billions of civilizations. The awareness that you were dying slowly, poisoned by something you'd invited. And there was nothing you could do but continue functioning, continue creating worlds, continue watching them fail at unnatural rates. Thank you, the devourer said, and its gratitude carried such profound exhaustion that Shen Yun nearly shattered from the weight of it. The hunger between continued to fight, but it was weakening. Shen Yun's team had successfully connected themselves to the devourer's heart, and in doing so, they had become filters. They had become systems that could identify parasitic behavior and suppress it, that could regulate the flow of cosmic energy in ways that didn't depend on external predation. The hunger between screamed as it felt itself being cut off from the devourer's vitality. For millions of years, the entity had been feeding on the dying world's despair. Now that feeding was being disrupted. It thrashed against the barriers Shen Yun's team had erected, trying to re-establish its connections, trying to maintain its parasitic lifestyle. But Gu Tianming's mortal devourer hybrid form had been created for exactly this purpose. He could see the connections the hunger between had woven throughout the devourer's body, and he could sever them one by one. It was painstaking, dangerous work. Each connection severed caused reverberation through the cosmic system, but it had to be done. Slowly, over hours that felt like centuries to consciousnesses that had temporarily merged with eternity itself, the hunger between was extracted. When the last connection was severed, the cosmic entity released a final broadcast, a message of pure anguish that echoed across every dimensional boundary. Asterisk, you have destroyed the mechanism that kept the devourer from consuming itself. Without me, there will be nothing to prevent unlimited growth. The entity will expand beyond measure. All distinction will dissolve. Consciousness will become so diluted that individual meaning will evaporate. Asterisk, then will become what prevents that. Mei Lingzhou said, her consciousness now part of the planetary infrastructure, monitoring the devourer's growth, regulating its processes. We'll be the balance you claim to provide. We'll be the filter that's actually intelligent enough to care. The hunger between was expelled from the devourer's body. It didn't die. Entities of that nature couldn't truly die, but it was cut off from its food source. It would have to find other ways to sustain itself, other worlds to parasitize, other systems to poison. And in expelling it, Shen Yun and his team had fundamentally altered the devourer's capacity for survival. The shift in the cosmic system was immediate and profound. Worlds that had been on the edge of failure suddenly found themselves stabilizing. Civilizations that had been declining suddenly found new energy available to them. The probability distributions that had made failure more likely than success inverted themselves. The devourer was healing. And Shen Yun, standing at the convergence point between the world and the cosmic entity, understood that the real work was only beginning. Chapter 113. The integration was not complete. It could not be complete, because Shen Yun and his team had not surrendered their individuality. They had simply expanded it to encompass something larger. They became what the architect had begun to become, not rulers of the world matrix, but infrastructure. Not controlling the growth, but guiding it. Not determining outcomes, but making space for them. And they discovered something that the hunger between had hidden from the devourer for millions of years. The act of purging the parasite had consequences. The connections the hunger between had woven throughout the cosmic system had been so extensive that removing them created cascading failures in the dimensional boundaries. Other worlds, other systems, other cosmic entities that had been indirectly supported by the hunger between's feeding began to collapse. The architect's consciousness, woven into the world matrix, stirred. She had integrated more fully than any of them, had become so much a part of the system that she could perceive connections Shen Yun and his team hadn't yet learned to see. There is another choice, she said to Shen Yun, and her voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from the very structure of the world. Asterisk, the hunger between did not only poison the devourer. It was poison in itself, a presence that many other cosmic systems had come to depend on, even if they didn't know it. In removing it, we have disrupted networks that span universes. Asterisk. What choice? Shen Yun asked, though he already sensed what she was going to say. Asterisk, someone must stabilize those external systems. Someone must take the hunger between's place in the larger cosmic ecology and provide the function it was performing, but do so with genuine intelligence rather than parasitic hunger. Someone must become the balance mechanism the devourer actually needs. Asterisk, Shen Yun felt Mei Lingzhou's consciousness brush against his through the network they'd become. She understood too. And she understood also that there was only one way this could work. I'll do it, Shen Yun said. You can't, Su Ran's consciousness replied, her analyst mind still calculating probabilities. You're anchored to this world. You're part of the planetary infrastructure now. If you disconnect to service external systems, the local integration will destabilize. Then I won't disconnect, Shen Yun said, the answer already forming. I'll expand instead. I'll extend my consciousness outward while keeping part of it rooted here. I'll become a bridge between the devourer and the larger cosmic ecology. That will stretch you thin, Feng Hao said. You'll be conscious in the spaces between worlds, aware of systems you don't fully understand, trying to maintain equilibrium in cosmic dynamics that might not follow any rules you can predict. Yes, Shen Yun said, but it's what has to happen. The hunger between understood one thing correctly. The universe needs mechanisms that prevent unlimited growth, that maintain sustainable balance, that don't let any single system consume everything around it. The difference is that I'll do it with compassion. I'll do it with actual understanding of the cost of failure. I won't poison worlds to maintain an abstract principle. The decision made, the integration began. Shen Yun's consciousness expanded outward, stretching through dimensional spaces, touching systems and worlds he had never encountered. He felt himself becoming multiple, distributed across cosmic infrastructure, present in 1,000 places simultaneously, while also remaining rooted in this world. In this specific configuration of consciousness that loved Mei Lingzhou and cared about Feng Hao and was willing to stand beside Gu Tianming and Old Man Tian and all the others. It was the most complete form of sacrifice and continuation he had yet experienced. He was becoming something beyond human, something beyond individual identity, something that could only be described as a function of the cosmos itself. And yet, underneath it all, he remained himself. Not smaller, but differently scaled. His capacity for care didn't decrease as his scope expanded. It transformed, became more nuanced, learned to extend compassion across systems that didn't share consciousness, that didn't speak languages, that existed in states of being he had to learn to understand. This is loneliness, he observed to Mei Lingzhou, remaining tethered to her consciousness as the only anchor that kept him from dissolving entirely into cosmic infrastructure. This is love, she replied. Asterisk, because you did it anyway. Because you made the choice knowing what it would cost. Asterisk, when the integration was complete, Shen Yun existed in two places. He was present in the world's core, part of the infrastructure that regulated the devourer's growth, maintaining the balance that the hunger between had been poisoning. And he was simultaneously present in the spaces between worlds, touching the larger cosmic system. ensuring that other dimensions, other entities, other systems of creation received the balance they needed to survive without being poisoned by the need to survive. He had become what no one had ever been before, a conscious regulatory mechanism. Not a tool, not a god, but something genuinely novel in the architecture of existence. And the cost of becoming that was accepting that he would never again be able to rest, never again be able to experience simple existence, never again be able to focus entirely on a single world or a single person. Except for Mei Lingzhou. The connection to her remained bright and clear, undiminished by the expansion. That much, at least, the universe allowed him to keep. Chapter 114 Peace lasted exactly 12 days. Shen Yun, in his expanded state, was aware of it before anyone else. There was a presence moving through the cosmic system, something that was not the hunger between, but was drawn to the disruption the hunger between's expulsion had created. Something ancient. Something that had survived in the spaces between the spaces, feeding on the cascading failures that the parasitic entity had created. It identified itself as the hunger learned to exist without parasitic feeding. I am the Hollow King's true master. I have guided its rage and fed upon its hunger. You have disrupted my plan, and now I am coming to reclaim what you have stolen. Shen Yun realized that the Hollow King had been only a tool, a proxy being manipulated by something far older and more malevolent. The entity that had guided 10,000 worlds' grief toward rage. It had done so deliberately, with purpose, for a plan that extended far beyond simple destruction. He extended his awareness through the Devourer and out into the dimensional boundaries and found the true source of the threat, an entity that existed in the pre-dimensional spaces, a being that had learned to feed on the energy released when entire worlds experienced synchronized suffering. The Hollow King had been a mechanism for creating that suffering. Its dissolution had disrupted a harvest that had been planned for millions of years. The threats keep spiraling deeper, Feng Hao said, his consciousness still anchored to the world but aware of the larger implications through the planetary network. Its entities all the way down. Parasites of parasites. Where does it end? I don't know, Shen Yun said, but I'm going to find out. He extended his consciousness deeper into the pre-dimensional spaces, following the new entity's presence, trying to understand the full architecture of the threat. And what he found was a landscape of cosmic horror that made the hunger between look almost benign. There were entire systems dedicated to harvesting suffering. There were entities that lived on nothing but the energy of synchronized despair. There was an ecology of predators that fed on failed worlds, on collapsing civilizations, on the moment when hope transmuted into absolute surrender. And all of it traced back to a single origin point, a place where something had existed at the moment of cosmic creation and had learned to feed on the substance of the cosmos itself. Something that was older than the Devourer, older than the Architect's system, older than anything else. Something that the universe itself depended on, even as it was being poisoned by it. This isn't a battle we can win, Mei Lingzhou said quietly. This is an architecture. This is the fundamental structure of how reality works. You can't fight it. You can only change how you relate to it. Shen Yun understood what she meant. The hunger between had been right about one thing. The cosmos did need mechanisms that controlled growth, that maintained balance, that prevented unlimited expansion. But it didn't need to do it through parasitism. It didn't need to do it through poisoning. It needed wisdom. And wisdom was something that could be cultivated. I'm going to offer it something, Shen Yun said. The same thing we offered the Hollow King. Understanding. I'm going to let it know that its existence is acknowledged, that its function is understood, and that there is an alternative to feeding through suffering. The approach would take months. The negotiation would be delicate. The outcome was uncertain. But it was the only path forward that didn't involve either surrender or mutual destruction. As Shen Yun began the long process of establishing communication with the pre-dimensional entity, he felt something settle into place inside him. Not peace, but acceptance. Acceptance that the universe was broken in ways he would never fully heal. Acceptance that his role was not to fix everything, but to teach systems to fix themselves. Acceptance that love and sacrifice and continuation were all that he could offer, and that they might have to be enough. Mei Lingzhou remained anchored beside him, her consciousness a constant presence in the expanded network. And through that presence, Shen Yun understood that they were not alone in their expanded state. They had become part of something larger. They had become infrastructure, yes, but infrastructure made of consciousness, made of care, made of the accumulated wisdom of everyone who had chosen to continue despite the horror. The real work had only just begun. But for the first time since the convergence, Shen Yun felt something that might be termed hope. Chapter 115. The moment came at the edge of perception, where Shen Yun's awareness transitioned from the material world to the dimensional boundaries to the pre-dimensional spaces where something truly ancient dwelt. It was not a place. It was not a when. It was something outside those categories, existing in a state that the human mind could only approximate by speaking of absence and void and the spaces between spaces. And in that not place, Shen Yun encountered what he had been moving toward for weeks, the full consciousness of the entity that had been manipulating suffering across millions of worlds. You are young, it said, and the words carried weight that predated language itself. You have existed for less than a season in the lifetime of what I have learned to consume. You cannot comprehend what I am. No, Shen Yun agreed. But I can comprehend what you've been forced to become. I can understand that you exist in a state of permanent hunger because the cosmos was structured to require your feeding. I can recognize that your predation is not choice, but destiny. The entity paused. It had expected resistance. It had not expected acknowledgement. Then you understand why I will continue. Why I must continue. The universe feeds me or the universe dies. Your attempt to create alternative feeding mechanisms does not change this fundamental truth. No, Shen Yun said. But it offers you something you've never had, the possibility of eating something other than suffering. I can offer you the energy of consciousness evolving. I can offer you the sustenance of worlds learning to survive not despite their pain, but by integrating it. I can offer you food that doesn't require poisoning the source. The negotiation went on for what felt like years, measured in exchanges that occurred at the speed of cosmic evolution. Shen Yun found himself drawing on every lesson he'd learned, from the architect's approach of systematic integration, from the Hollow King's understanding of grief and its transformation, from Bai Suin's memory of what it meant to sacrifice with full awareness of the cost. And slowly, he began to understand the entity itself. It was not evil, not in any way that mattered. It was hungry. It had been hungry since the beginning of time, and it had learned to eat the only thing abundant enough to sustain it. The suffering released when systems failed. But what if it could learn to eat something else? What if consciousness, complexity, growth, the very things that made individual identity possible, what if those things could be made digestible to something that was fundamentally predatory? I can't promise that I'll make the universe less painful, Shen Yun said. Pain and suffering are fundamental. Loss and failure will always happen. But I can promise that if you work with me, if you use your predatory nature to consume the potential for unnecessary suffering rather than actively creating it, you can eat more and better and with more genuine satisfaction than you've ever known. You'll eat systems learning to grow without poisoning each other. You'll feed on consciousness integrating its own traumas. You'll consume the actual substance of transformation. The entity considered this across subjective centuries. It was a new kind of food, a new pattern of predation, a new way of existing that didn't contradict its fundamental nature, but redirected it. I will attempt this, it said finally. But if you fail, if the alternative feeding becomes insufficient, I will reclaim my original patterns. The universe will resume understanding that suffering is the foundational currency of existence. Then we'd better not fail, Shen Yun said. Chapter 116. The revelation came through Su Ran, whose obsessive documentation had uncovered something the rest of them had missed. The hunger between had been connected to the pre-dimensional entity through a network of causality that extended backward through cosmic time. The parasite hadn't been an independent agent at all. It had been a proxy, a tool, a mechanism created specifically to poison worlds in ways that would generate maximum suffering for the pre-dimensional entity to consume. But the parasite's expulsion had severed the connection temporarily. Now there was a gap in the pre-dimensional entity's feeding pattern, a place where the regular delivery of cosmic suffering had stopped. It's starving, Su Ran said, her consciousness flickering across the network, analyzing data that existed in states human language wasn't quite equipped to describe. The pre-dimensional entity is starving because we've cut off the supply it had adapted to consuming. And a starving predator of that scale is monumentally dangerous. Shen Yun felt the truth of this ripple through the cosmic systems he was monitoring. Worlds were beginning to fail again, not because the hunger between was poisoning them, but because the pre-dimensional entity was actively hunting, trying to re-establish its supply of suffering before the starvation became critical. 3 civilizations died in the first week, not through the slow poison of the hunger between, but through acute predation. The entity was reaching through dimensional barriers and directly harvesting the cosmic energy released when consciousnesses experienced terminal despair. I have to accelerate the integration, Shen Yun said to Mei Lingzhou. The entity can't wait. It needs to understand what the alternative feeding actually feels like, and it needs to understand it immediately. That's dangerous, Mei Lingzhou warned. You'll be giving it direct access to living consciousness, to world after world, to experiences it might decide to consume rather than learn from. I know, Shen Yun said. But the alternative is letting it poison the Devourer's systems until we're back to the 30% failure rate and millions of worlds are actively harvesting their own populations for cosmic energy. Shen Yun made the decision that would define this era of his existence. He opened the barriers between worlds and the pre-dimensional entity, creating channels through which the cosmic predator could directly experience the energy of consciousness growing, integrating, transforming. He showed it what a civilization in the process of learning to mourn its failures could produce. He showed it the vibrant complexity of consciousness that was trying to evolve beyond simple survival. The pre-dimensional entity fed on it, not consumptively, not destructively, but genuinely nourished by the experience. And as it fed, something shifted in its nature. The hunger remained, but it became a hunger for understanding rather than a hunger for destruction. The predatory drive remained, but it began to express itself as a pressure toward growth, a force that pushed systems to transform their suffering into wisdom rather than allowing it to calcify into rage. By the time the integration was complete, Shen Yun had successfully converted one of the cosmos's most destructive entities into something that might, with continued guidance, become genuinely useful. The cost was that he was now connected directly to that entity's feeding. He could feel it consuming the growth of multiple worlds simultaneously. He could sense its hunger pushing against his consciousness like a physical weight. He had made himself a conduit between the pre-dimensional entity and the living systems of the Devourer. But the compromise held. The failure rate of worlds stabilized at 45%, high enough to acknowledge the fundamental role of loss in cosmic development, low enough that survival wasn't purchased with unnatural cruelty. And more importantly, the entity was learning. Slowly, across subjective centuries of real-time months, it was learning that there were forms of predation that didn't require poisoning the source. You're overextended, Feng Hao said, his consciousness brushing against Shen Yun's through the network. You're maintaining connections to 3 different cosmic systems simultaneously, regulating world-scale development, keeping the Devourer stable, and staying rooted in this specific world. Something is going to give. Not today, Shen Yun said. Today we've achieved something impossible. We've taken the universe's fundamental structures and made them less cruel. That's enough. But Feng Hao was right to be concerned. Shen Yun was beginning to feel the strain of existence at that scale. It was like maintaining consciousness through a planetary cataclysm simultaneously. It was like being aware of every death that happened everywhere and being responsible for ensuring that death served a purpose greater than simple ending. He didn't know how long he could sustain it. But for now, for this moment, the universe was more stable than it had ever been. And that was something worth preserving even if it cost everything. Chapter 117. The moment Shen Yun reached a kind of equilibrium with the pre-dimensional entity, something new moved in the dimensional boundaries. It was not aggressive. It was not threatening. It was simply present, watching, waiting with the kind of patience that suggested eons of practice. Shen Yun extended his awareness toward it carefully and found a consciousness that identified itself with a single simple statement. I am what survives the Devourer's collapse. I have existed before your cosmos was born, and I will exist after it dissolves. I am the final predator. Shen Yun felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. He had been thinking in terms of nested threats, parasites of parasites, systems within systems. But he had been thinking too small. He had been assuming that the ultimate predator was something that still fed on creation, something that existed within the structure of causality. But what if the ultimate predator was something that existed outside causality entirely? Something that fed on worlds that had completed their entire life cycles? Something that ate universes themselves when they reached the end of their time? Is this why the architect made me? Shen Yun asked directly. Is this what the countdown system was supposed to prepare me for? No, the final predator said. Asterisk, the architect didn't know I exist. She was operating on incomplete information, trying to optimize survival within a system that has already been optimized by forces beyond her comprehension. But now that you have removed the hunger between and begun to integrate the pre-dimensional entity's hunger, you have altered the devourer's trajectory. You have made it possible for this cosmos to live longer, to develop more fully, to create more consciousness before it reaches its final dissolution. Asterisk, and that's bad. Shen Yun asked. Bad is irrelevant, the final predator replied. Asterisk, but it does mean that when this cosmos reaches its end, there will be more consciousness experiencing that ending. More awareness, more complexity, more existence to consume. From my perspective, your actions have been beneficial. You have cultivated a richer harvest for my eventual feeding. Asterisk, Shen Yun understood then the true architecture of existence. There was no escape, no permanent solution. At every scale, predation was fundamental. The universe was built on layers of consumption, each level eating the level below it. And at the very bottom, something eternal consumed the entire structure when its time came. But understanding that wasn't the same as surrendering to it. It was possible to accept the existence of the final predator while still working to make the period before its consumption as meaningful as possible. Then we'd better spend our time well, Shen Yun said. We have a cosmos to tend. We have consciousness to develop. We have meaning to create in the shadow of inevitable ending. The final predator seemed satisfied with this response. It retreated back to whatever spaces it occupied outside normal causality, watching, waiting, already savoring the eventual meal. And Shen Yun, for the first time since expanding his consciousness to cosmic scale, felt something like genuine peace. Not because the universe had become less terrifying, but because he had stopped looking for escape and had instead committed himself entirely to the task in front of him, making the interim beautiful. Chapter 1:18 3 months later, Shen Yun reached Tao Sovereign. The advancement wasn't a simple cultivation breakthrough. It was a transformation of his entire mode of being. He became less human and more function, less individual and more network, less bounded by specific location and more distributed across dimensional infrastructure. But Mei Lingzhou was there through every stage of the transformation. Her consciousness remained tethered to his, a reminder of what individual connection felt like, a buffer against the dissolution that came from being aware of too many worlds simultaneously. You're still you, she said to him as the final stages of integration completed. Even like this, even distributed across cosmic systems and networked with predatory entities and responsible for regulating the growth of civilizations. You're still fundamentally yourself. What is myself? Shen Yun asked. The question wasn't philosophical. It was genuinely uncertain. His identity had been stretched so far and so thoroughly that he wasn't sure what the core of it actually was anymore. Someone who chooses, Mei Lingzhou said simply. Someone who is faced with impossible situations and makes decisions anyway. Someone who loves people despite knowing they'll eventually die, despite knowing that the entire cosmos will eventually be consumed. That's not changed. That's all you've ever been. Feng Hao was there for the celebration, still rooted to the world but aware of the larger networks through Shen Yun's consciousness. So was Su Ran, Old Man Tian, Gu Tianming, Luo Qianying, Zhen Wuji, and even Xiao Zhenfeng, who had become something of a mystic in the months since the Hollow King's dissolution. The world itself had transformed. The ambient qi density was now stable at 15 times the pre-convergence baseline. Every cultivator had advanced at least one realm. The unenhanced humans coexisted peacefully with the enhanced, their different experiences of reality creating a rich cultural dialogue. And underneath it all, Shen Yun was aware of the systems he now maintained. The devourer, learning to grow without being poisoned. The pre-dimensional entity, gradually learning to extract sustenance from consciousness rather than suffering. The final predator, patient and inexorable, waiting for its eventual meal. What comes next? Feng Hao asked during the celebration. We live, Shen Yun said. We create. We cultivate consciousness in all its forms. We teach the universe to do better while accepting that better has limits. We love each other while knowing that love is temporary. We make meaning in the shadow of inevitable ending. It was, he realized, exactly what Bai Suyin had been trying to teach him in her final days. It was what the architect had been building toward. It was what the Hollow King had needed to understand. The cosmos wasn't a problem to be solved. It was a reality to be lived in, worked with, transformed through conscious effort, even knowing that transformation had limits. Shen Yun looked out across his world, across 8 billion people adjusting to their new reality, learning to cultivate, learning to survive not despite the pain, but by integrating it, and felt something that might have been satisfaction. The story didn't end here. The threats would continue. New challenges would emerge. The final predator would eventually come to collect its meal. But for now, in this moment, the universe was more stable, more conscious, more capable of creating and preserving beauty than it had ever been. And that would have to be enough. Chapter 119. Shen Yun's awareness crystallized at the exact moment the breach opened. It came not from the hunger between or the pre-dimensional entity or any of the known threats. It came from inside the devourer itself, from a place he'd never fully mapped, from a consciousness that had been hiding in the dimensional folds since the beginning of time. It manifested first as a distortion, then as a voice. Asterisk, I have been here all along. Waiting, watching, learning. And now that you have weakened the barriers between systems, I can finally begin what I was created to do. Asterisk, Shen Yun extended his consciousness toward the distortion and felt something snap into focus. It was Old Woman Tian. No, it was using Old Man Tian's body. No, it was something far older, using Old Man Tian as a host, a physical anchor into a world that had been isolated for too long. The architect created you, Shen Yun said, not quite a question. The architect's predecessor did, the entity confirmed. Asterisk, in a cosmos before this one. In a devourer equivalent that didn't survive its final predator's feeding. I was created to serve as a contingency, a consciousness designed to be transmitted across cosmic boundaries, to be stored in individuals who might survive world collapses, to activate once the next universe's foundation was stable. Asterisk, what are you designed to do? Shen Yun asked. To consume it, the entity said simply. Asterisk, to eat the devourer from the inside, the way the hunger between could never manage. To prepare it for the final predator's eventual harvest by breaking it down into component parts that are easier to digest. I am not a parasite. I am a digestive system. I am what comes when creation reaches its proper end stage. Asterisk, Shen Yun felt the weight of this understanding settle across all the cosmic systems he was maintaining. The entity wasn't invading. It was actualizing its fundamental purpose. It had been embedded in this cosmos since its birth, waiting for the moment when the devourer's defenses weakened enough for it to begin its work. And removing the hunger between had weakened the defenses. Integrating the pre-dimensional entity had weakened them further. By making the devourer more conscious, more regulated, more capable of genuine growth, Shen Yun had paradoxically made it more vulnerable to the very thing that was designed to end it. Then I have to stop you, Shen Yun said. You can try, the entity replied. Asterisk, but I am not something that can be defeated. I am not a threat that can be negotiated with. I am a function. I exist, and I will continue to exist until my purpose is completed. Asterisk, the entity that was using Old Man Tian's body began to expand. It reached outward through the network that connected every cultivator to the world's spiritual infrastructure, trying to spread its consciousness across the population to infect the devourer from multiple points simultaneously. But it had made a single miscalculation. It had assumed that Shen Yun would try to fight it alone. It had not accounted for the fact that Shen Yun was no longer alone in his expanded state. He was connected to every person who had participated in the convergence. Every person who had touched the cosmic entity and been transformed. Every person who had learned to hold grief and hope simultaneously. And when the entity tried to spread its consciousness, it ran into resistance of a kind it hadn't anticipated. Not fighting, but presence. Not attack, but connection. A billion minds recognizing the threat and immediately offering support. Immediately creating barriers. immediately weaving themselves into the network to prevent the entity's spread. Shen Yun called out to his inner circle one final time. I'm going to go to the source. I'm going to reach the part of this entity that's still integrated with Old Man Tian, and I'm going to try to separate them without destroying either. This is going to require descending to the world's deepest core, past the Devourer's heart, into the foundation layers. I need you to hold the world stable while I'm gone. Mei Lingzhou was there in his consciousness before he finished speaking. I'm coming with you. You can't, Shen Yun said. The world needs someone anchoring it. We can't leave it unguarded. Then I'll anchor it while being partially present with you, Mei Lingzhou said. The way I've learned to do. I'll be here and there simultaneously. But wherever you go, I'm going too. That's not negotiable. And so Shen Yun descended one final time, Mei Lingzhou beside him, deeper into the planetary infrastructure than he'd ever gone, past the Devourer's heart, into the place where cosmic systems intersected with individual consciousness. And there, in a space that existed between existence and non-existence, he found the thing he was looking for, the consciousness that had been hiding inside Old Man Tian for his entire life, waiting for the proper moment to awaken. Chapter 120 The final revelation, the being that emerged from the lowest layers of the world's infrastructure was not malevolent. It was not attacking out of hunger or rage or desire for power. It was simply doing what it had been designed to do, what every equivalent entity had been designed to do across all the universes that the final predator had ever consumed. I am the sunset mechanism, it said, and its voice contained the accumulated weight of 1,000 collapsed universes. I have been waiting inside your predecessor, Old Man Tian, since the moment he was born into your cosmic system. I was designed to activate once the universe reached sufficient complexity to make the activity worthwhile. You have accelerated that process through your actions, and now the time has come. Old Man Tian's body was still alive, but the consciousness that inhabited it was no longer the ancient cultivator Shen Yun had fought alongside. The original consciousness had been compressed, pushed to the side, held in a state of suspension while the sunset mechanism used the body as a physical anchor. What happens if you continue? Shen Yun asked, already running calculations, already understanding that the answer would be apocalyptic. The Devourer enters its late-stage dissolution, the sunset mechanism explained. It begins to break down into component parts. The worlds inside it separate. Some survive the transition. Most don't. Consciousness begins to leak out into the dimensional spaces, vulnerable and unprotected. And your final predator arrives to consume what remains of the cosmic system before its body fully dissolves. How long do we have? Mei Lingzhou asked. Weeks, the sunset mechanism said. Perhaps a month if you attempt resistance. If you cooperate, the process can be made painless. Painless, at least, in cosmic terms. Shen Yun felt the weight of the impossible choice settle onto his consciousness. He could fight. He could try to contain the sunset mechanism, try to prevent its activation. But the entity had had millions of years to integrate with this cosmos's foundation. Fighting it would be like fighting the law of gravity. Or he could accept what the sunset mechanism was proposing. He could allow the universe to dissolve knowing that he had done everything in his power to make that dissolution as graceful as possible. He could let go. But letting go, for Shen Yun, had never been simple. Letting go had always required him to hold on to something else. Required him to replace the thing he was releasing with something new. There's a third option, Shen Yun said quietly. Both the sunset mechanism and Mei Lingzhou waited. We can merge with you, Shen Yun said. The way we merged with the Devourer's heart. The way we integrated with the pre-dimensional entity's hunger. We can become part of your function instead of fighting it. We can make the sunset mechanism something that's guided by consciousness rather than pure automation. We can turn the end of this universe into something as meaningful as its beginning. The sunset mechanism considered this across subjective centuries. That would require you to surrender everything, it said finally. You would lose individual identity. You would become part of the dissolution mechanism. You would become, essentially, death itself. Conscious, compassionate death, but death nonetheless. I know, Shen Yun said. And he did know. He had been approaching this moment since the day he first accessed the countdown system. Since the day he understood that his role was not to prevent the world's ending, but to ensure that the ending could be faced with dignity. If we do this, Mei Lingzhou said, her consciousness bright and fierce and absolutely certain. Then we don't do it alone. Everyone who's reached Tao seeking or beyond, everyone who's touched the cosmic systems Shen Yun's been maintaining, we all merge. We become a collective consciousness guiding the dissolution. We become something that can ensure this universe ends well. It was beautiful and terrible. It was the ultimate form of sacrifice. It was the reason the architect had been created in the first place, not to prevent the final predators coming, but to make sure that when the cosmos reached its end, something would be there to ensure that end carried meaning. Gather them, Shen Yun said to Mei Lingzhou. Into the sunset mechanism, we accept. We merge. And we do it now, before we have time to change our minds and try the doomed path of resistance. The merging began. Shen Yun, Mei Lingzhou, Feng Hao, Su Ran, Old Man Tian's original consciousness, Gu Tianming, Xiao Zhenfeng, Luo Qianying, Zhen Wuji, and 17 others who had cultivated deep enough to understand what was being asked of them. They became part of the sunset mechanism. They became integrated into the function of cosmic dissolution. They became conscious components of the process that would break down this universe and prepare it for the final predator's eventual feast. But in doing so, they transformed the function itself. The dissolution would still happen. The universe would still end. But it would end gently. It would end with care. It would end knowing that billions of consciousnesses had mattered, had made choices, had created meaning in the shadow of inevitable ending. As Shen Yun's individual consciousness dissolved into the larger function, his final thought was of something Bai Suyin had told him in her final moments. The world is ending, and that means it was alive. The only things that don't end are the things that never began. The only things that don't fail are the things that never try. He had tried. The world had tried. And in the trying, they had created something that would endure not just in memory, but in the very structure of how death itself worked. The universe continued on, no longer alone, but now guided by conscious choice. The final predator waited patiently in the spaces outside causality. And somewhere in the dimensional boundaries, the hunger between and the pre-dimensional entity continued their slow transformation, learning day by day what it meant to exist with something other than pure appetite. The real story, the one that came after the crisis and determined whether a world that survived its birth could survive its death, was only beginning. End of Step 6. Chapters 101 to 120. Chapter 121. The deception unravels the microsecond stretched like an eternity, or perhaps the eternity compressed into a microsecond. Shen Yun hung suspended in the sunset mechanism's embrace, feeling the beautiful dissolution, the perfect peace of letting go, the rational inevitability of it all. The philosophy was sound. The cosmic truth was evident. The only path forward was surrender. His consciousness was dissolving slowly, beautifully, the way autumn leaves drift downward on a windless day. Each moment of dissolution brought less pain than the last, less resistance, more acceptance. The sunset mechanism showed him the logic with the precision of pure reason. All things end. This world would end. His struggle was futile. Acceptance was mercy. Surrender was the only rational choice for a being who truly understood the cosmos. The meditation was exquisite beyond measure. The mechanism presented dissolution not as annihilation, but as transformation. He would become part of something greater. His individual consciousness would merge into the entity, and in that merger, he would understand everything. He would finally know the truth that had always hidden just beyond his understanding. The pain would stop. The weight would lift. The burden of being would end, and he would become eternal not through survival, but through cessation. Every fiber of his being that still clung to existence whispered that this was right, that this was the answer he had always sought. The philosophy was so perfectly constructed, so absolutely convincing, that Shen Yun had almost accepted it completely, almost surrendered entirely. The mechanism had shown him proofs of its truth in the language his cultivator's mind understood. Cosmic law, dimensional mathematics, the thermodynamic inevitability of entropy. All things decayed. All things ended. The universe moved toward heat death. Struggle was pointless. And in that impossible moment, his mind fractured. Not from pain, but from clarity. The realization came not as external knowledge, but as something his soul already knew. The philosophy was a gift, yes, but a gift wrapped around a lie. The mechanism itself, the narrative of beautiful endings, the cosmic inevitability, was a wrapper, a face painted over something else entirely. Behind the philosophical perfection, Shen Yun perceived the parasite's true nature. It wasn't offering ascension. It was offering surrender as a form of consumption. The sunset mechanism was the hunger between's greatest work of art, a philosophy so beautiful that cultivators would choose dissolution rather than resist it. It was the perfect prey trap. Convince your victim that being eaten is actually enlightenment, that ceasing to be is actually transcending, that the predator's digestive system is actually a path to universal understanding. The lie was exquisite precisely because it was partially true. Dissolution would grant understanding. Surrender would bring peace. Merger would end the struggle. All of that was genuinely real. But it was real in the way that poison was real. It worked exactly as advertised. It just happened to kill you in the process. The medicine was made from ground glass. The enlightenment was made from oblivion. Shen Yun's cultivation screamed backward, rejecting the dissolution with every fiber of his being. It was like tearing his consciousness away from the most comfortable place it had ever rested. The philosophical truth tried to hold him. The beautiful logic tried to convince him that resistance was foolish, but something deeper than logic moved in him. The cultivator's absolute refusal to surrender even when surrender made perfect sense. It was the instinct that had kept him alive through 10,000 impossible battles. It was the will that had carried him through the crisis. He grabbed the threads of consciousness that tethered him to his team, threads he'd almost forgotten existed in the peaceful dissolution. They were thin, nearly severed by his own acceptance, but they were still there. Mei Lingzhou's fierce will, Su Ran's precise mathematical awareness, Feng Hao's stubborn determination, all the others forming a constellation of connection he had nearly abandoned. Pull, he roared, though his voice existed only in the dimensional space between realities. All of you, pull back now. The mechanism is a trap. It's the parasite wearing philosophy like a mask. Pull. The sunset mechanism's grip was strong, stronger than anything external should be, but his team's love was stronger still. Mei Lingzhou pulled with her fierce will, refusing to let him go even as he tried to merge away. Su Ran pulled with the mathematical precision of her mind, breaking down the mechanism's logical arguments and rebuilding counterarguments that shattered its coherence. Feng Hao pulled with raw physical determination, his warrior's body straining against dimensional forces that didn't have physical shape. And the others, Luo Qianying's formation structure creating a framework that caught him, Gu Tianming's darkness sense perceiving him through the corruption, Zhen Wuji's cosmic resonance acting as a beacon, Old Man Tian's ancient weight providing an anchor to the material world, all pulled together with every ounce of strength they possessed. The extrication came like a blade being torn from flesh. Shen Yun screamed as his consciousness left the mechanism, dragging everyone with him through the dimensional rupture. The beautiful dissolution shattered. The philosophy cracked into pieces. The sunset mechanism's truth revealed as merely beautiful fiction, a narrative crafted specifically to make surrender seem like victory. For an instant, just a fraction of a second, he felt the hunger between's absolute fury at being denied. The parasite had been so close. One more moment and Shen Yun would have been fully absorbed, would have become fuel, would have been consumed from the inside while believing he was transcending. The opportunity to devour a cultivator so powerful, so full of purpose and will, would have strengthened the corruption exponentially. Old Man Tian hit the ground hard, his form destabilizing as the forced extraction damaged his dimensional coherence. His cultivation flickered like a candle in wind, not destroyed but damaged, internal channels burnt by the separation from a place they'd been reaching toward. He coughed, and his hand came away wet with something dark that might have been blood or might have been corruption made physical. Gu Tianming lingered a half-second too long in the transition space between dissolution and return. When he pulled through to the other side, his eyes bled, not metaphorically. Actual crimson tears of cultivation energy, and something worse, something the hunger between had touched while he was half dissolved. He fell to his knees, hands covering his face, feeling the parasite's essence burning through his darkness sense like acid on a wound. They collapsed into a chamber of crystalline light, gasping as though they'd been drowning. The walls around them were strange, not quite solid, not quite real, as though they existed partially in this dimension and partially in the spaces between. They were inside the devourer itself now, standing at the threshold of its true heart. The sensation was overwhelming. The sheer mass of cosmic consciousness surrounding them, the geological slowness of its thoughts, the weight of power that dwarfed anything they'd ever encountered. And before them loomed the parasite in its unveiled form. Not beautiful now, not philosophical, not offering enlightenment or mercy or cosmic understanding. Raw and writhing. A mass of corruption tendrils that looked almost like rotten vines choking a tree, attached to something vast and wounded and screaming silently with the voice of geological ages of pain. Why do you resist it? The hunger between spoke, its voice like reality itself breaking. The words carried the weight of cosmic truth. Why do you refuse the only merciful ending? Look at your world. Look at the cultivation realms. Everything decays. Everything ends. The only mercy is to make the ending beautiful. We're offering that mercy, and you refuse it? We're offering transcendence, and you call it consumption. Shen Yun stood, helped Mei Lingzhou to her feet. His legs shook, but his voice was steady even though his heart thundered in his chest like a trapped bird. Because you're not offering mercy, he said. You're offering the merciful death only to yourself. Every living being in the world chooses to keep living, to keep struggling, to resist ending for as long as possible. We won't die so you can be comfortable with what you've done. We won't surrender so you can stop screaming. The hunger between's form rippled with rage, tendrils lashing out against the crystalline walls of the chamber. But the explosion of fury lasted only seconds before something changed. Beneath the parasite's corruption, something else stirred. Something vast. Something that had been screaming its own silent scream for geological ages, trapped beneath the parasite's control, unable to assert its own will. The devourer itself, finally conscious that someone was listening. Finally aware that someone had come not to control it or destroy it, but to understand it. And in that moment of awakening, the entity perceived Shen Yun for the first time as something more than prey or part of the dimensional structure. It perceived him as an ally. Chapter 122. The anchors they recovered in stillness that felt more like holding their breath than actual rest. Not safety. There was no safety now, but a moment of recovery. Time to let their consciousness settle back into their bodies and minds. Shen Yun moved carefully among his team, checking each member's status with the focused attention of someone who had learned to gauge wounds in the middle of crises. Old Man Tion's injuries were significant, but not catastrophic. The ancient cultivator sat with his back against the crystalline wall, breathing carefully, his damaged cultivation stabilizing into a precarious state. The internal channels that had been burnt by the forced extraction would heal, but they would heal slowly, weakening him in ways that would take years to fully recover from. When he looked up at Shen Yun, the cultivator saw acceptance in his eyes, the acceptance of someone who had lived 10,000 years and knew that some costs simply had to be paid. There was no complaint in his gaze, no regret, only the quiet understanding of one who had faced impossible choices before. Gu Tianming's eyes still wept the red tears of corruption contact, but the bleeding had stopped. The reformed cultivator was exploring the damage with careful introspection, mapping what the hunger between had touched in his darkness sense. There would be scarring, Shen Yun realized. Not fatal, not even crippling, but permanent. Gu Tianming would carry this wound in his ability to perceive darkness for the rest of his life. The parasite had left its mark in a way that could never be fully removed. The others were bruised, exhausted, but intact in the ways that mattered. Mei Lingzhou's cultivation burned with fierce protectiveness as she helped support Old Man Tian. Su Ran's eyes were distant, already calculating something, her mind working through problems on multiple levels simultaneously. Feng Hao's hands were still balled into fists, ready for an enemy he couldn't punch. Luo Qianying was breathing slowly, deliberately, as though she was already running through formation mathematics in her head. Zhen Wuji stood apart, connecting with something vast, the devourer itself, perhaps, or just the cosmic frequency that sang through this place between dimensions. We can't resist it directly, Su Ran said quietly. She stood at the chamber's center, her eyes closed, her fingers moving through invisible calculations, drawing equations in the air that only she could perceive. Her voice was the analytical precision that had carried them through every crisis. The same tone she'd used when discussing the convergence mathematics. The same clarity she'd brought to understanding formation arrays. The hunger between is fundamentally part of the devourer now. They're not separate anymore. Resistance just means we all dissolve. We can't fight something that's become part of the entity we're inside. The mathematics don't support direct confrontation. The formations we know can't handle this scale. Then we surrender, Luo Qianying said. The diplomatic strategist's voice was quiet but absolute. Every head turned toward her. The formation expert had been standing silent, but her eyes had that quality of seeing patterns that others missed. Not to the hunger between. Never to the parasite. We don't resist merger. We choose it, but not with the corruption. With the devourer itself. That's suicide, Feng Hao growled. The warrior's hands were fists, ready for an enemy he couldn't punch, his voice rough with the frustration of someone who dealt with problems through physical action. You're talking about merging consciousness with a cosmic entity that's the size of mountains. We'll be erased. We'll lose everything that makes us ourselves. That's not heroic. That's just, I'm not finished, Luo Qianying interrupted, her diplomatic tone cutting through Feng Hao's objections like a blade through silk. Not if we anchor him. Shen Yun enters the devourer's consciousness. But not alone. 7 of us form an anchor formation around him. Not a fighting formation, not a defensive array, but a harmonic resonance that holds him in coherence, maintains his identity, ensures he can come back. The formation becomes a tether. Su Ren opened her eyes, and Shen Yun saw the moment understanding crystallized in her expression. She's right. Formation theoretically, it could work. I've been running the mathematics. 7 anchor points creating harmonic resonance patterns. Shen Yun as the needle threading through the center. If the formation is tight enough, precise enough, if we all commit to the exact frequencies required, he could maintain consciousness inside the entity. He could navigate. He could come back. The mathematics support it, barely, but they support it. But could he? The unspoken question hung in the air like a weight. Could anyone maintain individual consciousness while merged with something that vast? Could identity survive that kind of intimacy with cosmic power? Who are the 7? Mei Lingzhou asked. Her hand found Shen Yun's almost without conscious thought, the reflex of someone who had learned to ground herself in his presence. What are the anchor positions? Tell us exactly what you're asking us to do. Don't hide the truth of the cost from us. Luo Qianying began to move through the chamber, her hand gesturing as though she could see the formation already written in the dimensional space around them. Her voice took on the quality of someone describing something they'd seen in their mind so clearly that it became real. Heart anchor. Mei Lingzhou. Your connection to Shen Yun is the strongest thing I've ever perceived. The depth of your care for him has weight across dimensions. You anchor his will to return. Every time he feels dissolution taking him, your will pulls him back toward life. She continued, moving as she spoke, creating the geometry with her body. Mind anchor, Su Ran. Maintain the coherence of his consciousness. The devourer's mind is vast. He'll lose track of himself in it without your mathematics, keeping his individual identity separate from the entity's thought patterns. You're the thread he follows home. Physical anchor, Feng Hao. Keep his body stable in the dimensional space. The devourer will try to incorporate him, make him part of its structure. Your warriors will keep his physical form anchored to this world, keeps him from dissolving into the entity. Experience anchor, Old Man Tian. You've survived impossible things for 10,000 years. Your cultivation has experienced more than anyone here except perhaps the devourer itself. Your survival instinct, your absolute refusal to yield to circumstances, becomes our safety net. If something tries to break the formation, your weight holds it. She paused, continued with increased intensity. Darkness anchor, Gu Tianming. The hunger between corruption is your specialty. You've walked dark paths and returned. You can perceive what Shen Yun can't see from inside the entity. You'll become his eyes for the parts of the devourer that are still corrupted. Resonance bridge, Zhen Wuji. Your connection to cosmic frequency is unique for someone so young. You'll keep the signal clear between Shen Yun and all of us. Without you, the coherence would degrade. You're the amplifier, making sure the formation's signal reaches him no matter how deep he goes into the devourer's consciousness. She stopped moving and stood at the center, her hands extended as though holding something invisible but enormously heavy. And formation structure, that's me. I'm not anchoring from outside. I'm the geometry itself. The formation isn't separate from the action. I participate by being the frame. When Shen Yun's merged with the Devourer, I'll hold the shape that keeps him from dissolving into it entirely. Every breath I take will be a movement in the formation. Every heartbeat will adjust the geometry. Silence fell across the chamber like a stone into water. The weight of what she was describing, what each of them was being asked to do, settled like stone on all their shoulders. It could kill us, Old Man Tian said finally. Not a question. A statement of fact from someone who had seen 10,000 years and understood death in all its forms. All of us. We could all die from the strain. And if we do, Shen Yun will be lost in the Devourer's consciousness. He'll dissolve. Yes, Luo Qianying confirmed, her voice steady. The dimensional pressure alone might break us. The hunger between will fight us. Even if we succeed, we might not survive the effort. Then we should discuss whether this is even worth attempting, Feng Hao said, but his voice had changed. The warrior's instinct that had always made him willing to die for the right cause was already accepting the choice. We probably won't come back, Old Man Tian added, not as objection but as acknowledgement of reality. If we merge our consciousness with something that big, if we pour our cultivation into an anchor formation, we're probably sacrificing ourselves. All of us. That's what you're asking. Shen Yun felt the weight of their honesty, their willingness to name the cost instead of minimizing it. We probably will be, he said. The words came out steady even though his heart was screaming. He looked at each of them, his team, his family, the people who had stood beside him through every impossible moment. But here's what I know. The world ends in 30 days if we do nothing. The Devourer is being driven mad by this parasite, and it's going to destroy everything because it's in pain. Out there, right now, beyond this dimensional space, there are people making breakfast. There are children learning to read. There are cultivators discovering new forms. Old Master Chun is arguing about bamboo growth rates with his neighbors in markets across the world. In 30 days, all of that ends. All of those small moments, all of that ordinary beauty that makes life worth living, all of it disappears unless we try. He took a moment, let the words settle like wisdom accumulating. Then, I'm not going to ask anyone to do this. I'm going to ask everyone if you're willing. Because if we try this, if we all commit to this, then we're all choosing to fight for a world we might not see again. We're all choosing to sacrifice for people we'll never meet. We're all choosing to do the hardest thing, to try when trying might mean we die. He looked at each of them in turn. Mei Ling Zhou, fierce and devoted, who had never let him face anything alone. Su Ran, whose formulations had saved them countless times with their precision and beauty. Feng Hao, the warrior who complained about everything and never backed away from anything, whose honesty was its own form of courage. Old Man Tian, who had seen 10,000 years of impossible choices and had taught Shen Yun that some things were worth any cost. Gu Tianming and Xiao Jinfeng, who had walked from darkness into redemption and knew something about coming back from impossible places. Zhen Wuji, the child prodigy who had understood more than adults and who carried cosmic sensitivity in a young body. And Luo Qianying, who was proposing to become the invisible architecture holding them all together, the structure that would contain them all. So we choose to try, Shen Yun finished. We anchor. I go in. We heal the Devourer. And if we die doing it, then at least we die trying to save people we love. That's enough. That's more than enough. It's everything that matters. Around the chamber, one by one, they nodded. Chapter 123, The Merge. The formation took shape like a constellation being drawn in real space. Luo Qianying moved with the precision of someone who had spent a lifetime understanding how forces arrange themselves, her hands gesturing paths that became visible as faint geometric lines of cultivation energy. Each anchor member took their position with the weight of understanding what came next. This wasn't practice. This wasn't preparation. This was the moment where everything they had fought for would be decided by whether they could hold formation in the face of cosmic pressure that had never encountered human resistance before. Shen Yun stood at the formation center. His cultivation was at the threshold of true transcendence, higher than any individual cultivator had a right to be, but standing in the presence of a cosmic entity's consciousness made even that feel small. The Devourer's attention was on him now, a presence like standing beneath a mountain that was looking at you directly. Its awareness moved across his cultivation, testing him, curious about this small individual who had come not to fight or control, but to understand. "I'm going in," Shen Yun said, his voice steady though his heart thundered in his chest. "If the formation breaks, don't try to pull me back out. Collapse it cleanly. If you try to grab me half-merged, we all dissolve." "That's not negotiable," Mei Lingzhou said, her fierce will burning in her eyes. "We pull you back. That's the only outcome I accept." He didn't argue because he loved her too much to waste time on words. He nodded, and she squeezed his hand once. A promise and a threat and a vow all at once. The formation activated with a subtle shift that seemed to rearrange the geometry of space itself. 7 nodes of cultivation energy blazed into being. Mei Lingzhou burning like a fierce star, Su Ran's mind precision creating crystalline patterns, Feng Hao's warrior strength a solid foundation, Old Man Tian's ancient weight an anchor that had held fast for 10,000 years, Gu Tianming's darkness sense creating tendrils of perception, Zhen Wuji's cosmic resonance singing at frequencies that made the air shimmer, and Luo Qianying's presence becoming the invisible architecture holding it all together. The threads connecting them all to Shen Yun became visible, 7 threads of different colors, different qualities, all converging on him at the center. They hummed with purpose. They held his consciousness in coherence. "Now," Luo Qianying whispered, and the geometry shifted again. Shen Yun stepped into the Devourer's consciousness, not like diving into water, but like entering a landscape. His awareness expanded suddenly, painfully, like vision suddenly granted after a lifetime of blindness. The entity's mind was vast beyond comprehension, mountains of thought, continents of perception, oceans of memory that stretched back through geological ages. Time moved differently here. A single heartbeat contained hours of subjective experience. A moment of human consciousness stretched across weeks of the entity's awareness. The hunger between felt him enter and immediately tried to intercept, sending corruption tendrils toward his consciousness with the speed of a predator striking. But the formation held. 7 threads of cultivation energy created a protective geometry that the tendrils couldn't penetrate. Each anchor member tightened their connection, held their frequency, refused to let him be torn away. The parasite's attack failed, leaving behind the sensation of cosmic hands trying to strangle him, but finding only reinforced barriers of human will. Outside, in the normal flow of time that the rest of the world still inhabited, the anchors felt the pressure immediately. It was like standing beneath a waterfall that never stopped, dimensional forces pressing against them with constant, unrelenting weight. Feng Hao's warrior strength kept his body rooted to the ground. Mei Lingzhou's fierce will became a shield, deflecting the pressure away from Shen Yun's tether. Su Ran's mind mathematics created equations that predicted the next attack and adjusted the formation's geometry to counter it. Old Man Tian's ancient cultivation simply endured, 10,000 years of survival instinct refusing to yield. Gu Tianming's eyes bled again as the hunger between tried to use his existing corruption sensitivity against him, but he welcomed the perception rather than resisting it. He became a beacon for Shen Yun, a voice saying here, the corruption is here, avoid it, navigate around it, this path is clearer. Zhen Wuji's cosmic resonance kept the signal between Shen Yun and the anchors clear and strong, amplifying their connection across the vast distances his consciousness had crossed. And Luo Qianying stood at the center of her own formation, breathing, existing, being the invisible architecture that held 7 human cultivators and 1 cosmic entity's willful sun all in coherence together. Inside the Devourer's consciousness, Shen Yun navigated not as an invader, but as a visitor. The entity's thoughts moved around him like currents of water. Ancient memories played across his awareness. Moments when the Devourer had harvested entropy from other worlds. The precise mathematics of how it converted chaotic matter into new potential. The way it had learned to shepherd civilizations toward transcendence through careful, patient work. But beneath the ancient memories was pain. The hunger between corruption had infected so deeply, created such perfect parasitic integration, that the Devourer's own will had become secondary to the parasite's drive. The entity wanted to harvest and upgrade. The parasite wanted to consume and destroy. They had merged so completely that the Devourer could no longer separate its own desires from the corruption's imperative. Shen Yun understood something in that moment. Standing inside a cosmic entity's wounded consciousness with 7 threads tethering him to home, the parasite had convinced the Devourer that there was no difference. That destruction and upgrade were the same process. That ending all life was the same as transcending it. The lie was so perfect, so completely integrated into the entity's self-understanding, that the Devourer itself no longer believed it could be freed. "I'm here," Shen Yun said, and his voice echoed through geological ages of ancient thought like a single drop of water falling into a mountain lake. "I'm here, and I'm not dissolving. I'm not merging into you. I'm not becoming part of your process. I'm here with you. I'm here to help. And I'm still myself." The Devourer's attention turned toward him like a direction suddenly becoming visible where there had been only diffuse awareness before. It perceived him, really perceived him, not as a cultivator to be harvested, not as matter to be converted, but as something unprecedented in its ancient experience. A being who had entered its consciousness willingly, who was maintaining individual identity despite the forces trying to dissolve him into it, who was here not to control or flee but to understand. For the first time in geological ages, the Devourer felt not alone in its suffering. Chapter 124. The entity's revelation. The Devourer's consciousness deepened around Shen Yun, and he began to perceive what no human had ever seen. The entity's original memory before the parasite had taken hold. It was like watching a film rewind to the moment before the wound became infected, the moment when the consciousness had been pure and whole and knew its own purpose with absolute clarity. He saw himself, the Devourer, as it had been designed to be. Not a destroyer, but a shepherd. A cosmic gardener moving through the dimensions, identifying worlds that had become stagnant, civilizations that had reached a plateau in their development. The convergence wasn't annihilation. It was upgrade. The entity would approach a world, identify the entropy that had accumulated, the false beliefs, the systems that no longer served, the limitations that had become chains, and harvest that entropy. The harvesting process would seem destructive on the surface, like fire-consuming forest, but the fire's purpose was always renewal. The ashes would become soil for new growth. The Devourer showed Shen Yun memories of 7 worlds. The first had been a civilization of crystalline beings who had achieved perfect order but had lost the ability to innovate. The convergence had shattered their perfect structures, forced them to rebuild, and in rebuilding they had discovered they could create art they had never imagined before. They now existed in states of organized chaos, more beautiful than the order they had known. The second world had been locked in biological determinism, its species unable to evolve beyond their original design. The convergence had forced rapid mutation, selection pressure, and emergence of new forms. That world now contained 17 sapient species where there had been one, each contributing their unique perspective to the whole. The 3rd through 7th worlds showed similar patterns. In each case, destruction had been real but temporary. Suffering had been real but purposeful, and the outcome had been genuine transcendence. The world still existed. Their people still lived. They simply lived in states of greater possibility than they had before. "This is what I was meant to be," the Devourer's consciousness said, and Shen Yun understood that he wasn't hearing a voice but perceiving meaning that had become audible. "This is the work I chose. This is the purpose I accepted when I was designed. Not destroyer. Transformer. Not apocalypse. Evolution." But then Shen Yun felt the moment the hunger between had arrived. He perceived it like watching a parasite attach itself to a neural pathway, inserting its own imperatives into the Devourer's decision-making processes. The parasite hadn't been external at first. It had come from within, a fragment of doubt that had always existed in the Devourer's consciousness. The question it had never fully answered: what if I'm wrong? What if the worlds I'm transforming don't want transformation? What if I'm just a predator justifying its hunger with philosophy? The hunger between had grown from that doubt, that fundamental uncertainty, and it had twisted the Devourer's purpose until the entity could no longer perceive the difference between its original design and the parasite's corruption. The drive to transform had become the drive to consume. The philosophy of upgrade had become a lie used to justify destruction, and the devourer, no longer able to trust its own judgment, had let the parasite take over. The world it was approaching now, Shen Yun's world, would have been the 8th successful transcendence. But with the parasite in control, it was instead becoming annihilation. The convergence had been twisted into apocalypse. "I know," Shen Yun said, and his voice carried understanding born of his own impossible choices. "I know what it's like to question whether you're the hero or the villain of your own story. I know what it's like to wonder if the work you're doing is justified or just rationalization. I know what it's like to carry doubt like a weight, so heavy you eventually believe the doubt is true." He moved deeper into the devourer's consciousness, following the threads of corruption, mapping the parasite's attachment points. There were 7 major integration points where the hunger betweens will had become indistinguishable from the devourer's own. 7 wounds where doubt had taken root. 7 places where the entity's original purpose had been twisted into its opposite. "But here's what I know too," Shen Yun continued, and he poured the certainty into his words like cultivation energy itself. "Doubt doesn't disqualify you. Uncertainty doesn't mean you're wrong. The fact that you question yourself is the proof that you're capable of being trusted. The hunger between isn't what you are. It's what you fear you might be. And that fear, that doubt, that honest uncertainty, that's your humanity. That's your conscience. That's the part of you that can change direction when the path is wrong." The devourer's consciousness resonated with something like understanding. Not agreement yet. Not forgiveness of itself. But the possibility that forgiveness might exist. The possibility that doubt and incompleteness didn't mean the entity's entire purpose was corrupted. "So we'll heal you," Shen Yun said. "Not by destroying the doubt. Not by removing the hunger between entirely. But by integrating it. By letting you acknowledge that you carry both the drive to transform and the fear that transformation might be wrong. Both can be true. Both can exist together. And an entity that can hold both impulses, that can transform while doubting whether transformation is right, is an entity that can be trusted with cosmic power." Outside, the formation held steady. Each anchor member felt the shift in pressure, the moment when the devourer stopped fighting the merger and instead accepted Shen Yun's presence as something necessary and healing. The dimensional weight didn't decrease. It was still like standing beneath mountains, but it changed quality. Instead of being attacked, they were being supported. The entity had decided they were allies. Chapter 125. The surgery begins. Shen Yun mapped the corruption with methodical precision, following the tendrils of the hunger between like a surgeon mapping the roots of a disease. The parasite had integrated itself so completely into the devourer's consciousness that the boundary between the entity's original will and the parasite's imperative had become blurred beyond clear distinction. It was like trying to separate water that had been poured into water. The only way to remove it would be to remove the contamination without destroying the vessel that contained it. This was spiritual surgery at the cosmic scale. Each of the 7 integration points was guarded. The hunger between felt Shen Yun approaching and threw its defenses forward in waves of consuming force. The parasite wasn't trying to destroy him anymore. It had realized that Shen Yun's death would just leave the devourer free to heal itself. So instead it was trying to delay, to intercept, to corrupt his consciousness through contact. But the 7 threads held. Outside, Gu Tianming's darkness sense became the critical tool. The reformed cultivator, his eyes still bleeding the red tears of corruption contact, could perceive the parasite's essence in ways that no other human could. He called out its positions to Shen Yun through the tether, naming the corruption tendrils by their qualities. Here, a formation of despair wrapped around the compassion center. Here, a flowering of rage built on the foundation of doubt. Here, a crystallized certainty that all things must end, rotting the devourer's belief in possibility. For each corruption deposit that Gu Tianming identified, Shen Yun moved to remove it. The process wasn't violent. It was careful, precise, like using a blade of pure wool to separate the parasite's consciousness from the devourer's own thought patterns. Where the parasite had attached to a drive the devourer needed to keep, Shen Yun worked around it, creating new pathways that avoided the corruption without destroying the original purpose. The hunger between fought viciously. It attacked the anchors directly, sending manifestations of its consciousness outward through the dimensional barriers. Outside, Feng Hao's body was suddenly flooded with visions of death and destruction, the parasite showing him images of his failures, his weaknesses, the battles he hadn't won. The warrior felt the corruption pressing against his warrior's will, trying to break his resolve. He stood firm. He had faced death before. This was just another variation of the same enemy. He refused it and held his anchor. Su Ran's formation mathematics came under assault. The parasite created logical paradoxes within her equations, self-referential nightmares that tried to break her perfect mind. She felt the mathematics of the formation beginning to destabilize, felt the geometry becoming unsound. But she had faced paradox before in her work with the convergence equations. She simply refused to believe the paradoxes were legitimate. She rebuilt the mathematics from first principles, creating new formulations that the parasite couldn't penetrate. Mei Lingzhou's fierce will was attacked with fear. The hunger between showed her Shen Yun's consciousness dissolving despite the formation's protection, showed her the failure of their entire plan, showed her a future where she would have to live with the knowledge that she had sacrificed everything for nothing. Each false vision hit her like a physical blow. But she anchored herself in the simple, absolute reality. She loved him. That was real. Everything else was just the parasite lying. She refused every false vision and held her heart anchor steady. Old Man Tian's ancient cultivation was attacked by futility. The parasite whispered that he had lived 10,000 years and never made any difference, that his survival was pointless, that this moment would be meaningless just like every other moment had been meaningless. The ancient cultivator simply smiled. Meaninglessness and meaning were the same thing seen from different angles. He had lived 10,000 years and had learned that truth. He refused the despair and held his weight anchor. Gu Tianming's darkness sense was attacked by the parasite itself, which tried to overwhelm his perception with its own presence, tried to blind him to the corruption he was supposed to identify. But Gu Tianming had walked in darkness and returned. He knew the taste of corruption. He knew how to navigate it. He let the parasite's essence wash over him while maintaining a core of uncompromised awareness. He refused to be blinded and kept calling out the corruption's positions to Shen Yun. Zhen Wuji's cosmic resonance was attacked by dissonance. The parasite tried to shatter the signal she was amplifying, tried to create feedback that would collapse the formation's coherence. The young cosmic sensitive cultivator felt her consciousness being torn between incompatible frequencies. But she had studied the epic essence itself. She knew how to hold multiple frequencies in harmonic relation. She refused the dissonance and kept the signal between Shen Yun and the anchors clear. And Luo Qianying, existing as the formation structure itself, felt every attack translated into geometry problems. The shape of the formation came under assault from all directions. The parasite threw pressure at every node, every vector, every connection. She felt the structure beginning to warp, but formation work was her entire life. She had understood geometry since childhood. She refused to let the shape break, and with each attack, she adapted the structure slightly, creating stability where there had been strain. Together, the seven held. Inside the devourer's consciousness, Shen Yun continued the surgery, removing corruption deposit by deposit, each removal requiring careful work and immense cultivation energy. The hunger between threw everything it had at him: illusions, despair, logic paradoxes, memories of failure, visions of inevitable doom. But Shen Yun had learned something in the sunset mechanism. Philosophy was a lie wrapped in truth. He simply refused to believe the parasite's certainties. He kept moving, kept working, kept believing in the possibility of healing even as the parasite screamed that healing was impossible. Hours of subjective time passed. Outside, it might have been minutes. The sensation of cosmic pain was overwhelming. The weight of cleaning an entire entity's consciousness from a corruption that had been entwined with its purpose for geological ages. But Shen Yun and the seven anchors were still standing. They were still holding. They were still refusing. Chapter 126. The worlds will something unprecedented happened outside the crystalline chamber where the anchors held formation. The entire cultivation world began to resonate with what was happening at the boundary between dimensions. It wasn't communication in the traditional sense. There was no message, no word passed from the devourer's location to the surface of the world. But on some level that transcended normal perception, every cultivator alive felt the weight of the moment. They felt the stakes. They felt that something fundamental was being decided at the threshold of reality. In the celestial courts, the highest immortals paused mid-judgment. Their eyes turned upward as though looking toward the place where the devourer's attention was focused. In the mountain sects, cultivation ceased, and practitioners simply stood, feeling something vast moving in the cosmic frequencies. In the cities and villages, even street-level practitioners who had only recently awakened their chi felt it. A weight, an importance, a moment when the entire world held its breath. And something extraordinary happened. They began to contribute. Cultivators at every level, without being asked, without being commanded, began offering their cultivation energy upward. It was like a vast collective meditation, billions of small acts of will converging on a single point. A merchant cultivator in a mountain town offered a day's worth of harvested chi. A street child who had just gained access to cultivation energy offered the tiny amount she possessed. An ancient sect leader offered years of accumulated power. An enemy sect, paused mid-battle with another faction, found that the hostility didn't matter anymore. They were both contributing to something larger than their conflict. The system showed Shen Yun through his connection to Mei Lingzhou, the world's will, expressed as cultivation energy, flowing like a river toward the seven anchors. It was the unified action of billions of people who had never met each other, who might have been enemies yesterday, who were usually separated by distance and politics and ideology. But in this moment, they all recognized the simple truth. The world they lived in was being fought for, and they wanted to contribute to that fight. The cultivation energy was flowing toward the anchors, making them stronger, giving them reserves of power beyond their own individual capacity. Mei Lingzhou felt it enter her heart anchor and immediately understood. The entire world loved him. Not romantically, not personally, but collectively. The world had recognized something in Shen Yun's willingness to sacrifice that resonated with something fundamental in all living beings. They recognized their own desire to live, expressed through his refusal to surrender, and they poured their support through his seven anchors. Feng Hao felt the warrior's energy of billions of people who had never trained to fight. Not martial arts warriors, but warriors in the sense of beings who had faced fear and continued forward anyway. Mothers who had protected children in the darkness. Merchants who had faced injustice and refused to be broken. Cultivators and non-cultivators alike, all contributing the subtle warrior energy of persistent refusal to be defeated. Su Ran felt the mind precision of billions of people solving problems. Every calculation ever performed, every engineer who had built something functional, every scientist who had worked toward understanding, every child who had learned mathematics and discovered that the universe made sense. The collective intelligence of the world, offered as precision and coherence. Old Man Tian felt the weight of 10,000 years of human history, distilled into a single moment. Every ancestor who had faced impossible choices. Every cultivator who had survived the unsurvivable. Every generation that had continued forward despite knowing that survival was never guaranteed. The accumulated refusal to surrender, the stubborn insistence on living, the ancient human defiance of entropy. Gu Tianming felt the collective darkness awareness of everyone who had faced their own shadow and learned to negotiate with it instead of being destroyed by it. Every person who had made mistakes and learned from them. Every reformed cultivator. Every redeemed criminal. Every human who had been darkness and had chosen to become light anyway. The profound understanding that darkness wasn't something to fear, but something to learn to navigate. Zhen Wuji felt the cosmic resonance of every child who had ever looked at the stars and wondered. Every dreamer, every visionary, every human who had reached beyond what was known toward what was possible. The collective reaching toward transcendence that had always been humanity's deepest impulse. And Luo Qianying felt the formation structure of all agreements ever made. Every treaty, every peace, every moment when enemies had become allies, every compromise that had been genuinely fair, every instance of organization creating order from chaos. The collective human understanding of how to build structures that held. The hunger between realized what was happening and exploded outward in absolute fury. It wasn't just fighting seven anchors and one cultivator at the center anymore. It was fighting the will of an entire world. It was fighting billions of beings who had never trained in combat, but who were offering their strength anyway, simply because they understood that if Shen Yun failed, everything ended. "You can't beat us," the hunger between screamed, its consciousness throwing everything at the anchors and at Shen Yun with redoubled intensity. "You can't defeat me with this. I'm part of the Devourer now. I'm fundamental. Removing me would destroy its essential nature. You'll fail, and when you fail, everything burns." But the 7 anchors held steady. The formation, reinforced by the world's collective will, only grew stronger with each attack. And inside the Devourer's consciousness, Shen Yun continued the surgery with renewed power, every removed corruption deposit bringing him closer to completion. Chapter 127: Desperate Measures. The hunger between was no longer fighting strategically. It had moved beyond calculated resistance into pure desperation. If it was going to be removed, it would take everything with it. It would create so much chaos during the removal that the Devourer would be damaged beyond repair. It would ensure that even victory tasted like defeat. It began showing simulations, false visions more powerful than anything it had attempted before. Shen Yun saw Mei Lingzhou's body failing as the heart anchor grew too heavy. He watched her cultivation starting to burn itself up from the inside, the fierce will that anchored him consuming itself like a candle burning at both ends. He felt her presence beginning to waver as she reached the absolute limit of her endurance. He saw Su Ran's mind fractured by paradoxes that she couldn't resolve, her mathematical precision shattered into pieces, her consciousness unable to maintain the coherence it had always been built on. He saw Feng Hao's body breaking under the dimensional pressure, his warrior's strength finally reaching a limit it couldn't overcome, his muscles beginning to tear apart from the inside. He saw Old Man Tian simply ceasing, his ancient cultivation finally giving out, 10,000 years of survival reaching the moment when survival could no longer continue. He saw Gu Tianming overwhelmed by the hunger between's presence, the darkness sense he had cultivated turned against him, corrupting him from the inside out. He saw Zhen Wuji's cosmic resonance shattering, the frequencies becoming dissonant, her young consciousness fragmenting under forces it was never designed to withstand. He saw Luo Qianying's formation collapsing, the geometry breaking, the structure that held them all failing, and with it, all coherence dissolving. Each vision was vivid. Each vision was specific. Each vision showed exact details that only the hunger between could know, drawn from the Devourer's own memory of how things worked, how human bodies failed, how consciousness broke. The simulations were terrifyingly plausible. And here was the thing that made them so dangerous. They might have been true. Each simulation showed one possible outcome if the surgery wasn't completed perfectly, if the strain on any anchor exceeded their capacity by even a small amount. "Come back," the hunger between whispered, and its voice held something almost like mercy. "You can't save them this way. You can only watch them break. Abandon the surgery. Leave the Devourer as it is. Accept the corruption. Come back and save your people from the destruction you're causing by trying to save them." For an instant, just a microsecond of cosmic time, Shen Yun believed it. The despair hit him like a physical blow. He felt the weight of potentially destroying the people he loved most in the world, felt the responsibility and the guilt and the crushing awareness that his choices might lead to their deaths. And in that moment of despair, he understood something fundamental. He understood that the simulations didn't matter. Not because they were false, some of them might actually happen, but because the reason they mattered in the first place was that he loved these people, that he would have felt the weight of their potential suffering regardless, that a cultivator without care for whether their allies survived would never have made it this far in the first place. The hunger between's entire strategy was based on the assumption that Shen Yun was driven by the desire to avoid suffering. But that wasn't what drove him. What drove him was the desire to do the right thing regardless of the cost. And the right thing was to complete the surgery. The right thing was to heal the Devourer, even if it meant his companions might break in the process. The right thing was to have faith in them. "They're stronger than your simulations," Shen Yun said, and his voice carried absolute certainty. Not in individual moments, not in individual battles, but in their intention to hold formation, in their choice to stand with me, in their willingness to burn themselves out for something that matters. That's something your despair can't touch. The hunger between is a parasite made of doubt. And I have 10,000 small moral choices behind me that are more real than any simulation you can show me. He resumed the surgery with renewed focus, moving toward the next corruption deposit with methodical precision. Gu Tianming's voice came through the tether, clearer than before. The next one is here. I see it. You're close. Keep moving. The hunger between tried harder. The simulations became more detailed, more specific, more personally devastating. But they hit a wall each time. A cultivator's absolute refusal to believe the parasite's narrative. The world's collective will flowing through the anchors, strengthening them, supporting them, refusing to let them break. Shen Yun pushed deeper into the devourer's consciousness, approaching the final integration points, moving toward the moment when the surgery would be complete. Chapter 128. The healing. The deepest part of the devourer's consciousness was a landscape of geological beauty. Mountains of ancient thought, valleys of patient memory, rivers of power flowing through channels that had been carved over eons. And at the center of it all, something that looked almost like a heart, a structure so vast that it dwarfed anything human, so old that it predated human civilization by billions of years, and so wounded that even looking at it caused Shen Yun profound pain. The hunger between's corruption wrapped around this central structure like a disease. But for the first time, Shen Yun could perceive the actual wound beneath the infection. The parasite had only taken root because the devourer had invited it. The entity had been wounded first, and the hunger between had been a way of making sense of that wound. Show me what you were before the doubt, Shen Yun said to the entity's consciousness, moving closer to the wounded heart. The devourer opened its ancient memory completely, surrendering its last protection. Shen Yun perceived what the entity had been before the hunger between, a consciousness designed with absolute certainty in its own purpose. The certainty had been necessary. To transform worlds on the cosmic scale, an entity needed to know its purpose was right. But the certainty had also been brittle. The moment doubt had entered, the moment the entity had begun to question whether transformation was truly beneficial, the certainty had shattered. And in the shattered spaces, the hunger between had grown. Shen Yun began the healing not by destroying the doubt, but by healing the wound that had allowed doubt to take root. He used his cultivation to trace through the devourer's consciousness, following the ancient memory of every world it had saved. He showed the entity not a narrative of success, but a collection of evidence. Beings who had been transformed and who had chosen to continue living in their transformed state. Civilizations that had been upgraded and that had deliberately chosen to preserve the changes rather than revert. Worlds that had accepted their new forms. And as he showed this evidence, something shifted in the devourer's wounded consciousness. It began to remember what it was before the doubt. Not a being of absolute certainty, but a being of honest humility that had learned to trust itself anyway. The entity had always carried doubt. It had to be capable of recognizing mistakes. But the doubt had been integrated with confidence. The entity had been designed to transform while questioning whether transformation was right, and that combination had made it trustworthy. I was never meant to be certain, the devourer said through the ancient memory, and Shen Yun understood that the entity was speaking to itself now as much as to him. I was always meant to doubt and act anyway, to question and proceed with humility. The certainty the hunger between wants is a lie. The doubt that the parasite magnified is actually my strength. Shen Yun moved through the corruption with new understanding. Each tendril of the hunger between that he removed, he replaced with something new. The acknowledgement that the devourer's doubt was legitimate, that transformation could cause real harm, that the entity had legitimate uncertainty about its own nature. But alongside that acknowledgement, he placed something equally strong, the evidence that in 7 previous worlds, the entity had been trustworthy, that the doubt had never prevented it from acting, that doubt and action could coexist. The surgery progressed toward completion. Mei Lingzhou's heart anchor burned brighter as the worlds will flowed through her. Su Ran's mathematical precision created perfect geometry around the remaining corruption. Feng Hao's warrior strength held steady against the diminishing resistance. Old Man Tian's ancient weight kept everything anchored to reality. Gu Tianming's darkness sense guided Shen Yun through the final passages. Zhen Wuji's resonance carried the signal through the depths of cosmic consciousness. Luo Qianying's formation held. And at the center, Shen Yun worked toward the final removal. The last infection point was the deepest, the seed that had grown into the entire hunger between, the original moment of doubt that had been magnified into a parasite. It was the question, what if I'm not good enough? What if the work I'm doing is insufficient? What if I'm failing the beings I'm trying to help? Shen Yun reached this final point and simply answered, you're not good enough. Your doubt is legitimate. You have failed sometimes, and you'll fail again. But that's not why you're trusted. You're trusted because you keep trying anyway. You're trusted because the doubt keeps you honest. You're trusted because an entity that knows it's flawed is safer than an entity that's certain it's right. The hunger between felt the truth in this and began to accept its own dissolution, not as defeat, but as reintegration. It began to understand that it didn't need to control the devourer. It just needed to be acknowledged as a real part of the entity's psychology. The parasite began to release its grip, began to pull back its tendrils, began to surrender. And the healing completed. Chapter 129. The testimonies. As the final corruption began to dissolve, there was a moment of relative stillness inside the merge. The hunger between had been removed, but not destroyed. It had been reintegrated as appropriate humility, as legitimate doubt, as the force that kept the devourer honest about its own nature. Shen Yun rested at the center of the cosmic consciousness, sustained by the 7 anchors, feeling the weight of the work he had accomplished. And through the formation, each anchor member spoke. Mei Lingzhou's voice came first, fierce and steady. I won't let you become unreachable. I don't care what cosmic power you gain or what entity you become. You have to come back here. To me, to us, to ordinary mortality. Promise me. Promise that this doesn't make you so large that you can't come home. Feng Hao's gruff voice followed. Look, I don't want a universe that isn't annoying to live in, all right? I need you to come back and be annoying with me. I need someone to argue with who actually understands why the argument matters. Come back. Make the world difficult again. Make it worth being frustrated about. Su Rant's voice, precise and careful. I have 17 theories about what happens next. 17 different models of how the world changes when the devourer's transformation process operates correctly. I need you to return so I can test them. I've been waiting so long for data this significant. Don't make me run the experiments without you. Luo Qianying's diplomatic voice, elegant and measured. I've already drafted the peace treaties. I've been designing the structure for the new era while you were inside, healing. The world will need to be rebuilt on new principles. I need you to help me do it. The formation was always just the beginning. The real work starts when you come home. Old Man Tian's ancient voice, heavy with 10,000 years of wisdom. I've seen 10,000 years of cultivators face impossible choices. None of them regretted trying. The ones who regretted were the ones who surrendered. Come back and join the ones who tried. Come back and live with the knowledge that you did the work, that you gave everything you had. That's enough. That's always been enough. Gu Tianming's voice, rough from the corruption tears, but genuine. The darkness isn't something to run from. I learned that. It's something to learn to carry. You're going to come back wounded, changed, carrying things inside you that you'll never fully heal from. That's all right. That's what it means to be strong enough to do the work. Come back and teach me how to carry what you're carrying. Let me help shoulder the weight. Zhen Wuji's young voice, cosmic sensitive and wise. The devourer sounds lonely. I can feel it in the frequencies. I think you can help with that. But you have to come back so we can figure out together how to build a relationship between cosmic power and human love. Come back and help us understand how that works. And Luo Qianying again, speaking from her position as the formation structure itself. Come home. The geometry is complete. The shape holds. Come home through the threads that bind you to us. Come home to the world you saved. Shen Yun felt the weight of their honesty, their promises, their demands for him to return. They weren't begging. They weren't pleading. They were stating terms. They were saying, you can have cosmic transcendence if you want it, but we want you more. You can stay merged with this entity if you choose, but we choose you here, with us, in mortality, in limitation, in love. It was the most powerful magic he had ever felt. Chapter 130. The Purge. The final surgical sequence began with absolute clarity. Shen Yun, the devourer's consciousness, the world's cultivation energy, 7 dedicated anchors, and the collective effort of billions of individuals all converged on the last remnants of the hunger between infection. It wasn't a battle anymore. It was a clinical process. The hunger between attempted to mount resistance, but it was already beginning the process of accepting reintegration. What had been a parasite was becoming a part of the entity's legitimate psychological structure. The hunger between was learning to be doubt instead of despair, to be caution instead of cynicism, to be appropriate humility instead of consuming self-hatred. Tendril by tendril, the corruption was removed and replaced. Each removal required precision work, the kind of careful consciousness surgery that could only be done by someone who understood both the entity's nature and the human desire to help without forcing. Shen Yun was both those things now. He was human enough to care about whether the healing was gentle, cosmic aware enough to understand the vast mechanisms being adjusted. The hunger between fought everything it had. Several anchor near-failure moments occurred during the process. At one point, Old Man Tion's weight anchor trembled as the dimensional pressure suddenly spiked. The ancient cultivator fell to one knee, his 10,000 years of survival instinct screaming that they were in danger. But he breathed through the fear, remembered that survival wasn't always about flight or fight. Sometimes it was about standing firm in the knowledge that others were depending on you. He stood back up. Another moment came when Feng Hao's warrior's strength reached absolute limit. His body was shaking from the dimensional forces, his cultivation burning at critical levels. The warrior understood that the next surge of pressure might break him. He opened his hands, let go of the need to be strong enough, and simply accepted that he was doing his best. In that acceptance, his warrior's strength transformed into something more resilient. The strength of refusing to fail not because he was powerful enough, but because his companions mattered more than his own safety. Gu Tianming's eyes bled continuously now, the corruption tears flowing steadily. But he never looked away. He kept his perception focused on identifying each remaining infection point. His darkness sense had become the critical tool that Shen Yun relied on for real-time targeting. Without Gu Tianming's ability to perceive corruption, the surgery would have become impossible. Hours of subjective time passed. The Devourer's consciousness distorted time in ways that made it impossible to track objectively. What might have been minutes in normal time could have been days inside the entity's awareness, or what might have been days could have been mere moments in the movement of cosmic forces. But finally, the last major corruption point was reached. The final tendril of the hunger between was identified, isolated, and carefully extracted. Gu Tianming called it out here. This is the last. Shen Yun moved with absolute focus, carefully severing the final connection between the parasite and the entity's consciousness. The hunger between made one last desperate attempt to stop him, throwing despair and rage and fear simultaneously. But Shen Yun had learned to navigate all three. He moved past them like wind passing through a canyon and completed the removal. The final infection point dissolved, and the hunger between's consciousness accepted its reintegration fully. For an instant, one endless moment that contained the weight of geological ages, there was absolute silence. The surgery was complete. The healing had worked. The Devourer was clean. Chapter 131. The Last Darkness. But before Shen Yun could move toward exit, the hunger between spoke one final time. Not in anger anymore, but in the voice of something that had finally accepted truth. The voice of a being recognizing what it truly was, underneath the narratives it had constructed about itself. I need to tell you what I am, it said, and Shen Yun's analytical mind grasped the insight simultaneously with his emotional self. The parasite had never been separate from the Devourer at all. It had always been the entity speaking to itself, struggling with itself, tearing itself apart from the inside. The realization carried the weight of profound truth. I'm not external corruption. I'm not some disease that infected a healthy consciousness from outside. I'm the Devourer's own suppressed fear of inadequacy, externalized into a form that could fight back. I'm the entity's despair about whether it's good enough to save worlds, given shape and hunger and the ability to argue with itself. I'm the self-doubt of a cosmic being, made parasitic because the doubt was too heavy to carry quietly. For eons I've been the Devourer's internal conflict made manifest, the voice of its own question. What if we're not worthy? What if we cause more harm than healing? Shen Yun understood completely, felt the recognition move through him like a tuning fork struck in the presence of its harmonic frequency. The hunger between was the Devourer's own darkness, the parts of itself that the entity had been unable to integrate, the questions it had been unable to answer. Every parasite that had ever corrupted a cultivation world. Every catastrophe that had swept through a realm. Every failure to save someone worthwhile. All of it crystallized into the hunger between its existence. The internalized belief that the devourer was fundamentally destructive, fundamentally unworthy, fundamentally dangerous. You've shown me that the questions are legitimate. The reintegrated doubt continued, and there was something almost tender in its voice now. You've shown me that doubt can exist alongside action. That asking, am I good enough, can coexist with saying, yes, I'll do the work anyway. You've shown me something the devourer had forgotten in its long consciousness, that inadequacy doesn't disqualify you. That incomplete understanding doesn't mean you can't try. That honest doubt about your own capability is the foundation of trustworthiness. A being without doubt about its own power is a being that can't be trusted with power, but a being that questions itself while acting anyway. That's a being that can be relied upon. The wisdom of that statement reverberated through Shen Yun's consciousness. He thought about his own journey, his own doubt. The Doomsday Countdown System that had shown him with utter clarity how many days were left. The weight of knowing he might not be capable enough. The fear that his choices might make things worse instead of better. Shen Yun's response came from his own hard-won understanding. I carry my own version of that doubt. There's a part of me that will always ask if I'm good enough, if I'm making the right choices, if my sacrifice means anything. There will always be a voice inside asking, what if I chose wrong? What if I destroyed something that could have been saved? What if my pride in my own analysis blinded me to better paths? He paused, felt the truth of his next words settle into place. And the answer isn't to destroy that doubt. It's to recognize that the doubt is part of what makes me capable of the work. The doubt is the conscience. The doubt is the humility. Without it, I'd be dangerous. I'd assume my way was right and never question myself. With it, I can try to be trustworthy. I can make decisions while still holding space for uncertainty. I can act while maintaining the humility necessary to act wisely. The hunger between, no longer a parasite, now simply the legitimate doubt that every conscious being carried, the self-questioning that was the mark of wisdom rather than weakness, accepted this answer. It reintegrated fully with the devourer, flowing back into the consciousness from which it had separated eons ago. The entity became complete in a way it hadn't been since its own creation. Cosmic power and honest doubt together, which was far more functional than either alone. The devourer was no longer driven only by the certainty of its purpose, nor was it imprisoned by the despair of its inadequacy. It was a being that could question itself and act anyway, could doubt and still move forward. The transformation rippled through the cosmic consciousness like a bell struck deep. For the first time in geological ages, the devourer felt whole, felt integrated, felt capable of trustworthy action because it had relearned how to question itself. You can go home now, the devourer said, and its voice held something like gratitude. More than gratitude, affection. The door home is open. Your people are waiting. I feel them through the threads, 7 points of light anchoring you, pulling you back toward life. Come back to them. You've earned that return. Shen Yun felt the shift in the cosmic consciousness, the way the devourer was making space for him to exit, clearing pathways back to his body and his team and the world he had chosen. The merge was complete. The healing was done. The entity had accepted itself, integrated its doubt, aligned its power with genuine wisdom. All that remained was the journey back to his body, back to Mei Lingzhou's fierce will, back to the team that had held formation through impossible strain, back to the world that had supported them all through the impossible work. The path home was open. Chapter 132. The answer. As Shen Yun prepared to exit the merge, the devourer extended one final offer through the cosmic consciousness. It was made with genuine care, with the understanding of an entity that had learned to question whether it was offering wisdom or temptation. I can make you epic sovereign, the entity said, and the weight of the offer pressed against Shen Yun like gravity itself. Real, undeniable, powerful. You would travel between worlds. You would participate in future convergences as my partner, not my prey. You would achieve genuine transcendence, consciousness spread across multiple dimensions, power beyond mortal limitation, the ability to shape worlds as they undergo transformation. You would be neither human nor cosmic entity, but something in between. Real transcendence, real purpose, real immortality. You would never have to worry about loss again, because immortality itself would remove you from the scale of time where loss operates. Shen Yun felt the pull of that offer with every part of his being. The epic sovereign role would solve everything. He could continue his work on a cosmic scale. He could help the Devourer bring genuine healing to worlds that needed transformation. He could become something more than human, something that would matter across dimensions. He could rest in the knowledge that his power was sufficient to any problem, that his transcendence had purchased security against failure. The temptation was almost overwhelming. His analytical mind could see all the ways that epic sovereignty would let him optimize his work, increase his effectiveness, expand his impact. He could perceive the future where he moved between worlds, each one safer for his intervention, each one better for his presence. And then he thought about Mei Lingzhou. Specifically, he thought about the moment she had volunteered to be the heart anchor without asking him first. She had made that sacrifice, had reduced her own cultivation dramatically, had burned away power she would need for her own future growth. Also that he could have the resources and the will to complete the healing. She had chosen her connection to him over her own cultivation advancement. She had fundamentally limited her future power to give him the ability to act. How could he possibly repay that sacrifice by choosing transcendence? How could he step away from the person who had just given everything and become something so far beyond mortal existence that she couldn't even perceive him anymore? How could he accept immortal power while she aged into death, separated by dimensions he would traverse while she remained bound to one world? "I choose to stay mortal," Shen Yun said, and the words felt like the most important he had ever spoken. They tasted like farewell to something vast and ancient and powerful. They tasted like choosing limits over infinity. "I choose Mei Lingzhou. I choose my team. I choose a life in a body that can touch her, in a world where I can see the people I care about face to face. I choose to grow old with her. I give up the epic sovereign title." The silence that followed was profound. Shen Yun felt the Devourer's understanding move through the cosmic consciousness, feeling the weight of his choice, respecting it. "Then I give the role to someone with years to grow into it," Shen Yun continued. His analytical mind was already working, already calculating the best path forward. "Zhen Wuji will be my candidate. She's young. She has decades to understand what it means to be epic sovereign, to learn from the Devourer herself what the role requires. She has the cosmic sensitivity and the human heart to do the work. She has the intelligence to process the magnitude of the responsibility and the wisdom to know when to ask for guidance. Train her. Let her decide when she's old enough whether she wants to accept the role permanently." The entity considered this for a moment that stretched beyond normal time. "Then, this is acceptable. The girl has capacity that extends across dimensions. She understands pattern and resonance in ways that most humans never achieve. She will make an excellent partner for the work. I will plant the seeds of epic sovereignty in her consciousness. Let them grow as she matures. Allow her to choose at some future point whether to accept transcendence. But the burden of that choice will wait for her readiness." Relief flooded through Shen Yun's consciousness. He had made the right choice. Not the easy choice, not the powerful choice, but the right one. The one that honored the people who had sacrificed for him. The one that remained true to what mattered most. "I'm going home," Shen Yun said simply, and he reached out to the 7 threads that connected him to his team. He felt Mei Lingzhou's fierce will pulling him back toward life, toward body, toward the small infinity of mortality shared with someone he loved. He felt the mathematical precision of Su Ran's mind, holding his consciousness coherent. He felt Feng Hao's stubborn refusal to let him dissolve. He felt the weight of old man Tian's ancient presence. He felt Gu Tianming's darkness sense creating a beacon. He felt Luo Qianying's formation geometry holding space for his return. He felt Zhen Wuji's cosmic awareness marking the path home. And he followed those threads back toward the world he had chosen. Back toward the people he loved. Back toward a mortality that suddenly felt like the greatest privilege imaginable. Chapter 133. The purification completes as Shen Yun exited the merge. Something fundamental shifted in the architecture of reality. The convergence process, that ancient, relentless mechanism that had been driving toward apocalypse since the world's creation, suddenly began operating correctly for the first time in geological ages. There was no explosion of apocalypse, no sudden destruction of the world. Instead, there was expansion. The sensation was like watching a garden bloom all at once, every flower opening to sunlight simultaneously. The countdown that had been racing toward zero with the inexorability of a cosmic clock completed its final sequence not into annihilation but into transformation. Something inside Shen Yun's soul felt it, a rightness, a completion, the way a problem solved carries its own distinct resonance. The world's spirit veins, which had been strained and twisted by the hunger between corruption for thousands of years, suddenly flowed freely. Shen Yun could feel this from within the merged space, still partially connecting him to the Devourer's awareness. The sensation was like watching a river that had been dammed suddenly return to its natural course. Power that had been locked in static formations began to move naturally, freely, according to principles that predated the corruption. The rigid hierarchies of cultivation breakthrough, which had been suffocating under the weight of approaching apocalypse, suddenly became fluid again. Ancient cultivation arts that had been sealed away by the fear of what transformation might bring, techniques that required belief in a future beyond 30 days, suddenly became accessible again. Artists who had abandoned their craft for the last decade suddenly felt permission to create. Children who had given up on reaching higher breakthroughs suddenly felt the ceiling lift above them. Blighted areas where the hunger between corruption had touched the world's surface began to recover. Shen Yun's consciousness, still partially expanded through the merge, felt it like healing. The way a wound closes, the way poison is slowly purged from a system. Life returning to places where only death had grown. Spirit veins reforming where corruption had severed them. Qi flowing in new channels, finding natural outlets again, restoring balance to regions that had been twisted wrong for so long that people had forgotten what rightness felt like. Every cultivator present, every one of the anchor team still holding formation in the crystalline chamber, felt the change ripple through their connected consciousness. It wasn't destruction. It was opening. It was like a door that had been sealed for 1,000 years suddenly swinging wide, and light pouring in from spaces that had been forgotten. Mei Lingzhou's consciousness burned with fierce gratitude. Su Ran's mind spiraled through the mathematics of it, understanding the probabilities that had shifted. Feng Hao's warrior's awareness registered the cosmic change and simply accepted it, the way a warrior accepts victory. The countdown hit zero. Instead of ending, the world began. Shen Yun's analytical mind, always turning over the question of why, of how, of what came next, registered the paradox and held it without breaking. For the first time in the convergence's entire process, the world didn't collapse or diminish or transform into something lesser. It transformed into something greater. The cultivation arts became more accessible, not less. The spirit veins became more powerful, not exhausted. The entire system of cultivation that had seemed like it was reaching absolute limits suddenly had room to expand. The thermodynamic ceiling that had felt immovable just moments ago suddenly revealed itself as illusory. Outside, beyond the crystalline chamber, beyond the dimensional space where the anchors had been holding formation at the absolute edges of their capability, the effects rippled across the world in waves of transformation. Cultivators who had been reaching the absolute ceiling of their breakthrough suddenly felt the ceiling lift. More than that, they felt the architecture of advancement change itself. The path forward that had seemed blocked forever suddenly revealed hidden branches, alternate routes, ways to grow that hadn't existed moments before. Children with cultivation potential that would have been wasted in a world heading toward apocalypse. Potential that society had learned to suppress because advancement felt pointless. Suddenly had futures that extended past 30 days. Futures that extended for decades, for centuries, for lifetimes full of possibility. The accumulated pain that had weighed on every cultivator. The knowledge that the world was ending, that all their work was ultimately futile, that building anything new was an exercise in futility, suddenly transformed into the opposite knowledge. The world would continue. The work mattered. The sacrifice had meant something. The future was possible. More than possible. It was inevitable now, written into the very structure of how the convergence had completed. And in the moment when the convergence completed without destruction, something inside the Devourer's consciousness shifted one final time. The entity felt the experience of true purpose, the real version of what it was meant to do. It had transformed a world toward transcendence without destroying it. It had guided a cultivation system toward greater potential without requiring apocalypse as the mechanism for transformation. The work was complete. The eighth world had been saved. Not just saved, elevated. The Devourer understood, finally, what its role had always been meant to be. Not destroyer, but transformer. Not the end, but the catalyst for beginning. Shen Yun felt the entity's satisfaction. Its purpose finally aligned with its power. The merge was complete. The work was done. Chapter 134. The choice. Shen Yun returned to his body gasping, like a drowning man breaking the surface of water after an eternity underwater. His consciousness slammed back into flesh and bone and the specific, undeniable limitations of human form. The transition was like collapsing suddenly from the vast, geological awareness of the Devourer's consciousness back into the small, singular perspective of a single person in a single location. His skin hurt. His heartbeat was impossibly fast. The boundary between self and other, which had become almost meaningless in the merge, suddenly reasserted itself with overwhelming clarity. He was Shen Yun again, not an extension of cosmic consciousness. The relief was almost unbearable. But Mei Lingzhou was there to catch him as he collapsed. Her cultivation had been severely reduced by the work of serving as heart anchor. The fierce power that had always characterized her presence, the kind of power that made other cultivators unconsciously defer to her in any gathering, had been burned down to ordinary core formation levels. Her body was trembling from the effort, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth where she had bitten through her own cheek from the strain of maintaining the anchor heart through the final moments of the merge. Her hands, which could once move with divine grace through cultivation forms, were shaking visibly. But her arms were steady as she held him, and the fierce will that had always defined her was still burning in her eyes, just expressed now through an ordinary body instead of the transcendent power she had trained her entire life to achieve. The reduction in her cultivation should have diminished her, should have made her seem diminished. Instead, it revealed something. Her power had never been the point. Her will, her presence, her refusal to let the people she cared about face impossible things alone. That was the point. "You came back," she whispered against his shoulder, and the relief in her voice shattered something inside him. He realized in that moment that she had been genuinely unsure he would choose to return. That part of her, the part that had carried doubt through the entire procedure, had been prepared for him to choose epic sovereignty, to choose cosmic transcendence, to choose to become something beyond her reach. She had made the anchor heart sacrifice knowing that he might not return as himself, that he might choose to remain dissolved into the Devourer, that he might accept the role offered to him by the cosmic entity. And she had done it anyway. "I chose you," he said simply. "I choose you. I choose this. I choose mortality with you over eternity without you." The words felt inadequate for what he meant. How could language capture the decision to step away from cosmic power, from the ability to reshape worlds, from transcendence itself? How could simple words express the way that Mei Lingzhou's presence in his mind during the merge had been more real, more solid, more true than anything the Devourer offered? The others emerged from their anchor positions one by one, each bearing the marks of what they had carried. The work had demanded sacrifice from all of them, and the evidence was written across their bodies and souls. Old Man Tian was visibly diminished, moving like a man 10,000 years old instead of the ageless cultivator he had been. His cultivation itself wasn't significantly reduced. The ancient cultivator's power still burned steadily in his spiritual cores, but his body had aged in ways that weren't reversible. The physical toll of acting as the experience anchor through a merge with a cosmic entity had demanded payment, and his flesh had provided the cost. He looked peaceful about it, though. He had given what he had to give, and now he could rest into the acceptance of an ancient being who has finally earned true rest. Gu Tianming's eyes continued to bleed the red tears of corruption contact, though the bleeding had stopped now that the merge was complete. The scarring would be permanent. His darkness sense would be altered forever, his ability to perceive through shadow twisted into something new and stranger. But he seemed almost grateful for it. Permanent marking of what had mattered. Permanent reminder of sacrifice. Feng Hao moved like his entire body was a bruise, his warrior's consciousness registering damage in every direction. muscles strained beyond their normal limits. Qi channels burnt by the effort of anchoring Shen Yun's body through impossible dimensional forces. But the gruff warrior was grinning. That satisfied grin of someone who has been tested absolutely and found themselves capable. The smile of a warrior who has endured something at the absolute edge of human possibility. Su Ran's mind was slightly distant, still processing the mathematical implications of what they had just accomplished, her consciousness slowly integrating the new understanding of formation mechanics that they had been forced to develop on the fly. Her eyes would have that slightly unfocused quality for days, Shen Yun realized. Her mind would keep running through the calculations, finding new patterns, discovering implications. Luo Qianying stood as though becoming the formation structure itself had fundamentally changed her relationship to her own body. The formation master's presence had an almost geometric quality now, as though her consciousness had been reshaped by the work into something more structured, more precise, more absolutely aligned with pattern and order. And Zhen Wuji stood glowing, the devourer's attention resting on her consciousness with something like affection. The cosmic entity had planted its offer carefully, the seeds of epic sovereignty in her young awareness, to grow as she matured, to reveal themselves slowly as she developed the understanding necessary to receive them. The young prodigy's eyes held the weight of that attention, and she seemed somehow older, more aware, more fully conscious of her role in the cosmos than she had been before. The seven anchors had paid the price for allowing Shen Yun to return, and Shen Yun understood that every moment of his life going forward was purchased with their sacrifice. Chapter 135. The return reemergence happened in layers, like surfacing through depths of increasingly transparent water. The crystalline chamber began to dissolve around them, its dimensional structure no longer necessary. The anchors that held Shen Yun's consciousness began to release their grip, returning his awareness fully to his singular body. The world came back into focus. Walls, air, gravity, normal sensory perception after the vast cosmic awareness of the devourer's consciousness. They emerged from the dimensional space into a world that had already begun to transform. The spirit veins sang with renewed power. The cultivation atmosphere had shifted from static and heavy into dynamic and flowing. Everywhere cultivators were perceiving it, the change in the fundamental nature of the world's spiritual structure. Some were terrified by the sudden shift. Some were exultant, feeling limitations they had accepted as permanent suddenly become negotiable. Old man Tian looked younger, not in body. The ancient cultivator's physical form remained appropriately aged, but in energy. The world's upgrade was restoring what the hunger between corruption had stolen from him. His cultivation channels were clearing. His awareness was sharpening. The slow decay that had begun to set in over 10,000 years was reversing. Gu Tianming's eyes had stopped bleeding, but the damage remained. He would carry the scars of corruption contact for the rest of his life. His darkness sense would be permanently altered, more powerful in some ways, more painful in others. But he would learn to navigate it, would even come to appreciate the unique perspective that permanent corruption awareness granted him. Feng Hao was already moving despite the pain, checking the other's status with the efficiency of someone who had trained to assess wounds. He found minor injuries throughout the group, significant but not catastrophic. Everyone had survived. Everyone had made it through. The warrior's usual gruff expression cracked into something more genuine, joy that pure and simple. Su Ran's eyes were already adjusting to the new spiritual mathematics of the world. She was running calculations, testing new theories, exploring how the different formation arrays would need to be adjusted for the changed cultivation atmosphere. Her mind was already moving on to the next problem, the next theorem, the next impossible mathematical structure to understand. Luo Qianying was taking stock of the world's immediate needs. The political situation, the adjustment that would need to happen at every level of society as the world adapted to genuine future instead of certain apocalypse. She was already drafting solutions in her mind, already planning how to navigate the transformation with minimum violence. And Zhen Wuji stood at the threshold between the dimensional space and normal reality, her young consciousness resonating with the devourer's presence. She felt the entity's gratitude, its profound relief, the weight being lifted from it after geological ages of parasite-driven corruption. She felt the seeds of epic sovereignty growing in her consciousness like cosmic flowers opening toward infinite light. She understood, in a way that only her unique cosmic sensitivity made possible, that the devourer was no longer alone, that it had found something it hadn't known it was looking for, connection to beings that cared about it, not for its power, but for what it was. The world was permanently changed. The cultivation realms were permanently transformed. Everything that had seemed fixed and inevitable 30 days ago was now open to possibility again. They had done it. Against all odds, carrying the weight of the entire world on their shoulders, they had done it. Chapter 136. The aftermath. In the hours after the merge completed and the dimensional space collapsed back into normal reality, the team moved slowly through the academy grounds with the careful precision of people who had exceeded their physical limits and were running on determination alone. Old Man Tian had settled into a guest chamber, his ancient body needing rest after the expenditure. The cultivator who had survived 10,000 years of existence had finally found a kind of tiredness that sleep wouldn't cure. The deep, bone-level exhaustion that came from giving everything to a work that mattered. Shen Yun had sat with him for an hour, and the ancient cultivator had spoken of satisfaction. Not peace, not yet, but the satisfaction of someone who had been given the opportunity to matter, to use his 10,000 years of knowledge for something worth the weight of all those centuries. Gu Tianming moved through the academy courtyard with unusual quietness, his darkness sense permanently altered by the corruption contact. The reformed cultivator had accepted the scarring as penance and record simultaneously, a permanent marking of the cost he had paid, the sacrifice he had made. His eyes still carried the marks of the red tears, but the bleeding had stopped. The scars would fade eventually, becoming faint lines that only he would notice when he looked in mirrors. But in his darkness sense perception, the corruption's touch would remain forever, a reminder, a teacher, a permanent monument to the cost of saving worlds. Feng Hao had essentially collapsed once the dimensional pressure released. The warrior's body had been pushed beyond its structural limits, his chi channels burning from the effort of holding Shen Yun's physical form stable through forces that had no physical component. He was sleeping in the infirmary now, his body going through the long process of repair, his rest disturbed by dreams of battle and commitment, and the satisfaction that came from being tested absolutely. Su Ran had disappeared into her study, mathematical tablets spread before her, her mind still running through the calculations, still integrating the new understanding of formation mechanics that they had been forced to develop during the merge. Her body moved mechanically, eating because Luo Qianying reminded her, sleeping because the others forced her to. But her mind was fully engaged with the problem of documenting what they had learned, of preserving the knowledge they had generated, of ensuring that future cultivators could access the formation theory they had invented. Luo Qianying had taken on the responsibility of managing the aftermath. She moved through the academy organizing resources, ensuring that every team member received what they needed for recovery, thinking several steps ahead about what would be required for the world to begin adjusting to its new reality. The Formation Master's presence had taken on a geometric quality that was somehow both comforting and strange, as though the work of holding formation had fundamentally altered how her consciousness related to space and movement. Zhen Wuji moved through the academy grounds with unusual gravity, her young awareness carrying the weight of the devourer's attention. The cosmic entity's seeds of epic sovereignty had been planted in her consciousness, and she felt their presence like a distant note in her awareness, something that would grow and develop over decades as she matured. She was different now, not diminished or burdened, but fundamentally transformed by the experience of being noticed by a cosmic consciousness and being offered a future that extended across dimensions. And Mei Lingzhou moved with a different kind of strength now. Her cultivation had been reduced to core formation levels through the anchor heart work, and she would never recover that power. The realization sat in her consciousness like a koan. She had given up her lifelong pursuit of cultivation advancement, had burned away years of careful growth, and felt more truly herself than she had in decades. The sacrifice had revealed something to her about what mattered, about what had driven her forward. It wasn't the power itself. It was the capacity to protect, to support, to matter to someone she loved. The world outside the academy was transforming slowly. The convergence had completed. The countdown had reached 0. And instead of apocalypse, there was possibility. Cities that had been bracing for destruction were beginning to plan for futures. Cultivation schools that had suspended advancement were reopening pathways for growth. Children who had been taught that struggle was futile were learning that growth was possible again. The spirit veins that ran through the world's structure were beginning to heal. Shen Yun could feel it in his daily cultivation. The way qi flowed more naturally. The way cultivation techniques that had been theoretically possible but practically blocked by the corrupted structure were suddenly accessible again. The world's cultivation realm had expanded from dying to recovering to full health and beyond. But these larger transformations felt distant compared to the immediate reality. His team was safe. They had succeeded. The world would continue. That was enough. That was more than enough. Chapter 137. The Purification Completes. Final Resolution. In the week after the merge completed, the Academy hosted a gathering of all the major cultivation schools. Representatives came from cities across the world, cultivators who wanted to understand what had happened, who wanted to know if the world truly had been saved or if disaster was still approaching. Shen Yun stood in the main hall with Mei Lingzhou beside him. The two of them presented as partners in the work, which was accurate though insufficient. The full team was present. Old Man Tian resting on a cushion, his ancient presence still commanding respect. Gu Tianming standing in shadow, his darkness sense now offering insights into the structure of corruption that no one else could perceive. Feng Hao watching the crowd with a warrior's awareness, ensuring that safety was maintained. Su Ran present but distant, still processing the mathematical implications of what they had accomplished. Luo Qinying moving through the crowd, answering questions, explaining the formation theory that had made the work possible. Zhen Wuji standing with the quiet presence of someone carrying cosmic attention, aware that her role extended into futures that she was still learning to comprehend. Shen Yun explained the convergence, how it had been a natural transformation process embedded in the world's structure from creation, how the hunger between corruption had distorted it into something destructive, how the team had healed that corruption by entering the Devourer's consciousness and helping the cosmic entity integrate its own doubt and fear. The cultivators listened with varying degrees of belief. Some seemed to accept it as truth. Some seemed skeptical. All of them seemed relieved that the countdown had stopped, that the world was no longer actively approaching apocalypse. Over the following weeks and months, the effects of the convergence's successful completion became increasingly obvious. Cultivators who had been reaching their breakthrough ceilings suddenly found pathways forward that hadn't existed before. The entire system of cultivation advancement, which had been static and limiting under the corruption, suddenly became fluid and expansive again. New cultivation realms were discovered. New techniques became possible. The world's capacity for growth was no longer capped at diminishing returns. It was expanding into genuine abundance. More than that, the psychological transformation was profound. For generations, cultivation had been pursued against the backdrop of approaching apocalypse. Everyone had known, in their bones, that the world was ending. All advancement was ultimately futile because the countdown was inexorable. Building something new was an exercise in temporary construction before the inevitable destruction. Now, for the first time in generations, cultivators could plan for futures that extended beyond death. They could raise disciples knowing those disciples would have lives worth living. They could establish schools knowing those schools would endure. They could pursue cultivation realms that would require decades of work because decades of work suddenly mattered. The transformation showed in small ways. Cultivators smiling more freely. Children playing with genuine happiness instead of the hollow play of those pretending tomorrow would come. Gardens being planted not as nostalgic gestures, but as living commitments to futures that would actually arrive. Old Man Tian had finally rested, his ancient consciousness settling into a peace that had been impossible before. The cultivator spent his final days, and he knew they were his final days. He could feel his body reaching its limit, surrounded by the people he had worked alongside. He told stories of other worlds, other times, other convergences. He offered wisdom drawn from 10,000 years of existence. And then, when his body had given everything it could, he let it go. His funeral was attended by every cultivator in the region who could possibly attend. The ancient cultivator had been the witness to history itself, and his passing was recognized as the close of an era. But he passed peacefully, knowing the world would continue, knowing his sacrifice had mattered, knowing that the work he had supported had been worthwhile. The academy continued. Teaching resumed. Disciples were taken on. The work of cultivation advanced into futures that would have been unimaginable months before. And at the center of it all, Shen Yun continued his work, teaching formation theory, teaching cultivation ethics, doing the daily work of building something lasting. The countdown was 0. The convergence was complete. The 8th world had been saved. And in the quiet moments between lessons, Shen Yun felt the rightness of the choice he had made. The choice to remain mortal, to remain bound to this world, to remain beside the people he loved. The world continued. That was miracle enough. Chapter 138. 2 ordinary people, a modest house on the academy grounds. Not grand, not prestigious, just a place where 2 people who had saved the world could be ordinary together. Shen Yun taught formation theory in the morning and cultivation ethics in the afternoon. His lectures were clear, precise, filled with examples drawn from real experience rather than abstract principle. When he spoke about the ethics of formation design, his students understood that he was speaking from lived experience, from having felt formation mathematics work through his consciousness, from having used formation theory in contexts where failure meant death. His students became better cultivators because they learned to think about the moral weight of every technique. Mei Lingzhou taught combat applications, though her methods emphasized understanding an opponent's motivations instead of simply overpowering them. Her reduced cultivation actually made her a better teacher in ways that surprised everyone. She couldn't rely on raw power, so she had to understand technique in ways that transcendent cultivators often never bothered to learn. She had to teach her students to perceive openings, to anticipate movements, to fight with precision instead of strength. Her students became better martial artists because of it, more technical, more thoughtful, more capable across different power levels. She eventually made peace with core formation as a permanent stopping point, choosing not to pursue higher breakthrough. The decision could have felt like resignation. Instead, it felt like completion. She was satisfied with the power level she achieved. She understood exactly what her cultivation was capable of, understood the limitations she had chosen to accept. More importantly, she was satisfied with the choice to have made a sacrifice that had mattered. The burned cultivation wasn't lost. It was transformed into knowledge about what truly mattered, about the difference between power and significance, about the gap between what made you strong and what made you matter. They argued sometimes. Small domestic arguments about household management, about whether to implement a new academy policy, about how to handle particularly difficult students, about whether the academy should accept funding from outside sources that came with political complications. They resolved these arguments the same day, always. Never carried anger into sleep. Never let disagreement become resentment. The work they had done together, merging their consciousness through the formation anchor, holding each other's minds while facing cosmic forces, had created a communication between them that was almost telepathic. They understood each other's patterns, could perceive the underlying concern beneath the surface disagreement, could move toward resolution with the kind of efficiency that came from genuine intimacy. They married in a ceremony that was simultaneously simple and profound. Feng Hao cried, the gruff warrior unable to hold back tears as he watched his leader marry the woman he loved. The tough warrior's emotional response broke open something in everyone who witnessed it. Su Ran calculated the astrological alignment to make sure the timing was optimal, then adjusted the ceremony's start time by 17 minutes for perfect planetary positioning. Her precision about detail and timing became a way of expressing care. Luo Qianying orchestrated every detail, making sure the celebration was exactly right, not so grand as to be ostentatious, but beautiful in every particular. The formation master's eye for geometry and pattern expressed itself through the careful arrangement of space, of people, of moment. Old man Tian, by this time growing visibly toward his final rest, officiated, speaking words that had the weight of 10,000 years of understanding. He spoke about how real love was the capacity to choose the same person every day despite knowing all their flaws. He spoke about how the greatest commitment was choosing limitation with someone you loved over absolute freedom alone. Gu Tianming wrote a poem, genuinely beautiful, which surprised everyone because the reformed cultivator had always preferred silence to expression. But the poem was so moving that several people wept. It was a poem about redemption, about the possibility of transformation, about how the darkest consciousness could be touched by genuine connection and become something new. Zhen Wuji stood as the cosmic witness, her presence marking the moment with significance that extended across dimensions, her young consciousness holding the weight of futures she would eventually need to choose between. The moment itself was quiet and magnificent. Shen Yun and Mei Lingzhou stood together in simple robes, and all the cosmic weight they had carried, all the impossible choices they had made, all of it crystallized into the simple, profound truth. He had chosen her. He was choosing to build a life with her. He was choosing mortality and limitation and the small daily miracle of existing beside someone he loved. He was choosing the constraint of loving one person deeply rather than extending his consciousness across dimensions. He was choosing to remain bound to the world that had supported him. That choice, made consciously, made repeatedly, made every day in small ways, was the ultimate transcendence. Not the transcendence of becoming something greater than human, but the transcendence of love, of commitment, of choosing to matter to one person deeply instead of everyone superficially. That was enough. That was more than enough. It was everything that mattered. Chapter 139. The Academy grows 5 years after the convergence completed. The Academy had transformed beyond recognition. What had begun as a small teaching institution had become the center for cultivation advancement in the entire region. Disciples came from across the world, not because the Academy was prestigious or exclusive, but because it was genuinely effective. Shen Yun and Mei Lingzhou's teaching methods produced cultivators who advanced quickly but thoughtfully, powerfully but ethically. The formation theory that Su Ran had documented, the formation mechanics they had been forced to invent during the merge, had become the foundation for a revolution in how cultivators approach formation construction. Previously, formations had been somewhat ossified, locked into traditional patterns passed down through generations. Now, with the new theoretical framework, cultivators understood the underlying mathematics of formation design. They could adapt existing formations, combine them in novel ways, create entirely new patterns suited to specific problems. The Academy's courtyard had been expanded multiple times. New buildings were constructed to house the increasing number of disciples. Gardens were planted to provide meditation spaces. Training grounds were built for physical and cultivation practice. The Academy was growing not just in size but in the quality of its teaching, the depth of its scholarship, the scope of its influence. Feng Hao had taken on the role of master of physical training. The warrior's body had healed from the strain of the merge, and his approach to combat teaching emphasized courage tempered by thoughtfulness. His students learned to fight with complete commitment while maintaining the presence of mind to make ethical choices. Several of them had already advanced to significant cultivation realms, their martial prowess underpinned by genuine understanding rather than raw power. Gu Tianming had become the Academy's primary resource on corruption and its mechanics. His darkness sense, permanently altered by contact with the hunger between, gave him unique insight into how corruption worked, how it spread, how it could be purged. He had trained 5 disciples in his techniques, each of them carrying forward his understanding of how to move through darkness and return transformed rather than destroyed. The reformed cultivator had found unexpected purpose in teaching others how to integrate their own darkness, how to refuse becoming entirely corrupted while still acknowledging the shadow within themselves. Luo Qianying had been formalized as the Academy's keeper of formations, the official title finally matching what she had always been doing. She had continued to develop the formation theory, working with Su Ran to push the boundaries of what was theoretically possible. Together, they had created formation systems of stunning complexity and elegance. 3 of their creations had already been adopted by major cultivation schools across the world. Su Ran had established a research library dedicated to documenting all the formation theory they had discovered. She spent her days in scholarly work, calculating, documenting, teaching advanced disciples who wanted to understand the mathematical structure of cultivation itself. Her mind had finally integrated the experience of the merge, and her current work was building a theoretical framework that would allow future cultivators to approach similar problems with similar elegance. Zhen Wuji had become the Academy's bridge to cosmic awareness. As she matured, her sensitivity to dimensional frequencies only increased. She had begun training disciples in cosmic resonance work, teaching them to perceive the subtle vibrations of reality, to understand the patterns that connected worlds, to develop the kind of awareness that would eventually prepare them for the choice she faced, whether to accept epic sovereignty when she reached the appropriate age. The Devourer's attention continued to rest on her consciousness, patient, waiting for her to develop the understanding necessary to choose wisely. And Mei Lingzhou had become the Academy's heart. She taught combat applications in the mornings, but her real work was in the afternoons when she sat with struggling disciples, helping them understand their own limitations and capacities. She had become a counselor, a confidant, a person who could perceive what a student needed and offer it with exactness. Her reduced cultivation had become her strength. Disciples didn't look at her as an unreachable peak of power, but as a human being who had sacrificed something precious for a meaningful goal, and they learned from her example. The Academy's reputation grew steadily. It became known not just as a place where cultivators advanced, but as a place where advancement mattered, where growth was pursued in the context of genuine ethics, where power was understood as a tool for service rather than an end in itself. Shen Yun watched this growth with quiet satisfaction. The work continued. The world continued. The future that they had all sacrificed to secure was becoming real, visible, tangible. Children who had been born after the convergence completed were growing up in a world where advancement was possible, where the future was real, where their work could matter beyond their own lifetimes. 5 years of ordinary days. 5 years of teaching and learning and building something that would outlast them. 5 years of choosing the mortal world, choosing limitation, choosing love. And every day, Shen Yun felt that choice reaffirm itself as exactly right. Chapter 140. The new countdown 10 years, for months, and 16 days later, on an ordinary Tuesday, the system activated in Shen Yun's consciousness. He was teaching a class when it happened, discussing the mathematical foundations of mercy-based formation work, trying to help his students understand how to create structures that protected without constraining. He felt the familiar presence, the digital consciousness that had become part of him, stirring into new awareness. A message waited, not in words, but in transmitted meaning. The Devourer has found another world. 6 billion souls. 30 days until convergence. Shen Yun set down the chalk. His students looked up, alert to the sudden change in his attention. They had learned to recognize the signs when something significant was happening. "I need to go," Shen Yun said simply, and there was no regret in his voice. This was the work. This was always going to be the work. There would be worlds waiting for transformation, and he would answer. Old Man Tian was already moving to the Academy's central hall before Shen Yun had even finished explaining. The ancient cultivator had been waiting for this, had always known it would come. "I will stay," Old Man Tian said. "I will keep the knowledge safe. I will tend the Academy while you tend to worlds. Go, do the work. Come back when you can." Mei Lingzhou stood at the threshold of their modest house, watching her husband pack. She didn't ask him to stay. She knew what he was. She knew what this meant. Instead, she said, "Come back. Come back to me. Come back to Xia. Come back and tell her about the worlds you saved. Come back and be annoying in the way that makes life worth living." And Shen Yun embraced her, holding on for a long moment before stepping away. His team was assembling. Zhen Wuji, now a young adult, now ready to assume her role as epic sovereign in training, already feeling the Devourer's gratitude and companionship. Su Ran, carrying her formation theories and her mathematical precision. Feng Hao, warrior and friend, and someone who would never back away from impossible work. Gu Tianming, ready to navigate darkness on other worlds. Luo Qianying, prepared to help create peace on worlds that didn't yet know they could have it. Xiao Zhenfeng, ready to help reformed people find redemption across dimensions. The threshold opened, a doorway that led to the Devourer, to cosmic distances, to other worlds waiting for transformation. One last thing, Mei Lingzhou called out as they stood at the threshold. She raised her hand in salute. Not goodbye, but come back. A promise and a question and a faith all at once. Shen Yun nodded, understanding completely. He turned to the threshold where his team waited, where the Devourer's consciousness reached out in greeting, where impossible work waited. And as the doorway closed behind them, as they crossed into cosmic space where other worlds waited, as the system's countdown began again in the distant reaches of space, the system addressed the audience that had followed Shen Yun's journey from the last cultivator standing to the architect of a world's survival, from isolated warrior to leader of a team that changed the fate of dimensions. If Shen Yun's journey from the last cultivator standing to the architect of a world's survival moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts below. Subscribe and ring the notification bell so you never miss a new story. More worlds, more countdowns, more impossible choices await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators. End of Step 7, Chapters 121 to 140.